Okay, good morning. Everyone has got a cup of coffee and yeah, we're at the place. My name is Jan Heiret, and as the director of the Norwegian Center for Holocaust and Minority Studies, it is a pleasure to welcome you all to this very important symposium. Oh, okay. The effort to combat discrimination against the Roma is a prioritized area for this center. And as a research institution, it is crucial that our work is grounded in research-based knowledge. This symposium is characterized by important features of innovative knowledge development. And today, researchers from various countries and different disciplines will meet. And historical experiences are used to understand current challenges. I will give now the word and the floor to Anton Weiss-Wendt. He is a senior researcher here at the center, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank Anton for his exceptionally important work, both as a dedicated historian and as a driving force behind building international research network. So, Anton, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Jan. It's for the fifth time in the past 18 years that we bring together a group of Norwegian and international scholars to the center to discuss the issue related to Roma history as well as structural problems facing Romani communities in Norway and Europe today. On three separate occasions, 2007, 2013, and most recently 2022, we held an academic conference on the Nazi mass murder of Roma and its legacy. My colleague, Maria Rosvold, back in 2016, put together an academic conference that dealt with Roma and cross-border migration in Europe from the 18th century until after the Second World War. If you've been following our event calendar, you've noticed that next month, we're holding yet another academic conference, which deals with Roma slavery in Romanian principalities of Wallachia and Moldova from the 14th century until the mid-10th century. That particular conference marks the end of their joint research project between the Center, the Norwegian School of Theology, and Harvard University. The project financed by the Norwegian Research Council. So mark your calendar, November 24th and 25th. Well, while listening to me, some of you may take an objection. One may take sort of pessimistic or almost cynical view that, you know, all these academics and politicians, they come together in various conferences and seminars and workshops, and they talk about the Roma, right? The devising policy for the benefit of the Roma. While the situation on the ground for Roma, for Romani, our communities across Europe pretty much remains the same. So does it really make any difference to have academic events like this? Well, I guess it can, to borrow a slogan from Barack Obama presidential campaign 2008, and sometimes it does. And I guess this particular institution is probably the best illustration. For our guests here, some may not know, the center was established in 2001, and we moved into this building in 2004. The center had been coordinating the annual commemoration ceremony, Holocaust, our Remembrance Day, January 27th. So in the run-on to the first ever such ceremony in 2005, we were contacted by some members of the Romani community who expressed a desire to speak about the Nazi mass murder of Roma during the commemoration ceremony, but got the cold shoulder. The Norwegian national broadcaster, NRK, picked up the story, which was followed by rather awkward, looking from our perspective, meeting here at the center between the Romani and the center's representatives. And my colleague, Maria Rosvold, whom I already mentioned before, was there at this meeting. In a way, kind of looking back, it it marks a turning point for us. The center opened to the public in August 2005, and just recently, Maria and I were reminiscing about 2006, excuse me, about the opening ceremony, and we both agree that one of the highlights was their musical performance by the Norwegian Romani artist Raya, not to be confused with the British pop jazz singer Ray. And Raya just this summer actually received the highest award from the Oslo municipality for her work on behalf of Roma, particularly Romani culture. Ever since the center opened in 2006, the Nazi destruction of the Roma has been incorporated in the broader history of the Holocaust. When you go to our exhibition, one of the first things you see some pictures of the infamous German physician, Robert Ritter. His idea were used in taking anthropometrical measurements of German Sinti in the 1930s. A Norwegian representative of International Romani Union took contact with the newly established center as early as 2005. And among the subject of discussion was a kind of dearth of documentation on the destruction of the Norwegian Roma. Eventually, this issue ended up in the Norwegian Parliament, 2012, and the government said that they would consider it insofar as initiative would come from Romani groups. Subsequently, free at the time existing Norwegian Romani organization formally approached the Parliament with a request to establish the identity of the murdered Roma alongside other Norwegians who perished during the Second World War. In addition, they sought a formal apology and financial compensation for the suffering endured by the Norwegian Roma. So consequently, government announced public tender to produce a comprehensive report, The Roma and the Holocaust. Norwegian Center for Holocaust and Minority Studies was the only institution to apply. The call also specified the cooperation with the Roma community throughout the process of drafting the report. Hence, in addition to our academic group, which consisted, again, I mentioned Maria already for the fourth time, Jan Brustad or Lars Lien, and they work closely with two Norwegian Romani networks who did indeed provide valuable input. So the project examined specifically discriminatory policies vis-a-vis Roma in interwar Norway, documented the Nazi mass murder, and established the name of the victims. Research findings were presented in early 2015 in the presence of the government official members of the Roma community. And what's important, shortly thereafter, the Prime Minister of Norway at the time, Erna Solberg, issued on behalf of the government an official apology to the Norwegian Roma and I quote, the racist policy of exclusion practiced before and after the Second World War and the dire consequences it had led to during the Holocaust. Furthermore, the following year, the government proposed collective reparations to the Norwegian Roma in an amount of 13 million. The project resulted, in addition to reports, to two monographs. You can see it over there. In late 2021, we updated our permanent exhibit on history of the Holocaust. So now it covers even more extensively the policy of persecution against Sinti Roma in the 1930s and the Nazi policy of mass murder in the 1940s. The commemoration hall downstairs features the name of Roma victims listed side by side with the Jewish victims, 62 and 665. To my knowledge, that's the only second institution in the world to do so. If you're curious who were the first out, that's our good colleagues at Caserne de Sang Holocaust Memorial in Belgium. And it's our good friend and colleague, Lawrence Schramm, who the credit should go to. Now, a few practical things about the conference. We have slight change to the program. Due to unforeseen circumstances, David Crow, who's supposed to present in the second panel, could not travel to Oslo, so he will appear online live from North Carolina. He had to wake up particularly early today. And second, I'm grateful to Carl-Emil Vogt, who agreed to step in as a chair for the fourth panel at a rather short notice. Also should probably extend thank you to the Norwegian Foreign Ministry, with whose generous support this conference was possible. Typically, the event like this, a conference symposium, would feature a keynote address. We don't have it, probably because I believe we have a stellar group of researchers and practitioners today, and I guess pretty much any one of them I could ask to deliver a keynote address. So we decided not to do it, and moreover, we thought we could, since we have an excellent group of experts, we just delve specifically into particular issues related to the situation of Roma today. The conference, as you saw already, is being streamed live. Lunch will be served across the hall. And, well, last but not least, essential thing, toilets, if anyone needs, 1 floor up, 1 floor down. Okay, without further ado, let me now introduce the theme of our first panel and also introduce the speakers one by one. Of the 4 sessions today, the first one on the commemorative practices for the victims of the Roma genocide is probably the closest to what we're doing here at the center. And first to speak today will be Elena Marushakova and Veselin Popov. My first encounter with this dynamic academic duo of Elena and Veselin was, I believe, in 2005 at Beyond Camps and Forced Labor Conference in the Imperial War Museum. I guess Martin Holler was in the same panel. And I walked from the panel where they presented deeply impressed. Elena and Veselin are professional historians and ethnographers, and for many years have been affiliated with the Institute of Ethnography of the Slovak Academy of Sciences and also respectful division of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Between 2016 and 2023, Elena and Veselin both served as research professors at St. Andrews University in Scotland. Elena is also former president of the Gypsy Lore Society and a former co-editor of Romani studies. For the two of them, they have very long, very impressive list of publications dealing with Roma history and anthropology. In view of my own academic interest, I would specifically mention Elena Marushakova's latest monograph, Stalin versus Gypsies, Roma and Political Repressions in the USSR. Just yesterday, I spoke to David Crow, who said that he considers Elena and Veselin among the pioneers of Romani studies, and I share this opinion. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think it's okay. I think you will hear me, also without the mic. So, okay. Well, maybe it will be better here. Thank you very much for the very nice introduction. Okay, I will try to keep the time, but it's always very, very difficult. So if I exceed 1, 2, 3 minutes my time, I hope it will be not too big problem. We would like to introduce the specific case of Roma in Bulgaria. It is well known that the Roma population in Bulgaria, as well as in the territories occupied and administered by the Bulgarian state during the Second World War, corresponding to parts of present-day Serbia, North Macedonia, and Greece, was not subjected to genocidal policies targeting Roma population that were enacted in Nazi Germany, its Axis allies, and elsewhere. The law for the protection of the nation, passed by the Bulgarian parliament in 1940, does not mention the Roma at all. The only reference is found in the Ordinance for the Regulation of Jewish Question from 1942, which besides forbidding marriages and sexual relations between Jews and individuals of Bulgarian or related origin, and invalidating such unions, includes a note stating, quotation, "This ordinance also applies to marriages involving gypsies." End of quotation. However, there is no documented evidence that this clause was enforced regarding the Roma, and such marriages during this period seems to have been rare. Despite the lack of specific anti-Roma legislation, sporadic administrative, repressive, and discriminatory measures against the Roma were carried out in Bulgaria during this period. Such measures included a significant increase in the number of Roma, mainly unemployed individuals, subjected to compulsory labor mobilization, the denial of child allowances for Roma employed in textile factories, labor discrimination in tobacco industry, and the reduction of food rations in certain municipalities under the state-regulated rationing system. However, these actions do not constitute a systematic policy of genocide. Furthermore, these measures did not target the Roma population as a whole, but rather specific segments of the community on specific places. For instance, during the same period, alongside those subjected to labor mobilization, a much larger number of Roma were regularly conscripted and served in Bulgarian army, including in occupational forces, and some even served in police. The situation of the Roma in Bulgaria during the Second World War is reflected not only in the classical historical sources, but also in the oral history of the community. Over more than 40 years, we have documented various narratives on this topic, and what follows is a brief and systematic overview of the existing collected materials. The earliest oral accounts sit at the border between oral history and folklore, sharing a common narrative structure. According to these legends, at some point, the king decided to eradicate all the Roma, but the queen took him into the royal garden and said, "Look at how many flowers there are here. They all are different, and that is what makes them beautiful." Moved by her words, the king spared the Roma. This story features a widely spread folkloric motif, that of the garden of diverse flowers, which appears in the traditions of many different peoples. Perhaps the most famous version links it to Suleiman the Magnificent, the Sultan, and the Jews. It is difficult to gauge how much from this motif in the Bulgarian Roma context was influenced by the events of the Second World War. However, such influence cannot be ruled out. Rumors about the mass extermination of Roma in Germany and fears that similar action might happen in Bulgaria likely revived this older folkloric story, which, however, is now gradually fading away. The second narrative, which clearly emerged later, no longer originates from traditional folklore. Instead, it presents itself as true history, that is, as an account of events claimed to have actually occurred. According to various versions recorded across different parts of the country, the Roma from a specific settlements were rendered out and forced to dig a large mass grave just before execution. Came the salvation at the last moment, either by Red partisans or the Red Army. These collections of oral narratives occupies an ambiguous space between oral history and folklore, particularly in its use of the motif of miraculous salvation. No known historical sources support this narrative. This narrative cluster began to emerge as early as in the late 1940s, when newspaper published by then existing mass Roma organization Echipe, which means unity, such as Romani Esi, Romani Voice, and Nevodrom New Path, distributed materials claiming that the arrival of the Red Army in Bulgaria and the rise to power of the Bulgarian Communist Party had saved the Roma from mass extermination, similar to what happened in their counterparts in Germany and other countries. Over time, this narrative gained more specific details, becoming linked to particular locations and chronological markers. Gradually nowadays, however, also this narrative started to lose its relevance and resonance within the whole community. Undoubtedly, the third and most recent block of historical narratives, emerging later than the previous ones and continuing to evolve nowadays, holds the most tremendous significance for us. This trend of history waves the fate of the Roma in Bulgaria into the broader transnational Roma narrative of the genocide during the Second World War. Moreover, these oral history accounts have begun to appear as historical testimonies, even in academic publication, where they are presented as a record of actual historical events. In this way, they gradually becoming part of the official European history of the Roma during the Second World War. In what follows, he presents several published accounts of these new collections of Roma historical narratives. According to the most detailed account, all Roma, men, women, children from Provadia, a small town in northeastern Bulgaria, were taken to the train station, where troops with dogs and tanks were stationed. Freight wagons have been prepared, and they were told that they will be deported abroad to Auschwitz. The loading of the wagons had already begun when an order arrived to release them, and they were allowed to return home. A few days later, however, all Roma were once again rounded up and taken to a location where a mass grave had already been dug. The soldiers loaded their rifles, prepared to execute the Roma, but at the last moment, the execution was called off, and they were set free. Similar versions of the narrative are recorded in Plovdiv, Sofia, and Vigin, and they followed a comparable pattern. The Roma were taken to the site of prepared mass grave. The soldiers readied themselves for the execution, but at the last moment, the order was rescinded and the Roma were spared. There is no doubt that these narratives are historically inaccurate because they lack any documentary evidence. The issue of the Roma was never even discussed by Bulgarian authorities, neither at the national nor local levels, let alone being the subject of any concrete or decisive police decision. If there had been plans for deportation, such matters would have necessarily involved coordination through diplomatic channels with Germany. However, no such evidence exists in either Bulgarian nor in German archives. To explain the discrepancy between the historical documentary record and these modern oral narratives, it is sometimes claimed that Bulgarian communist authorities destroyed archival records related to those events. Such claims usually come from individuals who have never worked in an archive and are unaware that traces of such actions cannot be erased entirely. Most importantly, there is no credible reason why the communist authorities would have destroyed documents that could have discredited the former regime. Equally unconvincing are the claims that such events resulted from independent initiatives by the local authorities, who lacked the legal power to carry out mass execution or deport Bulgarian citizens, such as Roma, across national borders, nor to mobilize military units for such operation. Most importantly, one must ask, how would this local official have even known that all the Roma were to be exterminated, given that such a policy was never publicly announced? Of course, rumors about these actions circulated at the time. However, for both the Bulgarian authorities and Bulgarian society at large, Roma were never regarded as a significant or urgent problem, certainly not one deserving of the adoption of such extreme and unlawful measures. The development and substance of contemporary Roma historical narratives based on oral history and linking the fate of the Roma in Bulgaria to the broader story of Roma genocide during the Second World War can only be fully understood and explained when the key features of the oral history genre are considered. Oral history relies on memories passed down through generations about actual historical events. However, these memories are heavily influenced by the specific social and cultural context in which narratives are created and shared. As a result, the historical events at the core of those modern narratives are often reinterpreted and reshaped, gaining new meanings that may significantly alter the original content. In fact, one of the most serious challenges in verifying oral history is the secondary contemporary editing of historical memory, a phenomenon particularly evident in the case discussed above. The emerging Roma historical narratives in Bulgaria about the fate of the Roma during Second World War are directly shaped by the broader global Roma development, where the Roma are increasingly seen as a transnational community, described variously as stateless nation or European minority and so on. The idea of the genocide of the Roma during the Second World War has been promoted by leading international Roma activists as the central defining event in Roma history, an event that should serve as the foundation of collective Roma identity. This narrative has also found its way into Romani studies. It aligns with the human rights-based approach that has portrayed the Roma as eternal victims, a dominant paradigm in Romani studies since the second half of 20th century, and with the broader ongoing globalization of Holocaust discourse in recent decades. In this broader context, a clear effort has emerged from international Roma activists and then their national counterpart to construct pan-Roma master narrative centered on the historical suffering of the Roma during the Second World War. It is often claimed that communist regime in Central, Southeastern, and Eastern Europe concealed the existence of the Roma genocide during the Second World War. However, this is not entirely accurate. The existence of the genocide was not denied. Rather, its interpretation varied. It was relatively little discussed and was not presented as a separate event, but was incorporated into the broader context of Nazi atrocities. In these settings, the Roma in Bulgaria were aware about genocide and perceived potential danger for themselves as well, leading to legends of salvation through the Queen or the communist. The situation changed, as I said, drastically after the fall of communist regimes, followed by the rise of Roma non-governmental sector, which made significant efforts to raise awareness of the Roma genocide, both publicly and within the Roma community. Although little progress was made in raising awareness publicly, the topic of Roma genocide became particularly significant within the community, or at least within Roma NGOs. As early as the 1990s, projects aimed at compensating victims of the Roma genocide were initiated. For several years, a Roma foundation in Sofia compiled lists and proceeded claims for survivors. Other NGOs from abroad also sent large set of forms for completion. We ourselves received several requests for assistance. Apparently, Roma from Bulgaria did not receive any compensation, as Roma in Bulgaria did not meet the specific criteria for victims. But rumors that payments were made to Roma persecuted during the genocide were widespread. As a result, today, Bulgaria is very well aware about the genocide during the Second World War, and Bulgaria is one of the few countries where the 8th of April, the International Roma Day, is observed as Day of Remembrance for Holocaust victims, with memorial services, wreath-laying ceremonies, and related events. In this context, it is no coincidence that most contemporary Roma narratives, most of which are not direct recollections of participants in the events, but rather second or third-hand retellings, are produced by current or former activists within the Roma NGO sector. Consequently, it is only natural that the prevailing intellectual and ideological climate influence this secondary contemporary reworking. Usually, these are not newly created original narratives, but are based on older accounts that have been reinterpreted and reworked according to the new dominant historical discourse. As a result, the line between direct memory and subsequent reinterpretation, modification, supplementation, and ultimately the creation of new quasi-historical Roma narratives becomes increasingly blurred. A typical example of new interpretation of historical events is found in the modern Roma historical narratives in the Republic of North Macedonia, where nearly the entire territory was occupied and governed by the Bulgarian state during the Second World War. On 5th of June 1942, the Council of Ministers approved the regulation on citizenship in the liberated territories. According to Article 4, quotation, all Yugoslav and Greek subjects of non-Bulgarian origin who, on the date this regulation comes into effect, reside in the territories liberated in 1941, shall become Bulgarian subjects. This provision does not apply to persons of Jewish origin. This end of quotation. However, as Bulgarian citizens, many Roma in the occupied territories faced mobilization. Some served in regular army units, but many more were labor mobilized. The law on labor duty, which was enacted by the government of Alexander Stambolijski as early as 1920, applied to all Bulgarian citizens. The option to buy exemption from labor mobilization, however, made those Roma without necessary funds a leading group within the labor units. Many of Roma mobilized for labor in occupied Macedonia were sent to work within the borders of Bulgarian state, which in contemporary Roma oral history from Republic of North Macedonia is interpreted as being sent to forced labor concentration camps. In some cases, the roots of current Roma historical narratives go even deeper, revealing significant divergence from actual historical facts. One modern Roma account from the city of Kyustendil describes how, during the Second World War, Bulgarians who were members of VMRO, International Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, attacked the Roma neighborhood and viciously killed Roma men and women in front of their children. The Roma were forced to flee to the mountains and hide to avoid being killed, while local authorities supposedly did not respond in any way to those brutal killings. In fact, these events did occur, but in 1921, when VMRO took control of Kyustendil. However, the victims of the killings were not Roma, whom VMRO never paid any attention to, but ethnic Bulgarians who did not support VMRO actions. I'm finishing. VMRO was banned after the 1934 coup, and it no longer existed during the Second World War. The stories about the creation of mass graves and the miraculous rescue of the Roma during the Second World War are common. Accounts from those who experienced forced labor mobilization suggest that Roma were frequently made to dig trenches and underground shelters, which led to rumors that mass graves being prepared for the Roma. Examining this narrative reveals a recurring pattern also of mixing different times. The published account from the city of Provadia about the mass grave dug by Roma during World War II reflects an event that occurred later. There was indeed a mass grave containing victims of the so-called People's Court carried out by the communist regime in 1945. Similar mass graves have been found in other locations as well. The contamination, reinterpretation, and new understanding of these rumors and actual events within the context of Roma genocide eventually resulted in the development of contemporary Roma historical narratives. All that has been said so far leads to a strong conclusion that the new Roma historical narratives, which include the fate of Roma in Bulgaria, within the broader history of the Roma genocide, cannot and should not be regarded or used as a reliable source. However, they do have their place in national historical narrative that the Roma, like any other people, develop, and they may potentially influence the Romani movement. An intriguing question is whether these contemporary Roma historical narratives will become part of modern academic study, as some examples and trends are already observed. Considering the increasing influence of various external factors, such as ideological, political, and financial, on scientific knowledge, it is not entirely impossible to imagine, even if only temporarily, but in the long terms, this seems unlikely. From a broader perspective, the examples provided clearly demonstrate that oral history alone should not be accepted automatically as an authentic historical source. It can and should be regarded as such only after thorough analysis, including multiple verification of its reliability, primarily through cross-checking with other available historical sources. In other words, oral history cannot replace classical history, but it can, under the right conditions, become a vital part of it. Specifically in the field of Romani studies, recent years have seen efforts to elevate the oral history of the Roma as their only true history, presenting it as a sole authentic historical source worthy of trust, in opposition to other sources, because the other sources are written by non-Roma. We believe there is no doubt that oral history cannot serve as universal key to solving all problems of Roma historiography, but this does not diminish significance of oral history for Romani studies. Thank you for your attention. What to do with this, Mike? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Ella.
Thank you very much, Elena. You can take a seat, please. We take questions and
this?
comments. My colleague.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah. I think we take the questions and comments at the end of the session, and let's continue now with the panel. Our next speaker may agree with me that outside of Nazi Germany and the German occupied or controlled territories, the most vicious attack on the Roma was carried out in fascist Croatia, or the independent state of Croatia as it was formerly known. Indeed, one may argue that Ustaša Croatia has devised the final solution of the Gypsy and the Jewish question of its own. Daniel Vojak is a researcher at the Ivo Pilar Institute of Social Sciences in Zagreb and the best recognized authority on the history of Roma in Croatia and specifically the Ustaša genocide of the Roma. We met once. I think it was at the IRIS Committee on the Roma Genocide meeting in Vienna, 2017. I understand that you have been once to Oslo, but it's your first time speaking here at the center, so Daniel, welcome.
Sorry, I cannot see. Yes, this is. Okay. It's okay. Always technical problems. Okay. Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you, Anton, for inviting me, and I have a great pleasure to introduce to you my view of what happened to the Roma during the Second World War, and especially emphasizing the culture of memory after the Second World War regarding the Roma genocide. As a historian, we always need the historical context. I begin in the late 19th century with the number of the Roma. Most Roma lived in the part of eastern Croatia, near the border of the Hungary and Serbia and Bosnia. This is official number, but we must be very careful in the understanding that a lot of Roma were not officially recognized and officially put in this census. Probably what is much more important to know that after First World War, Croatia was entered in the part of the kingdom of the Serbia, Croatia, Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and from 1929, Kingdom of Yugoslavia. Territory of Croatia was Banat of Croatia, and according to the census in 1931, it is approximately 14,000 in some number of the Roma. Most Roma lived in the rural area, and they were Romani Catholic, 2/3, 1/3 were Orthodox. This is very important to know because of what happened during the Second World War, because the religion affiliation was also part of determining who will be saved and who will not be saved. Yugoslavia entered in the war, in Second World War, in April 1941, when the Axis power, led by the Germany and Italy, occupied the whole territory, and on the territory of Croatia and Bosnia was established independent states of Croatia with, I would say, pro-Nazi, pro-fascist Ustasha movement led by Ante Pavelic. This is right national movement with a lot of, I would say, idea against the Serbs. Jew and other victims were the second for the importance. But under the influence of the Germans, they, as you see, just 3 weeks after they seized the power, they proclaimed the racial laws. These racial laws has also been influenced by the Nuremberg racial laws, but also they have the focus only on Jews and the Roma. Mostly on Jews, but Roma were also mentioned in racial law, but not other victims, what is very important. And this racial law was introductory what happened to the Roma in the second and third stage of the war. First, Ustasha tried to see the so-called gypsy question through colonization. That means that all the Roma must be gathered on one place under police and army control, and they must be in isolation and to be taught to be a right and good citizen of the new established Croatian state. But in June, in late June and July, we have an anti-fascist uprising in part of the Croatia. And for me, this was the reason, because this uprising has influenced reaction of the Ustasha to throw the military and political attention more towards this uprising, and they skipped or they marginalized the solution of colonization, and they decided that the solution for the so-called gypsy was deportation to the camps and killing them. First phase of that, Ustasha, that they do not know how many Roma lived, in what territory they live, because the official conscription was scheduled for the April of 1941 and was postponed because of the break of the war. And they have only the data from 1931. And this is the reason why they, in the summer, in July and August, and late, and in September, in some part of independent state of Croatia, collected the data of the Roma. And in archive in Croatia, Bosnia, and Serbia, I collected about 30 of these kind of conscriptions, but it was much more, done this conscription, and this is this was very crucial data for the Ustasha, and they started with deportation of the Roma in the summer of 1941, and just a few years ago I found it that first deportation, mass deportation of the Roma was in the part of Croatia who knows as Podravina. This is very near to Hungary, and they were deported in first concentration camp in Croatia called Danica in Koprivnica. And this was not killing places, but this was the transit to Jasenovac, because the Jasenovac is the largest camp. It's work camp, it's concentration camp, it's killing camp, were erected, were established just in the summer. And 737 of the Roma from Danica camp was deported to Jasenovac and killed there. But I'm talking about mass arrest. You will see that with the mass arrest you have media presence about what happened to the Roma, that Roma must be civilized in the camp, and they are parasites and etc., unwelcome parasite. We must cut out the ulcer from the body of our people, and this is the this is what the media under the Ustasha called deportation to the Roma, to the camps. Most important camp is Jasenovac. This was established according to one camp in Germany. Work camp, this was part of smaller camp, and Roma were officially deported in 3 parts of this camp. Most important part is Uštica, that is on the Croatian side, but also you must know that Jasenovac camp was also one part, Gradina is on the Bosnia and Herzegovina side, across the river of the Sava, where was the swampy area, and because of this swampy area, it's much more easy to dig the holes and to bury the bodies. Most of the Roma were also killed in the Gradina. And for historical context, we have so-called, and they often ask me, journalists and my students and professors that I teach in Croatia and another part of Yugoslavia, ex-Yugoslavia, they ask me, please, professor, give me the number of the Roma who were killed. I often say I cannot give you the number, and I work with Anton in several attempts that I see Anton attempts to establish the correct number. What is the correct number? Precise number of the Roma killed. And I was very skeptical about this, and you will see that these predictions from that nobody suffered, no Roma were killed, to 100,000 Roma that my good colleagues, unfortunately now deceased, Drago Ljubacković, published last year in his book, that 100,000 of the Roma were killed in independent states of Croatia. For me, I was one of the historians and scholars that said that we are very skeptical and that the number is between 15 and 30,000. But we cannot know precise number. And for me, it's not important to know a precise number. For me, it's important to see what is the impact of the Roma war on the Roma community and others. But we can discuss it about. And to see, Anton said to me, please pay attention to your presentation to culture of the memory. And this, my presentation, is a project that I am running in the European Next Generation Project of Forgetting Mass Places of the Roma Killed in Independent States of Croatia. I have a group of 7 scholars, 1 from Bosnia, 6 from the Croatia. And we, in the last 2 years, it's a 4-year project, has found about 30 to 40 new places where the Roma were killed in the independent states of Croatia. This is now Republic of Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as you see. And I have like 10 minutes more, is this presentation, and I will especially emphasize on the 2 sites. First site is Jezerane, it's part of the independent states of Croatia, where with my good colleague from Serbia, Milovan Pisari, 2 years ago he found out in archive of Yugoslavia one document that stated that Ustasha, with support of Nazi soldiers, in the beginning of 1944, killed about 30 to 40 of Roma in one hill between Jezerane and Križipolje. It is a mountain area, and we have in Archive of Yugoslavia testimony of one survivor Roma, and nothing else. One paper with 7, 8 sentences that Ustaše with Nazi soldiers killed. And this was my trigger to come to Jezerane and Križipolje to find out if the local population knows, if these sites are some get the monuments and some others, but no. I found out that still the local population, local historian, and national historian doesn't know about this. Local population does not know that they have a situation that Roma were during the Second World present in this area. What I find out in the searching on the archives, I found out that in this time, in this area, was a part of military conflict between so-called Blue Division. Blue Division is a Nazi special unit, consists of the Croatian army officials, young people, with the head of the Nazi commanders, and they were present in 1944 in this area, in Ustasha, and they have been fighting with local partisans. Maybe my thinking is that often the Roma were victims of these mass crimes, mass murder, because they were on the wrong time, on the wrong places. They were probably between, they live between the partisans and the Nazi, where they have been fighting. And the Nazi and Ustasha often has so-called operation to demilitarize or to secure the area. And in this military operation, often they used and killed the Roma. We have the mass sites in Bosanska Gradiška, where 620 of Roma were on the front line, and the Ustasha deported them to the Jasenovac camp, but did not enter to Jasenovac camp and killed them in 1944, in September and October 1944. Probably this kind of, and I've been there, I've been there several times, and I'm now talking with the Croatian politician, especially with the Roma representative, to investigate this crime and to find out the bodies, to find out, is this crime true? Also, it's very important, second crime, this was crime against the German and Austrian Sinti in just 15 days before the war ended. This was an artistic group of 54 of artists from the Germany and Austria who escaped from Germany and Austria in 1939 to Yugoslavia, and during the Second War they performed some kind of artist party and several like this, and they found out, I have 5 minutes, I will finish. They have the show for the local Germans and for the Ustashe. Ustashe then took opportunity to kill them and to seize their property. After the war, we have distortion because the monument erected mentioned only that this was not Sinti but the Jew, and that the perpetrators were not the Ustasha but the local SS. But two historians, Mariusz Simunkovic and Georgi Mihovilic, who works in Jasenovac memorial site, just in 2021 published a book about Hrastina. They proved that this was Sinti, Roma, killed, and perpetrators were Ustasha, who withdrew from Jasenovac camp and was in this part of the village and killed them. And we, from 2022, have special commemoration with support of Roma community as a lead of the commemoration and state and local support. I will show you the picture. I don't know, unfortunately I don't have, but in the discussion I may say that the crucial date for the Roma in commemoration politics is 2002, where the Roma were officially recognized as a national minority. From then, the Roma were subject of the policy of the cultural memory, not the object. And we are, Roma initiated 2012, among the first in Europe to commemorate 2nd of August. We have in 2020 erected a special memorial museum and educational site, Uštica, and this is his. In 3 years ago, 2023, we have wall of paints with 16,173 names of the Roma victims of Jasenovac camp. Also, we, Roma, with my modest support, erected a monument to Haira and Mary Mihalic, who is the only one who recognized as a religious among the nation because she saved a little Roma Estera, a Jewish girl from Kosovska Mitrovica. And this is what I talk about Hrastina. This is new monument, renew. We have commemoration every 24th of April a year with a lot of support of the local and state community. I think that it is over, and thank you for attention. Keep it on, okay.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So our next speaker is Yves Rosenhaft. We haven't met in person, well, until 1 hour earlier, that is, but I've since long was following your research. Most recently, we were in touch within the framework of the fundamental project that Carola Finks at Heidelberg University is running. That's our encyclopedia of the Nazi genocide of Roma and Sinti in Europe. Yves Rosenhaft began her career as a historian of modern Germany, but at some point incorporated also the history of German Sinti and Roma during the Holocaust into her research. I cannot fail to mention your long-term affiliation with the Liverpool University, which of course has a long-established connection with the Gypsy Lore Society. Geographically, Yves' paper take our discussion from Eastern Central Europe to West Europe, yet the issues that we're dealing with, I believe, are pretty much the same. So Yves, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anton, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to meet old friends and make some new ones here, not least because I know nothing about Eastern Europe except what I've learned from the other speakers today. But what in the context of this symposium, what I want to do is talk about the way in which in the UK, documentation, commemoration, and memorialization of the Roma Holocaust have received important impulses from Eastern European Roma and from their experience. Now, my somewhat irreverent title, I'm much given to picking titles from old British television series that means nothing to anybody. It reflects my enduring puzzlement at the international trend to commemorate the Holocaust in countries where it didn't happen. And this starts, of course, with the International Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., an initiative of the 1990s. And that was echoed in the UK with the commitment of British governments to promoting Holocaust education and the introduction of Holocaust galleries in the Imperial War Museum, and the 2015 scheme for a Holocaust Memorial and Education Center in London. That scheme is still unrealized, not least because no appropriate space can be agreed for situating a history whose place in Britain is literally uncertain. Because whatever we may think about the legitimacy of this kind of initiative, commemoration in the absence of victims faces some serious challenges of representation and explanation. The founders of the US Holocaust Museum came up with the idea of building into the museum a narrative about American guilt for not rescuing the victims of the Shoah, though how far even that narrative will survive Trump's new appointments is open to question. As far as I can see, the British scheme has no such rationale. And of course, in both the American and the British cases, the absence of victims has a double valence, because in both schemes, notoriously, representatives of the local and global Romani communities initially found themselves excluded from consultation and mounted active protests. And Ethel and I have a history with that in relation to the USHMM. In Shoah commemoration, of course, Jews living far distant from the sites of the genocide itself, some, though not all, from survivor families, have played a key role. And to get to my subject, the development in British commemoration of the Romani genocide in this century has shared this feature. The 2021 census identified over 100,000 Roma immigrants in the British population. About 100,000 Roma, about 40% of them born in Eastern Europe. Many of them have arrived as refugees and as economic migrants since the 1990s. The census figure is certainly an undercount for all the reasons that we know, and it doesn't reflect the two generations born into those families by now. These Romani communities have been a source, as I say, of new impulses for Holocaust commemoration. And in my experience with a traveling exhibition about German Sinti in Britain and Ireland, they also constitute its most visible and active audience. And for me, this brings into focus another question, and that's a question about the rhythms and contours of Holocaust awareness among Romani Chals, travelers, and Pevis, Irish travelers, in the British Isles, and the conditions for their involvement in commemorative practices. If you like, this is a question about the limits and possibilities of Romani community solidarity, though also I'm mindful of Elena's point of the way in which local communities participate in an emerging global Holocaust narrative. So I'm going to start by looking at the very latest and the very first examples of commemorations emerging out of Romani communities themselves, and then move on to some recent developments and observations. This is the newest memorial to the genocide in Britain, and the first in England. It's in Newcastle. It is the brainchild of Nicu Ion and Robert Vasi. They're local Romanian Roma businessmen, and Nicu Ion was the first Rom to be elected a local councillor in England. They worked with local and national Roma support groups and initially organized on a crowdfunding basis. This isn't the first such memorial in the UK. There is one in Glasgow, in Scotland, the initiative of a Slovak Romni. But the Newcastle one is significantly higher profile, and it reflects a much wider mobilization of resources and sentiment. The memorial stands in the protected space of the grounds of the Newcastle Civic Center, among other civic monuments. You probably can't make out my very poor photograph on your left, which shows the Romani flag flying between the Newcastle city flag and the British flag on the day of the unveiling. The unveiling on the 1st of August 2025 was attended and addressed not only by members and spokespersons of the Roma community, but also, and there were Romnia there. They just didn't get into the picture. It's not all men. It was also addressed by representatives of many branches of local government. You can see the Lord Mayor there, including the police services, the fire services, representatives of churches and synagogues, and of the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. The Romanian Consul General was there, as were the local members of parliament, and significantly, members of the British Romani Chal and traveller communities. And you can see that there were also members of the Newcastle Black community in attendance. The form and the content of the memorial itself are notable for the way in which they invoke a range of victims which is plural, but by no means comprehensive. The eye-catching marble stele reproduces the iconic Auschwitz image. The abiding symbolic point of reference for the Romani Holocaust, as for the Shoah, although only a tiny fraction of Europe's Romani population suffered there. The bronze casts of a child's shoes recall extermination camp iconography, while also, I think, invoking experiences of forced migration and deportation. The second metal plaque, you can see, repeats the slogan, "Forgotten no more," which was a leitmotif of the unveiling ceremony in Romanes, and adds inflection to the range of victims with the mention of Transnistria, the genocide experience particular to the memorial's creators. At the same time, the notion that the Nazi concentration camps were the key sites of genocide, Auschwitz, is maintained, but that also opens the memorial to the British civil society audience through the tribute to the soldiers from the Newcastle region who fought in the Second World War. The Newcastle Memorial just displays the kind of syncretism that often characterizes displaced or third-party memorials. More victims actually means less precision. And indeed, it's characterized by the imprecision that drives historians crazy. But if we step back to the very first British commemoration of the Romani Holocaust, we find some very similar features in the way in which events were framed, the victims were defined or not defined, and the British audience was addressed, and also in the influence of Eastern European Roma. That event was a meeting that took place in Bethnal Green in East London in December 1967 to mark the 25th anniversary of Himmler's Auschwitz decree. It was attended by perhaps 100 English Romanis and foreign guests, and it ended with the ritual burning of a tent. Now, this newspaper story is the only record I've found of what actually happened on the day and that evening. But we know what its organizer hoped would happen because his papers have been preserved. And he's preserved too. The organizer was Grattan Puxon, a Gadjo advocate of the rights of Irish and English travelers, who joined the directing committee of the Communauté Mondiale Gitane, later the IRC, on the invitation of Ionel Rotaru, and mainly at the prompting of Rotaru's French-Romanian secretary Vanco Roda, Puxon made Holocaust commemoration part of his efforts to mobilize British Romanis and travelers through the newly founded Gypsy Council. And with this audience, I don't need to draw your attention to the names under this photograph. There are very few that are not, in fact, the names of Eastern European Roma. For Puxon, drawing British Romanis and travelers into the mnemonic community of Romani Holocaust survivors meant injecting internationalism into their version of Romani identity. Puxon was and is a Marxist and an internationalist. And if we recall the commemoration of British soldiers in Newcastle, Grattan Puxon was also hoping to use this as a focus to create an organization of Gypsy former servicemen. In the background to this were contending wartime narratives about Romani willingness to serve in the war effort, and the presence of at least one English Romani at the relief of Bergen-Belsen, and that has passed into the narrative. The Eastern European dimension to Puxon's own Holocaust consciousness is reflected in the Times report that the tent that was burnt was a replica of those of Yugoslav Roma victims of the Wehrmacht. Puxon knew Serbo-Croat. He had been visiting Yugoslavia since 1952 and married a Macedonian Romani. So when he and Donald Kenrick, working for the War Crimes Commission of the IRC, began the research for the book that would become The Destiny of Europe's Gypsies, published in 1972, Puxon took responsibility for the Eastern European part of the project. That project was funded substantially by the Wiener Library in London, now the Wiener Holocaust Library. And the Wiener, I'm making some tricky connections here, the Wiener can bring us back to 2025. The Wiener Library has shown an increasing interest in the Romani Holocaust over the past 10 years. And its most recent initiative has been to advertise a program for Sinti and Roma community curators. Now, I've been preoccupied lately with the hard ethical challenges of co-production and co-curation, nothing about us without us, in relation to the often toxic archives in which Romani history resides. So this initiative excited me, though I was puzzled by what might be meant by Sinti and Roma in Russell Square. In fact, as you can see, the program was limited to devising an exhibition based on individual responses to archival material. Interesting in the context of my concerns is that the library received no applications from British Romani Chals or travelers. All three of the participants were of continental Romani background, though all had self-recruited through London cultural and activist networks. Two of the three are indeed Eastern European, though to my surprise, one is not. I spoke to all of them, and I'd like to introduce them briefly. Robert Chibi is a professional painter and spokesman for Romani culture who's worked with Holocaust themes before. His Hungarian grandparents were among Roma who successfully evaded capture during the Second World War, and the collage he produced superimposes a watercolor image of Roma awaiting deportation on a piece of testimony about events near his grandparents' home village. The typescript is from the Donald Kenrick papers in the Wiener Library. Lila Lois is another artist, a Belgian who identifies as Sinti Manouche. Her previous work has included installations featuring a burning wheel and a burning caravan whose significance will be clear to you. For the Wiener Library project, she's crafted a matchbox to represent her grandmother's post-Holocaust tendency to hoard things that incorporates her grandfather's prisoner card from Buchenwald. Maria Hamza is not an artist, but a history student. Her parents fled the genocide in Bosnia in the 1990s, and her family's World War II experiences include service with the partisans. She works part-time for a Roma support organization. She didn't want to show me what she prepared for the exhibition, which opens next week. So we had a conversation about writing and researching Romani history and the value of co-production. Her comment on what may be the Wiener Library curators learned from her. I'm going to end by returning to the question of how British travelers and Romani Chals engage with Holocaust histories. Things do seem to me to be changing here, particularly for the generation that's come to consciousness in the past 10 years. The EU's adoption of the 2nd of August as a day of international commemoration, and the formation of Ternipe and Dikenabister, organizations of European Roma youth, in 2010, with their first Auschwitz commemoration in 2014, seemed to mark a kind of watershed. The only British member of the board of Ternipe is a Scottish traveller called David Donaldson, who also happens to be chair of Romano Lav, the Glasgow Roma organization. And he's making some very pointed and articulate connections. His podcast, The Cruelty, which aired in May, focuses on the removal of generations of Scottish traveller children from their families as part of a sustained policy of sedentarization. One of the episodes begins with the discovery that the British churches and government authorities supported anthropometric research on Scottish travellers by the German eugenist Wolfgang Abel in 1938. The podcast concludes in the grounds of Auschwitz with an interview with the daughter of Romani Holocaust survivors who tells the story of Chaya Stoika and her family. So we have here the familiar maneuver of pulling us back to the familiar icon of Auschwitz. But this goes beyond the kind of syncretism I was talking about before. You can see Davies' conclusion on the screen. So in the context of his detailed account of the links between local practices of cultural genocide and international eugenic discourses in the 1930s, his conclusion goes beyond a simple statement of solidarity or shared identity. It represents a very sophisticated and indeed precise understanding of where the Romani Holocaust came from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eve. I mean, you can just remain here and also invite the other panelists. So we can continue with discussion now. I have quite a few questions, but I'm not planning to to go first because let's first take the questions and the short comments from the audience. If you could please also identify if you have a question or comment, and if you think it's relevant, also say where your affiliation. So the floor is open, please. Just raise your hand.
Hello, thank you. Thanks, Anton. Thanks, everybody. Your papers were incredible. It gave me a lot to think about, and I learned quite a bit. I had actually a question for Elena about oral history. Hi. Sorry.
Excellent. Keep it close to your mouth. Okay.
And I was curious. I've been thinking a lot about this, and given particularly what Eve was just presenting, because I think the kind of syncretism and the kind of claiming across borders and across geographies and across time periods that you're talking about, Eve, is also something I was thinking about with relation to Elena's paper, particularly sort of what happens now in this kind of post-oral history of the Holocaust sort of era. And I've been thinking a lot about it, and you'll sort of see it with my strange presentation, but to come. What do we do in this moment when there's no one left to interview for oral histories, when we've got second generation, third generation, we've got kind of the distillation of stories across geographies, which I think could be very productive. But how do you see this moment in kind of oral history and post-oral history as we think through Holocaust commemoration and public memory?
As scholars, I think it's incredibly valued material if we gather the oral histories from any time and from any kind. And because to record them accurately, it's richness of the culture. It's absolutely obligatory. In analyzing and scholar work, it's also important because it's indicated some developments, some future developments, or at least some current state of mind of the people. So I think that in any research should be included gathering and analyzing and using of oral history. What is for the mass production about ordinary people who are not scholars and so on, there could be seen some danger of misperception, because sometimes already now this artificial intelligence, for example, in Bulgaria, it appears, we don't know who is doing that, series of made by artificial intelligence, short video pieces, which represents persons, events from history. The design is very European, nothing from local context, but most of the described situation, events, are from Balkan context. So it's terrible. And what is more terrible, many of the things are wrong. And not based on oral history, which would be one thing, but I don't know where the artificial intelligence take these things. So I am afraid that in future it will be very difficult to make, to understand the difference, what is made by artificial intelligence or what is made by a real Roma who would like to express, and this is already source materials which could tell us something important. So this is the big problem. But in general, all this collection of materials and distribution through social network and so on, what we can say about the Bulgarian example, that without any support of the state, the Holocaust Roma Holocaust is almost not known. It is only efforts of the oral history, in spite of all shortcomings, and of some activists who are posting face, and even the wreath, falling the wreath in the river, which is made on International Roma Day, is significant because it means in our country was not Holocaust, but we are solidary with Roma from other countries. And what I know, only one country who followed the Bulgarian example with this ceremony is Russia, where the situation is completely different. But these are the two examples of this ceremony. So oral history is important. Let's collect it as much as possible and try to distinguish it from artificial intelligence. So.
Could I just very briefly, thanks for that question, Ethel, because in this context, it's reminded me of something that may be self-evident, but in working with oral history sources, we always take a critical approach to that, but we also unavoidably attribute a kind of authenticity to that material that is almost intuitive. And I think between the fact that chronologically, the possibility of oral history is falling behind us, and the challenge of AI, historians are going to have to start thinking again about what we mean by authenticity and how we construct that.
My name is Maria. I'm working here at the Holocaust Center, and I also have a comment on the oral history. It's maybe anecdotal, but when we have been working with the Norwegian Roma the last 20 years, in the beginning, they were telling stories very often from Slovakia because they're married into Eastern European families. But I have the impression that they know more and they are telling it when we know them better, you know. So, for example, I've been working on one man and I've been documenting his history through the archives in 7 different countries. And because of a close collaboration with Balder Hasvold at the Roma Care and the Roma community, they themselves went to Belgium to interview some people that were related to him. And then the history became the same as I found in the documents. And to make such a confidence and collaboration in confidence takes so many years, almost a lifetime, and it takes so much work and understanding and in both ways. So I feel the approach that it's theoretical, that it's a difference, but and I'm very opposed to the crazy historians, as you told it, when they get, no, it's not true, no, it's not true, it's not documented, because it is something more. But if you don't put your heart into it and you only think about the papers you present and your own career and your divorce and things that are going on, you're missing the connection with a group that is so marginalized and stigmatized that you have to put everything into it to communicate.
I agree almost 900% what you said. Of course, the first contact with Roma, the first information is one. After many years of contacts, is of course different. It's normal. It's not only with Roma, also with Norwegian people or from any else. If you don't know the people, the conversation is not so easy as when you know the people. About effect, you spoke that the people sometimes are very close also to official sources. This is what we also repeat in all our writings and meetings, that we must acknowledge that the Roma is not a community living on an inhabited island. They are part of our society. They have access to all this information we have. And there are some people who are not interested, of course, as in any other nation, but there are people who are interested in their past, in their culture, and they are going to archive, they are asking, they are reading books, they are reading newspapers. Even not very literate people very often, at least in our praxis, they meet us, people who have never been more than the elementary school, and say, we have read your book, and so. So we cannot think that we are writing because of career or of academic partners. We are writing always with full consciousness that everybody can read it. And I'm absolutely not surprised that this mixed family you mentioned from Slovakia, if they are interested, it's a wealth of information available. But the problem is how to distinguish, as the example with artificial intelligence, for many people who are not going more deep, between true or not true information, because the people are looking for the information. And of course, oral history, we cannot say it's wrong or it is correct, because it is oral history, which is functioning according to own rules. But please don't think that Roma are stupid. They are intelligent as us, and they are reading the books, and they can make this distinguishing between archival documents, legends from grandmother, very clearly, really. Thanks.
And I just to add it, I have experience in collecting oral testimony, and I'm maybe one of these crazy historians who are very critical about this. Unfortunately, my experience showed that, as Elena mentioned, layers and layers of influence of this kind of on this kind of oral testimony. They see the shows, the television, radio. They see and read the newspaper. They are among our family victims or memory of the family victims introduced and so on. I'm very skeptical about using, but unfortunately, as historians, we are dealing with the lack of the sources. Or also, I can use it, okay. Also, I can mention that also historical sources must be very under critical historical. For example, we have testimony of the Roma in ex-Yugoslavia that is collected during and after the Second World War. And they were approved only by the, signed by the finger, because they do not read and they do not write. And what is the quality of this kind of testimony at the end? You know, and also the Roma strategy of surviving, of giving the false name and false date of birth. When you want to to have what kind of family, because I have from all under Europe, I don't not say the world, but in Canada, from the United States, Roma family reach to me and say, this is my family, do you have any knowledge about this? And I try to see in conscription list the names, surnames, and so on, and I see probably this is the family, but it's the wrong date of the birth, wrong name of the father, etc., etc. And 10 years ago, I understand why, because one Roma said to me, we are still doing this as immigrants to the European states, giving well, because this is our strategy of surviving. At the end, all the sources are very important. Unfortunately, as a historian dealing with this, any oral testimony, any other sources can only be a positive thing in constructing historical narrative what happened. But you must be very careful in using it, very critical in using it, and saying this is oral testimony, and this is one view of this situation, this position.
If I may add only one sentence, not only oral history sources should be examined, also the written sources. This is a long conversation, but we have many very funny stories about documents, official, which was fabricated and not reflecting real situations. So this is very important conversation, but we can make it for hours.
Well, thank you very much for all of your presentations. My name is Huub van Baar from Leuven University in Belgium. I have a question actually about practices of commemoration, which is primarily dedicated to Daniel and Yves in your presentations. So having visited many former concentration camps or other sites of memory, what we usually see is that, you know, what Andreas Huyssen called some 25 years ago, the globalization of Holocaust discourse, is that you see a kind of discrepancy within these sites where then some groups try to incorporate a kind of localized memory. So they would like to articulate their particular stories on those sites. So what I see in your example, Danielle, so in the Rastina and Ustitsa cases, you see a kind of localization, a further localization of what we could perhaps call more general or globalized Holocaust discourse. Whereas in your case, Yves, you see a very interesting thing where diasporic communities bring in a kind of new dimension and translate that kind of globalized Holocaust discourse differently. So I was wondering how you reflect, could you reflect a little bit more on how you see those translations? So in your case, with a more localized case, in your case, particularly the diasporic dimension, could you make some more general kind of comments on how you see these translations?
Okay, I'll start, because I was thinking about that before the before the session, and again, this is not going to be terribly profound, but I think it's precisely this kind of the celebration of Holocaust memory, and I want to use the term celebration in places where the Holocaust didn't happen, exposes the way in which the globalization of Holocaust memory and the definition, the cultural definition of the Holocaust as something of universal and almost ahistorical significance, places us on a permanent tightrope. And I think it's how do you insert the realities and the particularities of local and populations, Romani and or Jewish experiences of the Holocaust into this global mush. And that is then exposed particularly in places like Britain or the United States And my answer to that would probably be radical and impossible, but I'll just stop there. But I think, this, thinking about this did bring home to me precisely, that problematic.
Well, I have the different approach because I was, I have a fortune that I was a part of this commemoration politics of the Roma community because I'm dealing with the so-called Roma history, so-called, I can explain why, because it's much more than history. From 2002, and when I was graduated my faculty in Zagreb. And in that time, the formation of the very improved and much more active Roma society was in the place. And when it was 2010, 2012, they reached to me as one of the experts, because I'm unfortunately a rarest expert in my country about this topic. Please advise us what to do. We want to do something about the victims of our relatives. We want to put this on the agenda of the politics, of the memory politics of our country. And I have, fortunately, that I was from first commemoration 2000 in Ustica, and to advise the Roma community who were, I would say, subject, they initiated, and I would say push the local and national government to support this. And we have these local communities, of the local Roma communities, gathered in one very strong Roma national organization called Kalisara. And they pushed the agenda, and I will say they pressured politics to accept this as a normal part of the new cultural memory. 2014, we have in Croatian Parliament accepting 2nd of August as a National Day of Remembrance of the Roma victims. 2017, also from my side and from the Romani side, we changed the name from the Porjamos, first Roma Holocaust, to Samudaripen. This is dynamics of the culture of memory on the Roma culture of the memory. And 3 years later, we have built, I said, I was a small and modest part of this process. The Roma community built a memorial center. This was the first in the world, in Europe, where you can go there to be educated, to have conferences, seminar, workshop, etc., etc. Well, I'm not satisfied with their work still, but I want more and more. And 3 years later, we have the monuments, we have the public attention, because every 2nd of August we have broadcast live commemoration on Croatian national television. And I'm one of the commentators of this commemoration. Why? This is important because our public and academics doesn't know nothing about Roma genocide. We know about Jewish Holocaust, about suffering of the partisans, small about Serbs, but about Roma, nothing. And this is why the commemoration is very much important. And we do not commemorate just in Jasenovac, we have commemoration in other places. I have worked on the Stoffelstein, and we have 20 of Stoffelstein stumbling stones in Zagreb about Roma. We have some other monuments, and I want to my project to convince the Roma community and the national and local government to put more memorials from the places where the Roma were deported, from the place Roma were killed. Why? Because we need to integrate this kind of memory to educational system, and to in the end, to say that Roma were the victims of the Second World War, and that we can teach that this must not ever happen anymore.
Ja. Hi, I'm Julius Rostas, and I'd like to thank Anton for giving us the opportunity to meet and discuss. And I want to start with something that looks very basic, to me has a very a huge importance. Yeah, and I want to ask each of you, because I got confused a bit, you know, with Roma genocide and Roma Holocaust, and you know, so what is your position on that? Are they interchangeable? How should people use these terms? And you know, I think that's quite crucial for the meeting today. And in my presentation, I will slightly address this issue, but I'd like to get your point on this. Thank you very much.
Can I go first? I'm also a member of Croatian IRA delegation, and we discuss a lot of this in the new recommendation of the teaching of the Roma genocide that was published in London last year in December. We are now in the phase of the implementation, and one part of this teaching recommendation, we are dealing with the terms. What we decide, local context. In my state, we have Samudaripen from 2017, a Riga meeting. Roma leaders from the Eastern and Central Europe meet, and they decided that the proper term from them is Samudaripen. But we have still that some of the colleagues is using Poriamos, who is for some of them not regular or offensive, it's offensive term, and the Roma Holocaust, who is more in connection with the first phase for me of the recognizing of the Roma genocide, where they try to they try to connect what happened to the Jews to what happened to the Roma. For me, all the terms is legally, but depending on national context. We have support from our Roma community. They stayed very firm using Samudaripen. And also, you are now presenting about anti-Gypsyism. We have also recommendation that we do not use this term, but we use a term anti-Roma racism and discrimination. And IRA has adopted in 2020 legal term about anti-Gypsyism, also putting that using this kind of term or depending of national context.
I think that it's very wise, because national context is very important, and it's very difficult to make small unification. And the idea what is correct, what is not correct, you will always have conflicts. It's like the question of the favorite question of Bulgarian Roma: which Roma alphabet is the best one? It's like that. In Bulgaria, Roma are using very often Holocaust, most often. Sometimes Poraimos, these people who have read about Poraimos. And maybe this is all. My personal opinion, but it's not important because this is my personal opinion, it's not reflected in books and on any meetings, but Samudaripen sounds very clear, and the old term which Donald Kenrick proposed many, many years ago, Kalitrash, maybe this is the most powerful term, but it's not us who will decide which term should use. So.
I have a mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you for the question. I'm looking forward to your paper. I don't have the confidence to choose a Romanesque term, and I use the terms genocide and Holocaust depending on the context in which I'm speaking. I think if I were to reflect on the value of the two terms, I would prefer genocide because it situates us in a history that begins before the Holocaust and ends afterwards.
Thank you very much. Please join me thanking all the panelists. And we continue straight with the second panel. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
So I encourage everybody to maybe grab some coffee, fruits, have some more water while we reorganize, and also to ask Antigypsyism to prepare for her paper. 2 minutes break. I granted us a 2-minute stretch. So that being said, those 2 minutes are far over. You can just come up and I will just present you. So I will start by greeting you with the Norwegian Romani version of Good Day, which is of course not maybe accurate for Romanis and for all Roma, but at least from a Norwegian perspective, I've been working with the Romani people here. And so, Lacho Dives. It is my pleasure to introduce Antigypsyism, who is, I'll step aside, who is a Deputy Director at the Institute of International and Regional Studies at the University of, Director, sorry. She's a director now, sorry. At the Institute of International and Regional Studies at the University of Szeged in Hungary. and has a profound research and lectural record in the field of human rights, and among human rights, the rights of minorities, which we all, of course, all know is an inherent part of human rights, in international law. So she is the excellent speaker today of the international legal paths for the protection of the Roma minority. Aniko, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I hope it will be excellent. I think I'm the odd one out here, probably as an international lawyer among historians, sociologists, and all fields. So I tried to prepare with a more multidisciplinary approach of the topic and not a very, very hardcore legal approach. But before I go into that, since the public is quite diverse, I mean that those people who come from Eastern Europe, they might know where Szeged is, but usually others do not know it. So just in 1 minute, I like to speak about where I come from. So Szeged is at the southern border of Hungary, next to the Serbian-Romanian border. And we are quite proud of our 2 Nobel Prize winners. The first one got it for discovering vitamin C. So whenever you are having a flu and you take vitamin C, you can think of Szeged because it was discovered there and got a Nobel Prize for it. Katalin Karikó is also related to Szeged. She was she won it for discovering the mRNA, you know, in the COVID vaccine thing, they needed that. And the recent, the newest literary Nobel goes to László Krasznahorkai, who actually started his studies at my faculty, at the Faculty of Law, but he did not finish, thank God, he did not become a lawyer, but a writer. And also we have one of the best handball teams in Szeged, who just a few weeks ago played with Elverum. We won, sorry, but I know that Norwegians also like handball, so I thought it might be worth mentioning that. But now to our topic, so that I'm not spending more time on it. As a lawyer, of course, we like to say that if somebody has an injustice, experiences an injustice, you know, go to court. It would be so easy to say. But when we look at the judicial system and generally access to justice for the Roma, we will see that it's not such an easy, you know, just go to court and then you will get your justice. What are the problems? There are a lot of different approaches, societal bias, weak legal aid systems, problems in the criminal and civil procedure. We can also look into the actors. So I tried just to come up with a sort of a problem map of what are the issues here. And first of all, what we see is that the justice system involves a series of human decisions with varying degree of discretion for each decision maker, meaning that every step of the process, there is a potential for human bias. And since the beginning of the 2000s, we have some clear evidence that anti-Gypsyism exists in the judicial system, especially in the police. One of the problems is that the academic research and generally sociological or statistical research could not really focus on other parts of the justice system. So while we have cases about police you know, degrading treatment, inhuman treatment, different problems in the whole police system, we don't really have any accurate data of other parts of the justice system. So is there bias among the prosecutors? Is there bias in the minds of the judges? We do not have clear data for that, not only from Hungary, generally from Central Eastern Europe, we do not have that. And we assume that there must be some bias, there must be some anti-discriminatory, some anti-Gypsyist attitudes, but we do not really know how much is it present in the judicial systems. We do know that, of course, prosecutors, judges usually come from the majority society, plus usually they come from upper class environment. So when we look at the data, for example, of how many of the poor and marginalized people come from the Roma background, of course we will see a high number, while if you look at how much of the judges and prosecutors come from poor and marginalized groups, you will not find the same kind of ratio. And this is symbolic and sporadic. Of course, we have a huge difficulty in the collection of ethnic data generally in any procedures. I don't have to explain to you why, but as an academic or as for research in that field, it is difficult to define the level of the problem since we do not have ethnic data collection or ethnic profiling about defendants, about accused persons, about judges, about any part of that system. The police discrimination tends to get more into the limelight, especially in the Strasbourg court practice, for example. We see those cases, and another colleague will speak more about that just right after me. We do know that, for example, prosecutors are more likely to ask harsher punishment, imprisonment instead of a fine for Roma accused. We also know that while Roma make up less than 10% of the population in most EU member states, their representation among the prison population is much higher in Central Eastern European states. For example, there is an estimate that in Bulgaria, about half of the prison population is from Roma background. Collection of evidence from the text of the judgment yields limited results. Evidence is usually indirect, where you can find it from different testaments, for example. You can figure it out. No research or official data on anti-Gypsyism exists in civil and administrative procedures. So from criminal procedures, we do have some data, especially because those cases might go to the Strasbourg court with respect to police brutality, for example. But in criminal, in civil law procedures and administrative procedures, we don't have any data, literally, about judicial bias or the bias of the justice system. And we also know there has been actually a lot of research on legal aid in Central Eastern Europe, and we know that in most of our countries, but certainly in Hungary, the system is very, very weak. So the state should provide legal aid for those who cannot pay for their own lawyers, and it does provide it, but the quality of that legal aid is very, very low, very difficult to access it in a good way, meaning that quite often the defendant would just meet the lawyer, the defense lawyer, on the morning of the trial. They have 5 minutes on the corridor to speak what happened. Of course, the lawyer has no idea what he should do or not do, so most of the times he would just recommend to accept the plea deal, the plea bargain, and not to go to court. So then quite a lot of people would end up with a punishment which is actually much more and longer than what they could have won with a proper court proceeding done with, of course, proper legal representation or effective defense. So is this real access to justice? Do we really have proper access to justice for Roma minority? Of course, this is not only for the Roma, it can affect other minorities, especially refugees and migrants would also have a difficulty in the system. So, me as an international lawyer, I would like to think that actually international law is there to help out the flaws of the domestic systems, or at least try to correct it a little bit. So first, if we look at the more global regulation from the level of the United Nations or the global rules, we will see that, of course, the human rights treaties have been established quite well. They contain the right to fair trial, the presumption of innocence, basic human rights like freedom of expression and prohibition of degrading inhuman treatment. In the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, or in ICCPR, or in some other special conventions for eliminating discrimination against women or protecting children. only one of them contains actually only one article which is specifically about minority protection, that is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which in Article 27 says that the states should protect their ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities or persons belonging to those groups. But it's not a very high level of protection because it is phrased in a negative way, saying that such minorities shall not be denied the right to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. So, you know, not denying something is not really protecting or helping. It's just the negative way of, you know, you shouldn't, well, basically harm the group, but this is not enough. So what we see that the legal background is okay. I mean, general human rights to everyone. But at the global level, the enforcement regime is very, very weak. There is no court of human rights where anybody could turn to. There is a committee system. For example, the Human Rights Committee in the frame of the ICCPR is consisting of 18 experts who are producing state reports, some general comments, and usually they, well, it's very nice how they work. You can read all their reports online, but you know, that's it. There is the possibility of individual complaints based on an optional protocol to turn to this, to these committees. But several of the states have not signed it. You can see the number of states at the bottom for each of the conventions, meaning that half of, or even more than, you know, there are 193 member states at the UN, so ICCPR 116, or in other cases, for example, Convention Against Torture, there are 70 state parties which have accepted this possibility of individual complaint, meaning that the individual can go to that committee with their own complaint of human rights violation by the state. What is the problem? They can only do that if they have used up all the domestic legal procedures what are available. And after that, when they go with the individual complaint, this is not a court. So the committee cannot award any money, any satisfaction, any consolation money, anything. They can just say that the state made a violation and they request the state to make it right somehow. So, of course, this is not really a binding way of decision, what is in the end there. It's more of a moral characteristic. Of course, a few years later, in the next state report, they will ask the state to clarify what they did to improve the situation. But it's quite one-sided, and they might not improve much. These committees did have a few cases, Roma cases, actually, front of them. One of it was quite a characteristic Czech case, where in the Czech Republic, at a memorial site, which was part of the Roma Holocaust memorial place, a big slaughterhouse for pigs was established, and there was you know, a lot of news about it, and of course, for many, many years it has been going on. Eventually the case got to the Human Rights Committee, and of course it told the Czech Republic to respect the memorial place and to move that kind of factory or slaughterhouse from that place to another place. The state itself for a while was saying that since it was a private company, they cannot do anything in that situation, so the solution was not really coming. And I haven't checked nowadays how. Okay, so. Yes, so it is, yes, but it took 20 years to fight that problem. So the global level is good that it is there, but it's a very weak level of protection. Much higher level of protection is established in Europe via the Council of Europe, European Convention of Human Rights, and the European Court of Human Rights. I was thinking earlier whether I should also speak about the European Union, but I decided not to speak so much because it's even more limited to cases of discrimination relating to the workplace or social system. And there are a few cases there at the European Court of Justice, but not as developed. So I would say that the legal protection side is the most developed at the Strasbourg Court. However, the interesting thing is that in the European Convention, you will not really find a specific article for protection of minorities. There is Article 14 for the prohibition of discrimination, but you cannot invoke Article 14 individually just by saying that discrimination happened. But you have to link it to another right. So Article 14 is supplementary. So for example, in the case of a police brutality, you can say that the police have beaten me up, not only because, I don't know, they like to do so, but because I was Roma. So there is a discrimination linked to it also. So this kind of linking the Article 14 to another right is necessary. And this, for quite a while, meant that there were not a lot of minority protection cases at the Strasbourg Court, or even when it was tried to be litigated, it was not successful. This has changed about 20 years ago. In 2005 was the first really significant case, Nochova and others versus Bulgaria, which I think have changed the approach at the Strasbourg Court, but not only at the Strasbourg Court, but the way how lawyers were thinking about how to use the Strasbourg Court. So I like to call it creative litigation has started, because lawyers have okay, if you're thrown out on the door, you climb back on the window. So this is kind of what happened here, that lawyers have started to go to the Strasbourg Court with claims which on the first look did not seem like direct discrimination. This exactly happened in the DH and others versus the Czech Republic case, which is about school segregation, and where it was very, very interesting and difficult to prove that discrimination happened in the way how children were put into classes, in segregated classes, so segregated education, because it was not directly segregation, or the idea was not there, but the result was that. And this is not only from the Czech Republic, but actually in all of the Central and Eastern European countries, we had similar cases, because the system, I think it goes back to the socialist era of education, because that's when we had quite similar systems, and it was a remnant of that. So, the question was, how can indirect discrimination be proven with some statistical data, and whether the court can actually accept it? Because in the Strasbourg Court, you need to prove that you are directly the victim of a violation. But how can you prove it if it's indirect discrimination? So then statistical data was accepted. And later in the hate speech case or ethnic profiling cases recently, we see that the court's attitude have significantly changed in accepting these ways of evidence and proof. So in this aspect, I think it is very, very important, the work of historians and sociologists, because lawyers by themselves would not be able to find actually that, for example, the number of children in schools and how it is divided, whether they go to schools for mentally disabled children or not, and how segregation happens. This is clearly thanks to the works of, for example, sociologists discovering those, which later can be used in the litigation. I stop here because I know that my colleague will continue with Strasbourg case law, and thank you for your attention.
Köszönöm. My Hungarian is probably just as bad as my Romanes or Romani. But anyway, jó napot kívánok to Emma Varanyi. And I think that Anniko Zalai gave a perfect ending and bridge to the next speaker, because Emma is definitely an interdisciplinary scholar, having degrees in both sociology, law and human rights from Budapest, Vienna and Utrecht, and also having been a scholar at Ghent University, and also working on a project on future proving of human rights, where exactly the lack of accountability and of de facto legal protection, I would say, to put it in a legal term, of the Roma minority is a core issue. So with that, Emma, tieda zo.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me here, and also let me begin by thanking Anniko for giving such a good introduction to what I'm going to talk about, because I was at the beginning a little bit worried that it will be very legal technical, and if that's the case, please stop me and then I'll try to explain a little bit more. But indeed, my presentation today is going to focus on litigation strategies in anti-Roma police violence cases, and in a way that was already introduced as a creative litigation strategy, I'm going to present a very visual methodology of how to map the current case law in order to identify strategic overlaps between systemic and individual reasoning that can be used to devise better strategized way in future cases. So I'm going to do that in 4 parts. Firstly, I will introduce the body of case law that I'm analyzing. That will already be a sort of visual way of presenting several aspects of these cases. And then I'm going to talk about the methods I'm using to code the judgments and the logic behind the visualization. Then I'm going to explain the actual arguments that have been used from the applicant side and the court side. And then I'm going to draw some preliminary conclusions and look forward to any questions and comments from you. So let's begin by the body of case law. Each flag represents one case from a member state. You can see that there are 5 persistent violators and a bunch of other countries. And what I was trying to do here is to visualize the article of the European Convention on Human Rights which is invoked. So on the top row, you can see the cases that invoked Article 3, which is the prohibition of ill treatment and torture. The bottom row is about Article 2, which protects the right to life. And then in the middle row are cases which concern so severe abuse that the injuries were life-threatening, so it invokes both articles. And then the last thing I try to put on this table is the patterns about the locality of the cases. So in the left column, you can see incidents that occur outside of custody, which are most typically abused during police stops and ID checks, but also search operations and raids which have a legal basis. But also there are 2 cases here of extrajudicial executions by off-duty police officers. In the middle column are cases concerning the use of force to effectuate the arrest and abuse that happens during transport to the police station. And once at the police station, Roma face typically abuse in the form of kicking and beating with various objects, with or without the intent to elicit a confession. So far, I've been talking about the core articles, but the rest of this presentation is going to focus on the discrimination element of the cases. So here I am showing you the 46 cases that raised a discrimination claim. Why there are 6 cases that didn't raise a discrimination claim at all is probably a topic for a whole different presentation. But in the cases that did raise a discrimination claim, the court in 47% did not address these at all, and in 21% found no violation. So what that means, in essence, is that in almost 70% of the cases where a Roma person suffered violence at the hands of the police, the court did not hold that this was racist violence. And so I'm wondering why there is such a disconnect between lived experience and court holding. And to map this gap and whether and how it could be bridged, I coded the available judgments. And I used the qualitative data analysis software called MVivo, and I went through the summary of the arguments in these judgments, coding from literally what was in the text. And then when I did a second round of coding, I merged these codes, and I ended up with 14 arguments or categories of arguments from the applicant side and 18 on the court's side. And at this point, let me very quickly address the limitations of the study currently. I am only focusing on judgments and not case files or third-party interventions, which risks losing a little bit of data because the court is working on the basis of summaries prepared by registry staff. And then secondly, I'm only focusing on arguments from the applicant and not the respondent state. And that is because the court works primarily on an adversary basis, and that means that the respondent state will focus on rebutting the arguments of the applicant. And then in this round of inquiry, I'm only focusing on Roma, whereas other racialized groups also suffer violence at the hands of the police, and that could inform this inquiry further. And because of my language limitations, I have now not focused on the judgments that are in French, but only in English, and that of course limits the pool of the cases that I analyzed. And then, as you will see, my preliminary groups of structural versus individual focused arguments may benefit from a little bit more theoretical embedding. So what I'm doing next is, in order to visualize my hypothesis, is that, which is that applicant and court are sort of arguing about different things or in different registers, I created this coordinate system. And why that is because in this room, we probably all know that when a Roma person has an encounter with state authorities, more likely than not, they will face at least some level of racism. And even if that racism is directed at one specific individual, what the attitude behind is always focused on the group. And therefore, these arguments will be also on a structural level. Whereas, on the other hand, the court operates within the constraints of anti-discrimination law, which has very specific procedural rules and evidentiary standards. And that is why the vertical standard corresponds to the evidentiary standard, from a very low reasonable suspicion to the very high beyond reasonable doubt standard. And then the horizontal axis comes from structural focused evidence to individual focused evidence. And let me here stop for 1 minute and talk about the evidentiary rules at the Strasbourg court. Don't be alarmed by the density of this slide. I will walk you through what you need to know. These are quotes from the aforementioned case of Nachova and others versus Bulgaria, the Grand Chamber decision, which is currently the leading authority in anti-Roma police violence cases. And in this, the court is very outspoken about adapting a beyond reasonable doubt standard of proof, which is, they clarify that it doesn't correspond to the domestic criminal standard, but that it can be achieved by other means of free evaluation of evidence. And then the second important aspect is the burden of proof. That means which party has to provide the evidence and meet this evidentiary standard. And in general, and also at the court, how this looks in practice is that the applicant has to show an arguable claim of having been brutalized in police custody, at which point the burden of providing evidence or a convincing argument that it didn't happen or didn't happen that way falls to the respondent government. The same would be the case in discrimination claims. However, the court in the Nachova case says that it would require the respondent governments to disprove or to prove the absence of a particular subjective attitude, and therefore it is not very open to this approach. And Christine Henrod writes brilliantly about this staggering unclarity on what level of proof falls on whom at what stage of the litigation process, which I will come back to in a second. But let's now move on to focus on what arguments the applicants use. In the gray brackets, you see that in their pleadings, the strategy focuses sometimes very explicitly and sometimes less pronounced on asking the court to shift the burden of proof or lower the standard of evidence, at least in the preliminary stage of establishing an arguable claim. And I don't want to necessarily go through all of these arguments. I've ordered them according to their frequency, so you can see that most cases include a broad context saying that anti-Gypsyism is a very real thing. Then specifically in procedural cases, domestic shortcomings or the impunity of officers in the case or neglect of specific pieces of evidence is one group to show that also the investigations are flawed. And I just want to highlight the role of NGOs in providing these data, both international, such as Amnesty or Human Rights Watch, whose reports provide lots of evidence in these cases, but also domestic NGOs who provide the data that also Aniko mentioned was missing. And now let's move on to the arguments of the court, which are basically ways to reject what I just explained to you, what the applicant is trying to show. And in the first category, the court asserts that its focus is clearly on establishing whether or not there was a causal link between the violence inflicted and the attitudes of the individual police officer in the case. And where there is some evidence of that, but it's not really directly establishing this link, then the court tends to say that it's too general or not specific enough. And then it also has means of rejecting specific pieces of evidence, also on technicalities such as not having established domestic remedies. And the court also speaks to specifically the standard and burden of proof. And we can see that where the proof is quite high but doesn't just reach the beyond reasonable doubt standard, then the court says, well, sorry, but it's not the level that we want, and therefore anything less for the court to engage with it would be to lower the standard. Which actually, if you remember from the earlier slide, would technically be possible. But again, as Henrod argues, it's very unclear, or the court usually, or seems to ask for full proof from the applicant even before it would shift the burden of proof to the government. And I think that's quite clear from the way these arguments are phrased. So now let's return to the applicant's arguments and put them on this coordinate system that I showed you earlier. And while they cover most areas, it's definitely the strongest on the lower level and structural focused arguments. At this point, I have to mention that the placement of the categories is not done with mathematical precision, but it does show relational order. And another caveat here is that the application form to the court is limited in 10 pages. So both on the Article 2 and 3, the abuse element of the submission and the discrimination element, there's very limited space to argue, so the strategy has to be very carefully tailored. Now, if we move on to the arguments of the court, you see that there's quite a difference in where they are placed on this coordinate system. They're focusing mostly on the super high standard of evidence and on the individual focus. Because of the theoretical possibility of freely evaluating the evidence, I've placed them a little bit more spread out, but in reality, it's quite in this top right area. And what is the point of all this? Now I'm going to put the applicant's arguments on the same coordinate system, and then I'm going to put the court's arguments there. And quite literally, where they overlap is where I say there is a chance of speaking the same language and achieving the purpose of the application. And what that purpose is, I suggest, no, I need to go this way, that on the lower level and more structural pieces of evidence, the strategy could involve establishing what the court terms as the coexistence of sufficiently strong, clear, and concordant inferences that would be that would warrant the shifting of the burden of proof. And because there's unclarity on that, the strategy could focus on specifically eliciting that clarification from the court. And then, in a second step, the sort of higher evidentiary level and more individual-focused pieces of evidence could be strategized by anticipating rebuttal from the respondent state. And if these arguments are focusing on showing the existence of racial insults, for example, and then combining them with showing shortcomings or the neglect of clearly articulated anti-discrimination standards and procedure or codes of conduct, then this would create an objectively measurable system of criteria and shift the focus away from having to prove the individual police officer's state of mind. Instead of this, the respondent state would have to show that there are objective measures in place to prevent and protect from a context or climate of anti-Gypsyism that allows police forces to act in a questionable way and lack accountability. And I've talked about the limitations of this study, and I already sort of spoken to how I will expand later on, so I will not go into the expansions, but let me end on the fact that when I first prepared this presentation, I was a little bit worried that if I give these strategies so that they are available for the respondent team, then it would unwillingly jeopardize the whole purpose. But now I am a little bit more confident, and I'm very curious what you think, that if the strategy focuses on pushing for clarity on the standard of review on the one hand, and if it argues about employing an objective criteria for the state's failure to prevent the context in which these cases, the systemic discrimination cases occur. That's a transparent way both of arguing and of pushing for judicial tools to enhance the necessary changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. I would like to invite you to have a seat in this chair. Because of technical reasons, we will now have a little round of questions and comments with the two of you, which makes sense because you have both legal and paralegal presentations about mainly the European context, and we will have David with us shortly, David Kroll online. But first, I am open for questions and comments from the audience to Aniko and Emma in a short round. Please. Yes, please. No, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for those presentations. They were wonderful. I was wondering, I was thinking about this idea of creative litigation that Aniko talked about, and thinking kind of about both of your presentations, and wondering kind of about the role both of advocacy and of Romani communities within the legal decisions. And I'm thinking about the work of the ERRC on the one hand, and about Roma community lawyers, and how it is that both community consciousness and the mobilization of communities affects then what happens at the courts and with the judges' decisions.
Thank you. Emma first, maybe, or Aniko?
I'm afraid I don't have a ready answer for this. Do you?
Neither do
No,
I.
okay, then we can brainstorm together on this.
I'm sorry, maybe one thing, yes. I do not know the practice in other. Yes, I do not know the practice in other countries, but in Hungary there are a few NGOs which have actually specifically are working with litigating Roma cases, and they try to make a lot of advocacy work. And I know that, for example, they systematically look into the news. Not even, I would say, proper news, but newspapers of Blick and of like really not high-level ones, and they are looking for events or stories, and then they would go and look for the person and discuss what happened, and then they figure it out whether they can make a case and like a template case or a pilot case. It happens several times, and especially since in the Strasbourg court, it is a possibility to have these pilot cases when there are a lot of cases from the same problem group. They try to look for other victims of a similar situation. So I think that this was a very big change in the legal thinking in Central Eastern Europe. So we have the continental law system. It's not the English common law system. We do not think about case law. We think about, like the Germans, the BGB, the code, the civil code and the criminal code and that. So it needed a very big change in the mindset of lawyers, how to deal with these cases when you're not looking from just the code, but you look from the side of the people and what they experienced, and then you have the feeling that some injustice happened or that there is a problem, and then you try to find the legal solution to it or the way how to litigate it. But this needed a very big change in the legal thinking, and I have to say that I've been teaching for 20 years now at the university, and I still think that in the teaching of law students, we have changed, of course. We have much more practice than, for example, when I was a student. But it's still, we only have, I think, a few advocacy groups and a few law firms which are really ready to work with this kind of thinking, which is needed in these cases.
I can maybe add a very quick thought that I mostly agree with what you're saying, and that there is some sort of a change. But I'm still a little bit worried that specifically with Strasbourg litigation, it's may have a tendency to get legal change that on the long term might help Roma communities, but right now the focus is getting these cases, sourcing them, and hopefully individual lawyers do pay attention to not have an extractivist approach and sort of work together with the victims of abuse and talk to the community and sort of engage in a way that's meaningful and not just achieving legal change. But this is something that also deserves attention because it can be a very big problem and ethical issue.
Thank you so much. We have a number of people who want to comment and questions. So first, your neighbor, I think it's Julius, yes?
I just wanted a quick follow-up and then I'll hand it off to Julius. I'm sorry.
It has to be, yes, please, but very quickly.
Okay, yes, just to say all of the cases that you've referenced have been taken up by the ERRC and a coalition of Roma-focused lawyers, and it really is grounded kind of in that everyday community lawyering and the strategic litigation thing. So I think that's really, really important, and I want to kind of point that out.
Thank you. We have 4 people who want to say something, so I want to encourage you to keep it short, please.
Here it is, very interesting analysis, Emma, of what you did, but maybe you can add another dimension to do kind of a, let's call it triangulation, state, applicant, state, and see what the judgment and how the argument changed, And in that equation, also, who brought the cases matters, because this might be part of a larger strategy to try to build something, so it does matter. And from my own experience, I looked into school segregation cases, It does matter, because the first case that, I reflected after that, I invited the lawyer who built the case to reflect on that, because the arguments were very much from Brown versus Board of Education. The result was far from that. And what are the lessons learned for the future? So it makes a lot of sense not to stop here, because we risk just becoming not getting deep enough with the analysis. The point I wanted to make, I think you did present a very superficial way on how these NGOs build their cases. And like I said, I'm familiar with ERRC and Rosa Parks Foundation, And, well, it happens I'm friend also with Lila Farkas, and we had different debates on how you build cases. And what you presented, it's, it seems like everybody from the street or a non-lawyer can do that. And it's deeper than just seeing a case, human rights violation happening on TV or on media, and then you just go to investigate. Sometimes it's built, ends up in the media because as part of the lawyering strategy, and I'm sure you know that, but probably the way you presented it was...
Sorry for that.
Thank you.
It was not my intention.
Thank you very much. You can comment now. Yes, please.
It was just one way out of the many ways. Yes.
Put it a little bit closer.
Yes,
and put
so
it
it was just one way out of the many ways, and I didn't want to degrade, of course, that kind of work.
Let me also jump in for a second to thank you for the suggestion, and absolutely the involving the state arguments would be definitely a next step.
We have a question. Yes, please.
Stefan Müller is my name. Thank you. Köszönöm szépen. Nagyon érdekes voltak az előadások. I play now a little bit of devil's attorney. We mentioned the DH case. I was involved in gathering the evidence in '99 for the North suit. We also have, for example, Sted and Finci, both cases at the European Courts of Human Rights, if I remember well. We had at the Human Rights Panel at the United Nations, the lead poisoning of Roma in Kosovo. We have everywhere we had decisions, but nothing changed. So how do you deal with this? Yeah, so when you mentioned the long-term effect, I see a long-term effect which doesn't bring a change along, a systemic change. Yeah, it's important to do the litigation, but how can we really achieve a systemic change at the end?
Thank you. Before you answer, or while you think about the answer, and before you comment, I would just like for those of us who don't know the Sedgwick and Finchie case, or just briefly note that it was from 2009 at the Court of Human Rights, with the Minority Rights Group International pleading the case on behalf of the Roma and Jew who were neglected office to be elected for the higher office in the House of Parliament in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and also the presidency because of the Dayton agreements. Reference to only the groups of Bosniaks, Serbs and Croats being eligible. Just a parenthesis from the moderator. I'm so sorry, please.
Okay, yeah, well, I also would like to support some of the comments. I think I myself examined extensively police brutality in Slovakia, and I think if you compare the 1990s with the beginning of the new millennium, I think the attention that has been paid by non-governmental organizations, Poradna in Košice and the ERC, has been tremendously important to pay attention to these cases at all. So all the attention paid to these cases is primarily after they have focused on these cases, and from then on the main and major cases to which you refer to in the European courts developed. Emma, in one of your interesting papers in the Utrecht Law Review, you refer to how judges and lawyers have reflected upon the the European Court cases. I was just wondering, do you, in both of your researches, do you also interview judges and lawyers and how they themselves reflect upon the results of the court cases and how they are unsatisfied with the ways in which the possibilities at the European level have not been used to the extent possible to target Roma-related discrimination more radically and adequately?
Good. Now I can maybe comment on those two questions in the order that you prefer. Maybe Annika first?
I think I can answer both questions in one, sort of. Yes, I have conducted interviews with lawyers from both the applicant's representative and the states. Judges, not yet. But registry staff, to a certain extent, yes. I will connect that to how we can achieve systemic change. And I am very uncomfortable and sorry to say that everyone is super frustrated, and I've seen lawyers nearing burnout with facing the impossibility of the current approach of the court and not being able to get any substantive violations pronounced. And so I'm not really sure how and when that can be overcome. And another thing that there has been, of course, a shift, as you say, in compared to the 90s in the early and 2010s. But from my most recent interviews, I find that a lot of these NGOs who have worked on representing police brutality cases are shifting focus because there's no funding. So there's also this very real issue that if there's no political will, then the NGOs have a lot of other topics to cover, which they are, and they're doing brilliant work. But I feel like this specific issue of police brutality, having had all these cases not really getting from 1 to 2, it's kind of in the background in these days, which I think is very problematic.
Just a quick comment. By nature, I'm an optimist, so I would like to think that that there has been a positive influence of all these cases, but I have to join Emma in that in the past few years, the focus has shifted clearly. But, you know, look at the European Roma strategy. 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it seemed like something really, you know, important thing, and Europe is talking about that issue and all those problems, and we had the cases at the Strasbourg court, so there was a big momentum of that, which in the past few years we don't see, and it has totally changed what is in the focus, not only because of the Russia-Ukraine war, but generally. It has shifted internationally and at the European level. So of course this might end up in that there was a little improvement for the Roma minority, but otherwise they are being forgotten in the process nowadays, or its very basic level, and especially if you look at the funding, what was mentioned. Civil society funding in many of the Central Eastern European countries is at even lower level than before. At least I can speak for Hungary. It's unbelievably low level. So this is a clear problem, and it does not. But there have been some fields, I think, where we can identify clear development owing to that momentum, owing to those litigations, owing to school segregation cases, owing to some cases. Of course, they might be sporadic or fragmented, but there are some results, I think.
Thank you so much. And now I have the extraordinary pleasure of trying to reach David Crow through YouTube or streaming. David, if you're out there, it's time for you. The floor is actually yours. We are trying to connect with you. No, please be seated, because until we get in touch with David, Anton and Tor is working on it, we will continue. And I have planned some very interesting questions for you, because I happen to have some insights into the court case law of the European Court of Human Rights from another perspective, from freedom of religion or belief and non-discrimination. And I know that both of you, explicitly or not, did refer to the distinction between direct and indirect discrimination. And so my question would be maybe to both of you, whether you see a tendency towards more neglect of focus on discrimination in general, but also indirect discrimination in the cases concerning the Roma than in other cases, because it is the general weakness, of course, in the court. So that is my one question. And the other question is whether or not you believe that the European Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities make a difference at the national level in protection of the Roma. At least in Norway, it's been part of the law since 1999, and it protects the Roma among other national minorities. So is that also a legal tool that may make a difference?
If I can start with your second question. I think the Framework Convention had a result in, for example, giving national minority rights, for example, to the Roma in some countries, the acknowledgement that they are a minority, which is a result. Otherwise, the system is the same what I mentioned with respect to the UN system, that this is a committee. They're, you know, discussing state reports, discussing the situation. Okay, it's publicly available, but you know, how many of you who are actually experts in the field are regularly checking the reports of the of that committee? So, let alone the general public, you know, reading it or having any knowledge about those reports. So I would say that it's very, very limited. And also one of the big problems which we have seen is that what I mentioned, that whether Roma minority is acknowledged as a national minority group has been a problem in some of the, for example, in Slovenia, it was a very big question. And they were not really keen on accepting that the Roma minority can come under the Framework Convention for national minorities. Again, we can of course argue what is a nation and, you know, what's national minority and, you know, all of that. But I think of course, I'm a lawyer. I would say that we need laws. We need international law. It's better to have them than not to have them. But there might be some limitations to what those can do, because many of the problems what I think Roma face is not about law. It's not about the legal system.
I agree with that. And maybe then I can just very quickly speak to the question about direct and indirect discrimination.
May you use this, because then David can hear it.
Yes.
Yes. Is it? No? Okay, that's great. All right, all right. I think in the area of case law that I'm working, that's the court treats it as direct discrimination, and because it has a criminal aspect in the domestic system, it feels like it has to. There have been third-party interventions, specifically from the ERRC and some other organizations, to sort of push for the court to recognize the indirect aspect and therefore be more open to because in indirect cases that's the way, and then shift the burden of but it hasn't really been open to that, and I think it is specifically because of the criminal nature of the original of the case.
Thank you so much, both of you. Köszönöm. A big hand.
Thank you.
And now, finally, David, I'm trying to look at you in the correct direction. Oh, sorry. Oh, now can you hear me? David, are you with us?
Yes, I think I am. Can you hear me?
Sorry for turning the back on you kind of in a one way, but I'm looking at you in another.
Oh, that's
another
okay.
way.
That's okay.
So it's a great pleasure and honor to have you with us. And might I say good morning to you?
Oh, morning.
It's very early, right? So David
Okay.
Crow is, as everybody here knows, a distinguished professor at the Elon University in the United States, both in history and law. And David has a wide range of special fields, varying from international criminal law to the Holocaust, and not least the history of the Roma people, not least in Eastern Europe and Russia. So David, please enlighten us. East European Roma and the quest for asylum also in the US. Please, the floor is yours. And thank you for being with us.
Thank
so
you
early
very
in the morning.
much. I'm a bit of a Luddite, so if I confused things earlier, just blame it on me not being very much tied into the electronic world. I'd like to start by reading a quote from Raphael Lemkin's memoirs. Lemkin, as some of you might know, he fled Warsaw just a few days after the German attack in the fall of '39. Took him about 2 months to get to his family, which is 8 hours away by train in Volkovisk. And then from there, he fled to Sweden. And when he got to Sweden, he said this. He said that he no longer, even though he felt himself to be a refugee in his flight to Sweden, he said that once he settled in Stockholm, he no longer feared for his life and liberty, but he realized that he was a refugee who was threatened with the disintegration of my personality through idleness, apathy, loss of self-esteem and assertiveness, and last but not least, constantly eating at somebody else's table. He admitted to being depressed about the refugees that he had met earlier, particularly their mental state. He considered the 20th century with its violent social and moral changes as the paramount century of the refugee. Particularly troubling, he added, was the impermanence of their status, the suspension of their values and hopes, while their gnawing uncertainty and longing for normalcy ate away at their soul. The United States calls itself a land of immigrants, and it is, even though the United States was founded by white Christian Protestants. Today, over 40% of the population are non-white. And they've come, you know, the immigrants, whether in my family from Ireland, my father was a Cherokee Indian, the migrant community has been a dynamic force in the history of this country. It's vastly contributory. And it still is the country that refugees most often want to come to because they have contacts, they have friends and things like that who tell stories. And in my own personal life, my wife and I adopted an Afghan family 3.5 years ago, and we're intimately involved in their daily lives. And to see their transformation from becoming one of the poorest regions of Afghanistan in the world to what they've achieved today is remarkable because of their ability to integrate into American society. Now, the flip side is, how do you get here? And that's what I want to talk to you about today is the American immigration system. Its anchor in, someone's already mentioned Anglo-American law, which is very important in the system. In my role as an expert witness, and I think probably I've done 22 cases before immigration courts. Immigration courts in the U.S. are a separate entity, different from our federal courts and our state courts and so forth. We have a huge legal system in this country. There are about 70 immigration courts. Up until late last year, we had 700 judges dealing with immigration cases. About 100 have resigned because of political reasons that I won't get into. And the structure of the court is built around this. The judge is the judge and jury. He has final say. And basically what you're doing, if you come legally to the United States, 9 times out of 10, you're going to ask for asylum. And basically asylum, I used to teach my law school students that law is a world of grays. If you stick rigidly to the law, you've got one set of problems. If you float in the other way and add in the things that are so good, I think, in Anglo-American law, which is looking at individual circumstances of the individual applicant for asylum, there's a different dynamic in that. So you have the court is set up, and the judge is all powerful. It's not a particularly fair system because it's number one, many of the immigrants who come to this country are illiterate or don't speak English. And if you can get to it, and if you get to an immigration court, if you're one of those rare people who makes it that far, there's a language problem. You might understand the law. It's very rare for an immigrant, unless they do speak English, to come to an immigration court and actually be approved for asylum. Because there's a complexity to the process where you really, in order to get a fair hearing, you need a lawyer to share with you. And we right now have a backlog of immigration cases of 3.5 million. It was about 1 million a year ago. Now, because of what's going on in the country regarding immigration, in the old days, if you came, say, many immigrants come in through Mexico, they basically, if they get to the border, they have to have an interview with an asylum officer. He's not a lawyer, but he's trained in sort of trying to decide literally on the spot whether what you're telling him is enough to, in other words, the basic is if you can prove that if you're deported back to your native country that you will be discriminated against because of your race or religion or a few other issues, then they let you in. You have to fill out a very detailed form, an affidavit, for lack of a better word. It's a federal form, in which you try as hard as possible to essentially explain your situation, which is very difficult to do. And so sometimes it's a very emotional thing for an immigration officer to do it. On another case, it can be just raw prejudice. But once you get into that, if you can bypass that officer at the border, then you have to tell them, where are you going to live for the next year? And 9 times people will just disappear into the system. We've had people working for us that we knew were undocumented aliens just because of the way they think, with the way they behave. You know, they don't go to school. Right now, even legal immigrants are hiding in their homes because they're afraid that ICE is suddenly going to pick them up and arrest them. But there was a better period in American history, going back maybe I started working on the Roma issue in the late 80s. And I've never considered myself a specialist on the Roma. I've considered myself a student of the Roma. But the 90s was a really important period for me. And I'm only mentioning these things because it's the very first thing I do, number one, when I write an affidavit for the court, and number two, when I appear in court, because and I'll get into that process just a little bit. The 90s was a heyday for me. I began, like I said, in the late 80s, I was doing a paper at a conference on Hungary, and I had one page on the Roma, knew nothing about the Roma, and that's all the audience wanted to talk about. I said, oh, that's interesting. And so I began to do a little exploration. I got to know Ian Hancock, who was an interesting person. I won't talk too much about Ian, but those of you who've been in the field for a very long time, you know who Hancock is. He was more of a mover and shaker of Roma issues than a Roma. He was a British traveler, came from British traveler family. In 1990, I was appointed to the Education Committee at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, and I was on that committee for 14 years. And that's really important because I really became interested in the Roma and the Holocaust. There was almost no scholarship on that. And then I began to do other things. I testified before Congress in the late 90s. I testified before the New York City Council in the late 90s on the fact that the New York City police had a secret Roma squad. It was illegal. And I was working with Roma leaders in New York City, trying to sort of bring the public's attention to the fact that Roma were being mistreated really quite horribly because of stereotypical reasons and things like that. But it was in the early 2000s that I really began to I really got to know intimately the Roma community, which was always important to me. In other words, it's nice to be an armchair scholar and sitting back and reading articles and things like that. But for me, always getting to know the Roma themselves. And I became very close to one of the communities in New York, began to work abroad with communities in Eastern Europe. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was in Romania working on the Lemkin book, I worked with Roma there in Bucharest on filling out their German reparations forms. They didn't speak German. And we had to sort of sit down and go through details about their plight as Holocaust victims during World War II. And this is important only because, and I'll tell you the first case I did, and I've also done federal court cases, not on dealing with the Roma. The first case I did was in Seattle in 1994. And an attorney in Seattle called me and said, he was a federal public defender. And he said, the public defender is a lawyer supplied by the government who works with the defendant at no cost on a particular case. In this particular case, the defendant was an American Roma, US citizen. He had gone into Canada, and coming back, they found $100,000 in the wheel well of his car. And so the lawyer wanted to say, he said, this is a bride price. And he said, what in the heck is that? Because do understand, an immigration lawyer is a big field in the US, but they're trained in immigration law. They don't know anything ethnic specific about they just take your money. They don't know anything about where you're from or your background or the history of your persecution or anything like that. And that's absolutely essential. The testimony in an immigration court after the expert witness has testified is absolutely key to your case. And so you really have to sort of draw this out of Roma because it's humiliating sometimes to talk about these things. And they're also very country specific or within a country, regionally specific. So the lawyer said, what do you do? I said, well, And do understand, when I took this case, I knew something about Mareme, but it's one of those stereotypical terms or practices that you can't apply to all Roma. Roma are a very diverse group. And so you have to, but anyhow, regardless, I said, well, I'll try to explain it to you. And by then the scholarship was still very weak. And the British scholars are doing quite a bit of work on this thing. And I tried to explain bride price to him. But I also brought in the Holocaust because this was 1994. And by that time, I had really begun to do quite a bit of research on the education committee on the Roman Holocaust. And it was a fairly new field. And so I brought that in terms of what we knew at that particular time about the Roma's plight during the Holocaust. And the lawyer called me later. He said, we won the case. And I testified telephonically and wrote an affidavit. One of the keys is the three anchors of an expert witness. Number one is a written affidavit. And you begin that by talking about your resume. Because the first thing that happens in an immigration case in an immigration court is that the prosecution, the immigration systems prosecutor, the first thing we'll do when the trial starts is try to knock out the testimony of the expert witness. Because if they can nullify your expertise, and so you have to testify. And they can be pretty rough on you and so forth. You've seen some of these television shows, you know, in court. It's like that. It's very aggressive, and that's their job. They come in at immigration courts prosecutors. They try to knock out the claim. You know, they try to nullify the defendant's claim to asylum. And so you have to be, and what you do preparing the affidavit is the first part of it is proving your expertise, which is tricky. It gets into language issues. I mean, just think of if someone in a very negative way was challenging you on your background, your education, your expertise, so on and so forth. So you have to be very well prepared. The second part of the affidavit that you write beforehand, which you send to the lawyer, and then the lawyer goes through it, and you have to sit down and explain. Number one, you have to sit down and explain to the lawyer who the Roma are, where the country is, and things like that, and make them comfortable with taking the case. The other thing you do is you have to interview the client. I've interviewed two clients in jail, once in Chicago and once in Miami, because they basically had been arrested for alleged crimes, and that's what, for alleged crimes. In one case, they did not commit the crime, and the second one he did, and that's very hard to do. The other thing is there's a detailed form the applicant, in this case the Roma, will have to fill out and explain who they are, their background. It's a fairly detailed form, but number one, knowing about their background and their family. Number two, it's what is their basic claim for seeking asylum in the US. I mean, and that's where the tricky part for me is trying to, number one, get to know them personally, because once they begin to trust you, they'll tell you more. And then number two, put that into the larger context of, say, what's going on in Hungary or what's going on in Bulgaria and so forth. Fortunately, by then we had the ERRC, and it's the early age of the internet. So by then we're beginning to have some case law that you could use in terms of persecution. There was a lot out there. I mean, in fact, that was the principal theme in the early 2000s, is that with the collapse of communism, there was this flood of interest in the media about the plight of the Roma. They became a symbol of probably the worst of the collapse of communism in the context of discrimination and so forth. Whereas it had been hidden before, suddenly it became, you know, the Ceausescus, for example, suddenly were, charged with being Roman, things like that. So I think by the early 2000s, the body of scholarship on the Roma, particularly Roma discrimination, was such that depending on what country you're talking about and things like that, and then you would flesh out what they told you. You always had to contextualize, and because again, and then you had, again, you're also working with the client. You're also working, and most of this I was doing was pro bono. So it was very time consuming, but it was something I also believed in quite strongly. And of course, then the final stage of all of this was, of course, going to court. And this, as I said, it starts with the prosecutor trying to neutralize your testimony and your affidavit, which they also have in hand. One thing in your favor is if you're coming in well prepared. Most of these immigration law prosecutors are overloaded, and you know that they have probably not looked at the case. They have probably not looked at the case until that morning. You can literally see them in court, pulling out the affidavit, pulling out. And I've worked with one of the tricks in American cases, in American law, and it drives judges crazy, is I've had lawyers come in with a 2-foot stack of documents for the case, because a good lawyer, okay, thank you. A good lawyer, got it, thank you, okay. A good lawyer will sometimes overload the case and come in with a foot or two of documents to overwhelm the court. Judges hate that, and they'll chew a lawyer out for that. But on the other hand, the prosecuting attorney, they're so overloaded, they're literally looking at the charge sheet and flipping through the documents. And in a way that can work in your favor. In the first case I did, according to the lawyer, it was what I had to say about the Roman Holocaust that won the case, because that's one thing. The Holocaust is a really important topic in the United States. I mean, because since the opening of the Holocaust Museum in 1993, Holocaust is just spread. It's, there's states that have adopted it as a set course that has to be taught in state schools and things like that. And it's not using the Holocaust the wrong way. It's more bringing to a judge the fact that a symbol of the long discrimination against Roma, the Holocaust is, I won't say it's the end result of that centuries of discrimination, but it's something they can link up to in a way that if you get into, we have a very Anglo-American system. So the trying to use just law codes as a means of judgment doesn't work in the U.S. We're even more liberal about that case than I think they are in British courts. And so, like I said the grays of immigration law. Now, that system has basically collapsed earlier in the year because I'm part of a larger network. Because I've done, I've served as an expert witness in a case in Israel and in Canada. I even helped write part of the affidavit for the Roma case in the Swiss gold situation. And when we got into what we're into now in the United States, one of the things we begin to work with, and I don't know if you can see it, we call it the red book, but it's really not. It's basically something that an immigrant can carry with them. And early this year, several of us working in immigration in the United States, we came up with the red card. And it's basically something you can bend, cut up, and keep in your pocket. And it basically tells an immigrant that if you're stopped or someone knocks on your door wanting to come in this case, it would be ICE, take this card and give it to them. And what it basically does on this particular one, because I'm working with an Afghan family and they speak at Pashto. So in this particular case, it's in Pashto. And then, and I told Habib, the father of the family we adopted, I said, just keep it in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I tell him, and we've been working with his case on asylum for 3 years now, and he has been given asylum, and the family has as well. I said, keep it in your pocket if you come knocking on the door. Well, when they're storming into the door or they're grabbing off the street at Home Depot, you're so terrified. So this was an idealistic venture, but it doesn't work well if you're being stopped by someone with a mask and with a rifle. But this is, how can I say it? Immigration coming into the United States, the flood of immigrants into this country really did not start until after the American Civil War in the 1860s. Excuse me. Every stage, and this white objection to immigration in this country has been a constant. In other words, what we're going through today, it's not anything new to America. Chinese Exclusion Act in the 1870s. Why? Because we're beginning to bring Chinese into the East Coast and building the railroad, some of the great railroads out west. Chinese Exclusion Act. Then when the Russian Jews particularly begin to flood in, by World War I, we tweaked the laws to stop that. In the 1920s, in other words, every generation of flood of immigrants has been met by discrimination. But the interesting thing about this is that even though I can see something, I can't tell, is it 1 minute?
Yes.
Is it 1 minute? Oh,
yes.
Okay. So a paper has been waved up and the thumb is up. So I think that means 1. Okay, I'll end at this. So in the United States, this is just a part of the steady flow, number one, of efforts by white Americans who are afraid of losing their identity, I guess. I don't know. The flip side is it always makes it. When my Irish relatives came in, they were considered white trash because they were Catholic and they were Irish. Today, St. Patrick's Day is almost like a national holiday. People like dream beer and stuff like that. So that's what I have to say on a personal basis about immigration to America and the Roma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David Crow, and thank you also for ending on a personal but also very hopeful note. Please stay with us. We're now open for questions and comments to you. We are a little bit delayed, but that is not the first time in a conference, and I take my part on that because I gave you some stretching minutes for coffee, and also that we had some technical issues. So please, we will have a little round of questions and comments also for you, David, after your brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. Who would like to start? So we have this comparative approach with the US and the European context. Anybody who sees any differences and similarities? Other questions?
I would like to say, could I say something?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. I think in Europe, your experiment with democracy, I mean, in the type of democracy that you've embraced is relatively new. And, listening to the 2 papers that preceded me, we've been through the same thing. In other words, every generation or every, 2 or 3 generations has had some group that has been severely discriminated against. But what you're doing is the right thing. I know it's very discouraging working with the Roma. In my research on Roma cases and in terms of just the cases I dealt with, it was really disheartening to hear how deep the discrimination was. But that's simply the flood. That's simply what happens in the flood of history. What was below surface under the dictatorships and autocracies now just surfaced. But I think what you're doing is that you've started, and it's very hard. It's very it's very disheartening But do remember that relative to us, which we've been a democracy for 250 years, democracy and democratic traditions take time to seep in. The same thing with law. Law on paper and law in practice is two very different things. And so be discouraged, but let the discouragement motivate you, and don't give up. And most importantly, work closely with the Roma community. That's where, to me, this has always been the essential thing. I was always proud of the fact that through all of my work, I was working with a larger Roma community to help me understand. I still consider myself a mere student of the Roma, not a specialist. And so I know it's discouraging and so forth, but don't give up. Because to me, the measure of democracy is not how the majority is treated, but how you treat the minority. That's the key. And that's what a true democracy is. It's what you do for the lesser people, the people that don't have money, the people who are weak, people who are poor. That's, to me, the measure of true democratic principles.
Sorry? Yes, thank you. I think that, thank you. That was a wonderful way of kind of concluding, I think, with something that everybody would at least agree upon. And here, I think maybe it's breakfast time, your place.
No, I had my bagel at 3:45
okay.
and a cup
You
of
had your
tea.
bagel already. We'll definitely have something similar, I guess, soon. It's lunchtime here, and maybe hence the lack of questions, but also because maybe your speech was so informing that we have no further questions, Your Honor. Or do you have a question, Anton? Oh, he has a question, sorry. I thought you wanted me to break for lunch, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Hi, David, this is Anton. The question, I mean, the first case that you described in Seattle, 1994, that evoked Holocaust, right? There's kind of additional reason for asylum, and obviously every case is individual, you look in the individual circumstances. But here I'm wondering if to use kind of a Holocaust as almost argument ad hominem, does it mean that pretty much every Jewish or Romani person who'd come to the United States claim asylum and said, well, look, that horrible things happened to us during the Holocaust, I have the right for asylum. Does it mean that would work, really?
No, of course. Most immigrants, I mean, it's rare. It's a very rare situation. I mean, in other words, it's something you have to be careful when you use. In other words, it would only be applicable to the Roma simply because the Holocaust is something a judge, and in cases where I have appeared before juries, it's something that people can link to. But the plight of the Roma during the Holocaust is simply a part of the larger body of constant prejudice towards Roma going back centuries. And you have to be very careful using it. In the case, that 1994 case, and I didn't know this because I'm working through lawyers all the time. I don't handle the cases myself. I mean, I could, but I'm always uncomfortable doing that. In this particular case, and the lawyer handling the case told me, he said the lawyer was Jewish and he was very touched by what you had to say. I don't do it for that reason. I don't know what the background or ethnicity of the lawyer is, and so or the judge. And so I don't use it in that way. But in the particular case of the Roma, and part of it was because being on the education committee at the Holocaust Museum at that particular time, that was a topic, a field, you might say, they knew nothing about. They knew nothing about the plight of the Roma, and we were in the process of developing the exhibits there, and so I had begun to dig into it myself, and so it was the first time I'd ever used it, but then if you use it, it becomes country specific. So if you're dealing with a Romanian client, then you would talk about specifically what we think might have happened in the context of Romanian government. If you're dealing with a Hungarian Roma, or Bulgarian, or Slovak Roma, it's a different dynamic altogether. But it's something the lawyers want. I mean, anything I present to the court has to pass through the lawyer, and I'm educating the lawyer. And so if the lawyer thinks it should be in there, fine. If he wants to remove it, fine. I mean, basically, I'm presuming he knows more about this stuff than I mean, in terms of immigration law. So it's, yes, I mean, it's tricky, but I think it's also valid because it simply paints, in other words, you paint a trend going back maybe to the 15th or 16th century of discrimination, whether it be in the Turkish Empire or the Austro-Hungarian Empire or whatever. It simply is a point, something that shows you, just as you do with the Jews, that how far anti-Semitism went, how the path was laid for the Holocaust by centuries and centuries and centuries of deep anti-Semitism. The same is true for the Roma, even though, as you and I both agree, the statistics on and even the genocidal intent of the plight of the Jews versus that of the Roma is a little different.
Thank you so much, David, also for that, and thank you, Anton, for asking the question. Other questions, comments? No? Oh, okay. Now it was the break for lunch. So I think, just David, before we give you a big hand, please stay with us, because I will make one question for you that we will hopefully record when they go for lunch, if you stay with us a few minutes. Is that okay?
Sure, sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
For the others, wait. We'll get information about lunch from Peder, so stay. But first of all, a big hand to David Crow.
Okay, it's lunch, and it's just on the other side, in the cafe. It's a buffet, so you can pretty much choose what you want to have. Those of you who are on the first panel after lunch, please come see me like 5 or 10 minutes before. If you have any presentations, I'd like to have them, to put them in. And we start up at 1:30. So it's like all 45 minutes for lunch. Have a good lunch.
Can we do it right now?
Hello. The others have gone out in 1 minute or two, is the definition of genocide according to Lemkin compared to the definition that was eventually decided on to be a part of the UN Genocide Convention of 1948. So would that be okay with you to just say a little bit about the Lemkin original definition and also how it compares to that, but also then why it wasn't adopted as it was initiated by him at that time? So that would be the first and second question. And if time, briefly, and it has to be really, really brief. So, and the second one would be, if we have time, on what would be the impact of Lemkin's original definition in the current debates going on about mass atrocities in certain areas, if you want to comment on that. So should we take the first? And this is for an online resource that I'm working on inclusive citizenship. So it should be really short, maybe just two minutes if possible. So what was the original definition that Lemkin wanted to introduce into the UN Genocide Convention? And how does it differ from the final definition that turned into?
Well, Lemkin, the basic thing.
Sorry, I needed to start with a full sentence when I have stopped talking, because otherwise we can't use it. So please.
Okay. Do you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. Well, Lemkin had 8 techniques of genocide: sociological, biological, physical, economic, so on and so forth. The Genocide Convention was very different from that. It was more of a, it was more narrowed in terms of definition. His definition was probably too liberal. The definition in the UN document is also awkward, and it leaves out some important dimensions of genocide, and leaves open the door to, well, it depends on, the bottom line is how you feel about who's the expert. Is it Lemkin, or is it politically and diplomatically simply the best the UN could do. I would think this is particularly the case with cultural genocide and so forth.
So what is the difference between the Lemkin original definition and what turned into be the definition in the UN Genocide Convention, briefly?
Well, the problem I have with the Genocide Convention is that it seemingly neutralizes what I consider are, and I also draw this from his work in the Nuremberg trial, is that it leaves out. I mean, I think genocide sometimes is overly used and misused, definitionally speaking. And number two, it sort of also neutralizes crimes against humanity and war crimes, which I think is very, very important. And because the level of proof in a case regarding genocide is much, much higher in a court than war crimes or crimes against humanity, simply because you don't have the really good legal precedents in place to sort of prove genocide. And this, and I guess you're alluding to what's happening in Gaza and perhaps Sudan, and charges of genocide there. Is that sort of where this is leading you?
It's up to you to comment on that.
Well, I think that there's no question that I mean, so far I've read 2 studies from Israel. I've read several by the there's several international studies have tried to document genocide. The case is and it's fine. I mean, I think it's a complex situation. It deals with starvation of humans. It's and in that particular instance with Lemkin, that was part of starvation was part of an economic plan to destroy a group. In chapter 9 of his Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, I think that to charge it is one thing, or to write a report is one thing. It's another to sort of get it to court, whether it be the ICC or International Court of Justice, which the South Africans have done. And I think that once investigators can go into Gaza, we'll be able to have a much more clear idea about because the other part of it is the intent. And those two things are, it's not that they're hard to prove, but they're harder to prove than if you were just charging war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Thank you so much, David Crow, and have a nice breakfast, and thank you for staying with me. Okay.
Okay, I can cut off now.
You can cut off. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so
too,
much.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Is anyone missing a pair of glasses? We found them in the cafe now. So is anyone known these? No? Pair of glasses, highest bidder. Can we start with 100 kroner? Please, give him.
I think that you can see that I'm getting kind of overexcited by being here. I was excited already this week, so as you see, I have new shoes, I've put on my nicest dress, and I have to say that these two first sessions made my brain on fire, and it's not at all making me depressed, because I see that we are very intelligent people here, and we can make it to continue Anton's Obama analogy. Anyway, we're going to go on understanding and confronting anti-Gypsyism. You have, some of you have been introduced of the international scholars. I would like to say that it's also among the audience from the Norwegian part, very important people. I don't know that you know that Ted Hanisch is here. He wrote about the Roma already in the 1970s. Hilde Lindén is here. She wrote about the Roma in the 1980s. Natasha Bielenberg is here. She was at IRU, the first meeting in 1971. So if you want to know more about it, you talk to her. Solomia Karoli is here. She's a Norwegian Roma writer. So I think we should give them also a hand for being here and making... Then also, of course, Balder Hasvold at Romano Care, that is always making all these things happening. So now you maybe think that Norway is perfect because you had this nice lunch. You're at the nice residence of Quisling during Second World War. You are on the... Sorry? Yeah, I mean, this weather, it looks like a scam, but it's not at all like that. We think that the Norwegian Roma are living in average 30 years shorter than the majority population in Norway. And last year it was revealed that the Norwegian police had a secret register of almost all the Norwegian Roma, the children, the elderly, and even the dead. So don't be fraud by the luxurious welcome. We have our challenges here in this country, and therefore it's so good to have such eminent scholars that can help us to think and reflect on anti-Gypsyism. And we started you, Martin Ravid from Central European University.
You can hear me, right? Thank you so much for the invitation, Anton, and for organizing the event, all the persons who were involved. It's really a privilege to be here, and also with introducing the Norwegian colleagues and students. I'm very grateful to be here. And basically what I would like to offer is a way to think about how we can approach this whole topic today. In the morning we talked about recognition of Roma Holocaust, memories. We talked about justice. Anton a little bit introduced the Norwegian case, and I would really like to know more how is the recognition and how are the struggles unfolding in Norway. I will start with a little bit abstract ideas how we can study justice. I'm originally a political theorist, but then I will try to make it concrete, and the idea is to see how useful it is for you. It is one way to think about issues of justice. And we are in Norway, we speak English, I am coming from an American private university that is based in Vienna. It's called Central European University. Some of you know that we were previously in Budapest. I'm also Hungarian. And, but this is inspired a little bit by also American literature, and we can have limitations, how much this racial justice discourse is relevant for us, how much it's not relevant, but it's up for us to to decide. Basically, a little bit of background, and maybe most of you know this, but I also know that there are students in the room who are maybe not following Roma policies and narratives, but I would say that focusing and discussing anti-Gypsyism came to the forefront in early 2010. There were specific events. Actually, some of you maybe were there in 2012 at Uppsala University. There was a conference on anti-Gypsyism. But now it's taken up by, in policy making, European Parliament has resolutions, and there is a definition as well on anti-Gypsyism. And to simplify, you can link it in the longer struggle and changing narratives from self-determination. We talked about the First World Roma Congress, human rights. Just the panel before was about the European Court of Human Rights, socioeconomic inclusion. Many of you know the decade of Roma inclusion. Norwegian and Scandinavian countries were not included, but it was a loose framework for socioeconomic inclusion, and this is what continues now in an EU framework, and many of you know how it works. Some of you are involved. And Norway is not in the EU, but maybe there are initiatives as well. And I'm really interested to learn what are the initiatives in Norway. I think I will not talk too much about these theorists from the United States, but basically they criticize the traditional way to talk about justice, social justice, and how to go a little bit beyond that. But my main point, which came up, and it's very interesting, is that when we recognize justice, injustice, and what kind of recognition I'm talking about is not simply recognition of a minority status. And Norway recognized the Roma as a national minority, as you know, we talked about it. But how do you recognize if there is systemic injustice? And how it relates actually also to historical recognition. It was very interesting in the morning that Daniel mentioned that in Croatia it did help, right? That Roma was recognized as a national minority, and later it helped to become a subject of history. But many of us, especially from Eastern Europe, we know that the minority status, as Aniko said in the morning, doesn't give you substantive resources. You have rights on paper, but they don't turn into social, cultural, meaningful rights. So basically, this is how people put this question in political theory, that there is a justifiable mistrust and a collective memory that you just cannot handle with regular liberal means. What are the liberal means? And I think it relates also to the previous panel, that simply guaranteeing human rights, anti-discrimination, plus having welfare or distribution, we are in a generous welfare state, is not enough. So basically the main point that these two will never be enough to tackle. And these are not only historical injustice, so another key term that these are enduring harms. And we can talk about the Scandinavian case, so this is not something in the past. This has consequences that are affecting everyday life now. Yes, and about reparations, and we also talked about, it was mentioned that there is some compensation in Norway for the coerced sterilization. That's the narrow sense of reparations, but you can have a broader sense when you want to compensate for all inherited public evils and enduring injustices. So this is the terminus technicus in political theory, but I think you understand what it means, and there were cases for that in Scandinavia. And there are many means you can do it. Reconciliation is another form. So basically, to simplify the whole story, I would say that racial justice has three forms. I talked about recognition of injustice, reparations was the other, and reconciliation when you want to reconcile, have a relation to live together. And the example that is often cited is South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, but you know that there are but anyway, so this is just an overview of what you can do and how you can approach racial justice. And I will give you illustrations, and I know that many of you know in the room, some of you don't know these illustrations, maybe it will be useful for you. And also in the morning, we already heard about Bulgaria, UK, and Croatia. You know the story of the recognition of the genocide in Germany. It was a longer struggle. Sweden, I think, is very interesting, and I read some papers that try to compare Scandinavian countries, but I would be interested how it relates to Norway. And the recognition of slavery of Roma in Romania is also a very interesting topic, and some of you know, as Anton said, that there is ongoing research, new research, and there will be a conference roughly in 1 month in Oslo where you can hear about it. This story, many of you are familiar, but I think it's still important in case some of you don't know that actually the genocide was not recognized until 1982 in West Germany. And it was a long struggle. The museum in Auschwitz opened in 2001. Some of you know the long struggle for the memorial. In Berlin, the role of some specific people. I will not go into the details of that. But I have also some of the illustrations of this was I think the hunger strike in Dachau. And these are also some photos of that recognition. You see Romani Rosa in the middle. I think the Swedish case is interesting because as far as I know, there were not many apologies. There is Norway, Sweden, but the Swedish case is that there was a civil rights movement from the 60s, 70s, which led to the so-called white paper and the public apology. Although there are, as you know, special, I think there are also some limitations of this Swedish approach, but still, looking from Central Eastern Europe, such apologies or recognitions never happened. Now I live in Vienna. I think nobody talks about the Habsburg policies, which were a long time ago, or how more than 90% of Roma were killed in what is Austria now. So these are not really publicly discussed. But also another sad part of history was the coerced sterilization, which, as far as I know, it was both in Sweden and Norway. And I think these were joining Soraya Post from Sweden with Czech survivors. So there were good initiatives as well to join forces. And you know that in Czechia, the parliament also adopted a law, and there is some kind of recognition and compensation. The Roma slavery is also an issue that is there, but there is until now no reparations, very small signs of acknowledgement. It's an ongoing struggle, and of course Romanian scholars are in the forefront, who are both in Romania, both abroad. I would like to highlight Magda Matake, who started her work in Bucharest, but now she's at Harvard, and they will present their research results very soon. So basically, these are just an overview of these struggles. And I think finally what I would like to say, I have still a little bit of time, but what I find interesting is that how do you go beyond this narrow recognition of committees, truth and reconciliation? How do you have a social impact? How you can reach out to society? And I was very interested to hear about the case in Croatia, how much you can have school education, how you can go a little bit beyond this small ivory tower. But what we see in many countries, including Hungary, is that actually the school books recycle racist stereotypes. It's not that they are going for any kind of recognition. If you study school textbooks, I did it earlier, then you just have stereotypical representations of Roma. And maybe a final thing to mention, I will skip these slides, is that one critic of talking about racial justice is that it is confrontative and it stigmatizes the majority. And of course, this is the backlash we see in the United States and everywhere in Europe. And this is also was interestingly formulated by the late Nicolae Gheorghe, that if we talk about this, it can undermine civic solidarity. And basically, just here in a nutshell, I would say that I don't think this is necessarily the case. So it can be seen as a precondition that you reflect on these enduring forms of injustice just to have one step of recognition. And I think I will I will not speak about victimhood, but I will end on this last point, is that basically, in my opinion, what is interesting for me is that how these cultures of memory, recognition, and reparations could lead to any culture of equality and diversity, and what are the means to do it, what is the role of science, educational institutions, media, social media, and thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to discussing this further.
We will just do as Anton did, because he's always doing so good. So we do all the lectures, and then afterwards we can have them appear and we can have comments. So then it's Huub van Baar from the University of Leuven in Belgium. The floor is yours.
Well, this gives me already the opportunity to thank you again, Anton, as all of my predecessors did, for bringing us all here together. I'm very happy to be here together with all of you. Some colleagues I know from long ago already, and some new colleagues and new people interested from here, from Norway. So I'm very happy to share my thoughts with you today. Thank you for the technical things. Yeah, so today I would like to focus on the role of what I call spectacular security in producing anti-Roma racism. To tell you something about the broader context, I'm actually completing the manuscript of a new monograph under the title The Ambiguity of Protection, Spectacular Security and the European Roma, which could be considered a non-juridical approach to the politics and the ambiguities of protection. And in this new book, Spectacular Security is one of my key concepts. And why do I introduce this concept? Well, it's intended to do a lot of things. It's intended to better understand the persistence of anti-Roma racism. It's intended to focus on the epistemic dimension of violence against Roma, on the relationship between racism and exploitation or exclusion, and also on why and how specifically Roma are racialized. So I do actually step back, and some will be surprised. I do a step back because I believe it is important to reconsider how we actually understand anti-Roma racism and how it interacts with the dimensions that I've worked out here on the screen. And at the risk of oversimplifying my own concept, I nevertheless will take the opportunity to introduce you to my notion of spectacular security in the course of these 20 minutes. So what are manifestations of spectacular security, as I call it? And I would like to bring you to this case study. I think many of you will be familiar with this case study, but I will reintroduce it. So on the 5th of February 1995, an attack took place in Oberwart, in the Hungarian-Austrian border region, in Burgenland more precisely. The 4 Roma men returned from their work, and when they entered the narrow street towards their semi-separated neighborhood, they saw a sign with this inscription, Roma terug nach Indien, or Roma back to India. And when they tried to remove the sign, it exploded, and the 4 Roma men died on the spot. A very tragic event, indeed. What happens in the immediate aftermath of the attack in Oberwart is central to how I approach the notion of spectacular security. This all happened at a time when Jörg Haider's FPÖ emerged, so one of the first populist political parties that emerged in Europe after the fall of socialism. And he was the founder and leader, and he suggested that the explosion was most probably the result of illegal weapons trading by the 4 Roma themselves, or of some kind of internal conflicts within the Roma community. And the police, interestingly enough, followed the same scenario during the first 36 hours. The houses of the Roma neighborhood were thoroughly searched. Nothing suspicious was found. And only after a similar bombing took place a few days later on a member of a Croatian minority in Austria, the focus of the police investigations shifted. However, even while the police admitted and announced that their assumptions were wrong and led in the wrong directions, all main Austrian media maintained for a long time, for several weeks, if not months, the narrative that it was the Roma themselves who were responsible for the explosion. If I now try to abstract from the case, I think we can make the following observations. What we see here is that violence directed against Roma is reframed as violence exercised by them, kind of racial reversal. Secondly, Roma are automatically placed in the dock, and this occurs primarily because of and based on their ethnic background. And finally, Roma are seen as causing danger and conflict to society. And for me, these are also the 3 core components of what I call manifestations of spectacular security. And such manifestations are first and foremost spectacles of violence, in which violence against Roma is sensationalized, and the violence may be physical, but also symbolic, for instance, when Roma are humiliated in media or political discourses, or through everyday practices of exclusion. And since this violence is always grounded in the violation of Roma as acting agents endowed with their own experiences and knowledge, this violence is from the outset a form of epistemic violence. These manifestations are also racial spectacles in which social relationships are essentialized through racialization. And they are, last but not least, security spectacles in which Roma are problematized as security threats and perceived as threats to, for instance, public order, public health, social security, and peaceful coexistence. Well, manifestations of spectacular security are not necessarily as radical and lethal as the Oberwart bombing. Perhaps I even need to add that I have misled you by suggesting that they are as radical as this particular case. They can also be connected to media spectacles, radical in itself, such as those surrounding the alert's kidnapping of children by Roma. Another example concerns police violence against Roma, and in my book I've analyzed a large number of police raids, particularly in Slovakia, in segregated Roma communities as manifestations of spectacular security. And I understand these raids actually as practices that produce and maintain the color line between Roma and non-Roma in a more general way, even though they are effective primarily with regard to the most segregated among the Roma. But also much more mundane practices, such as the over-representation of Roma in public works, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, fall for me under manifestations of spectacular security. And those who are perhaps a bit more familiar with my work know that I read them as practices of racial governmentality, in which workfare is often used as a tool to discipline Roma. Another well-known example is, of course, the evictions and deportations of Roma migrants from various, particularly Western European countries. And last but not least, the ways in which especially segregated Roma communities were screened and locked down during the pandemic could also be considered manifestations of spectacular security. In my book, I pay substantial attention to most of these cases. I go also a step further and take some historical cases into consideration. And here I'm thinking in particular of various manifestations of what I call the stereotypical figure of the gypsy, as it can be historically traced in visual culture, in museum culture, in literature. But let me stop with my examples here and say something more about the kind of theoretical implications of how I use this notion of spectacular security. Practices of spectacular security represent and visibilize Roma only in a very specific and thus generally negative or passive way with significant impact on their agency. So they problematize Roma one-sidedly and include them in political, policy and media debates as irregular, racialized subjects. And as I've addressed in an article that I, in 2017, wrote together with Peter Vermeers, Roma are actually made hyper-visible, but this hyper-visibility comes actually close to what we refer to as avisuality. And we refer to Wolf Allison's famous novel, Invisible Man, to illustrate this relationship of avisuality. The main character of Allison's novel is highly visible, but remains invisible, because in his social encounters he is reduced to mere black matter. In fact, thus, complex social relationships are naturalized, dehistoricized, and racialized in these manifestations of spectacular security. And events such as evictions or police raids are consequently turned into kind of dramatized spectacles rather than in contestations of or debates about the conditions and the causes and the reasons for enabling such events. So this brings me to the flip side of manifestations of spectacular security. What is it that they conceal from view? Well, first and foremost, they hide from view the dimensions of the everyday exploitation and exclusion of many Roma in much of Europe. Thus, they conceal the impact of hypervisibilization of Roma and thereby depoliticize the social, economic, political, legal, and historical causes of marginalization. And this process of depoliticization particularly obscures the role of power and history in the representation of Roma and in their formation and transformation as a European minority. More practically, manifestations of spectacular security obscure a clear understanding of the often institutional conditions under which events such as evictions and police raids become possible. In my analysis of spectacular security, and I think this represents a kind of new approach in critical Romani studies, I bring these two dimensions together in what I call a political economy of visibility. And in this political economy, the reductive form of visibility, I refer to here on the left of the screen, is not limited to hypervisibility or visceral visibility, as for instance Andreas Evnik and Andrew Russell argue in their otherwise compelling and I think also important book, The Politics of Belonging, that was published earlier this year. This political economy always also encompasses the mechanisms that exclude and exploit Roma, while keeping these processes largely hidden from public and political view and scrutiny. Thus, manifestations of spectacular security do not simply reflect some kind of existing racial inequalities, rather they actively work to shape, justify, maintain, and normalize them by detaching practices of exploitation and exclusion from their socio-economic, political, legal, and historical root causes and reattaching them to racialized representations of groups such as Roma. So to conceptualize this process better, I have grounded my notion of spectacular security in several literatures. And the most important of these literatures is that of Debordian scholarship, not just that of Guy Debord himself, but also that of scholars who have been influenced by his work, while at the same time they have been critical of the somewhat monolithic way in which Debord himself conceptualizes the spectacle. Now I make it a little bit more theoretical. Debord understands the spectacle as a political technology, Foucault-like, of separation that enacts reified social relationships, while concealing at the same time the underlying dimensions of inequality and how they are produced. And for those who are a little bit familiar with Marxist literature, it's no surprise that he relies on Marx's notion of commodification and commodity fetishism. But what he is doing, he is bringing it a significant step further by arguing that alienation through abstraction from concrete unequal social economic relations takes place even more radically in a spectacular worldview entirely mediated by images. I will not bother you further with the details of his theory, but only stress here that he combines the structural, material dimension of a Marxian political economy with what may be considered a cultural, aesthetic dimension of this political economy. And it is exactly at this point where my notion of spectacular security becomes relevant in more recent debates, and I think in particular in those regarding racial capitalism. So following the groundbreaking work of Cedric Robinson, theorists of racial capitalism have argued that capitalism and racialization are inherently interwoven, and that therefore racialization can't be separate from how capitalism emerged and how it has evolved. What is not so clear in racial capitalism theories, however, is why and how particularly specific groups such as Black Americans, indigenous peoples, and also Roma have been racialized. So, and my notion of spectacular security is precisely meant to fill this gap in our understanding of how racial capitalism operates in everyday practices. According to me, manifestations of spectacular security are thus a kind of critical hinge to understand why specifically Roma are racialized, and they enable a cross-fertilization of the structural material and cultural aesthetic dimensions of the political economy implicated in racial capitalism. Finally, and this brings me to my last slide, the key question is how spectacular security can be challenged or even contested. And there I rely on post-Debordian literatures that discuss the contestable terrain of spectacles and where they become sites of political struggles. And I can only, in these final minutes, rudimentarily outline the way in which I have discussed this contestation in my book project. But most important is that, according to me, it should cover at least the following three dimensions. First, the spectacular character of these manifestations should be challenged, which is already a big thing to achieve. Second, the epistemic violence involved in manifestations of spectacular security should be challenged. And last but not least, the ways in which these manifestations racially separate groups from each other should be challenged. And here I believe that a rehistoricization of the root causes for marginalization is key. I have listed a couple of examples behind each of these dimensions, and I won't discuss them further, but if you wish, I can say a little bit more about it in the Q&A. As you see, there are several links with other presentations today, earlier and perhaps also later today. But let me conclude with the following remarks. Over the past decade, 2 decades, I think, many initiatives have been launched to combat anti-Roma racism, but many of them appear not to work well, or much more importantly, they operate too much in isolation. And in my book, I take a significant step back, and then through the lens of what I have conceptualized as spectacular security, I have tried to grasp the core of much anti-Roma racism. From there, I believe, it should be possible to once again explore the possibilities, or perhaps even the conditions of possibility for combating anti-Roma racism more effectively than has been done so far. I have introduced manifestations of spectacular security as very persistent phenomena, key to many, not all, but many anti-Roma racist practices, and historically deeply rooted in European approaches towards Roma. Therefore, I've argued that the combating of anti-Roma racism might only become more effective when, at the minimum, these three different dimensions of contestation are addressed together. And I realized that this is not an easy task, but at the same time, I also see many initiatives that have been tried to make a start in this direction. I thank you very much for your attention. Keep it on.
Thank
Okay.
you very much. Julius Rostas. You are working at National University of Political Science and Public Administration. You don't work? Okay. Anyway, you're very welcome. We're looking forward to hear you, and afterwards we will have the discussion. Do you think it's a part of the society of spectacle that you play on the prejudice?
No, I want to show how you can perform identity to the expectation, but at the same time challenge the prejudice.
Yeah.
But if it's a non-right-wing audience, you can still do. And in this audiences usually are people that, are interested and sensitive on Roma issues. So, plus humor sometimes, we have to use it, to challenge the dominant narratives, So I'll just put this here. Now, I have to confess something. I did a mistake, because I confirmed some months ago to Anton a topic, and then when I started preparing my presentation, I realized that that's quite broad. So in a way, I narrow it down a bit from Antigypsyism, referring to Roma Holocaust, and the manifestations, Antigypsist manifestations related to Roma Holocaust, So I apologize for that, but I am still struggling with making it in 20 minutes. I apologize if I go a bit over. So here it is. No, I think I have the wrong slide. Anyway, here it is what we are going to do. Today we will explore the memory studies. We'll say something about Roma Holocaust recognition. We'll talk a bit about transitional justice, and we'll also look at the lessons learned from transitional justice in Central and Eastern Europe and how to ensure social justice for the Roma. And I'll try to go fast through some slides so I have enough time to focus on those that I consider a bit more important. Here it is. In memory studies, we can notice a shift from the national state-centric narratives to a more transnational memory, And the Holocaust played an important role in that, but it was also driven by the EU integration and migration. And of course, the question is, whose memories are included in these new narratives? And that's quite important, So I move on, And then I want to talk a bit about the Holocaust as European memory. So it was in 1995 when the European Parliament called for a Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yeah, and then we had the 2000 Stockholm Declaration. And as a result, we have some new narratives that show the Jewish tragedy becoming a common European trauma, fixed in times and space, yeah, and became an abstract symbol. And then we have national stories and, you know, shared memories. But there is a critical question, yeah. Where are the Roma in these narratives? Yeah. And, you know, while becoming a universal tragedy, Roma were largely excluded from this shared narrative. Yeah. So I think that's quite an important point. Well, let's go on and talk about Roma Holocaust. And I know that's controversial to put numbers, yeah? Because numbers, some scholars focus a lot when it's about Roma Holocaust, how many died and so on, yeah? From my point of view, numbers, and I put it here just to be a bit controversial, yeah? And I put 500 plus. In fact, no scholar has produced solid evidences to say it is, you know, that specific number, yeah? And they can bet on that number, yeah? So, and I doubt that they will be able to produce anyone, yeah? But on the same time, I want to emphasize that it was rather a similar, yeah, racial persecution to Jews, yeah? Of course, there were different specificities because of the differences how anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism works, and also the local context that really mattered, yeah, when you have to judge. But Roma basically were excluded, yeah, from Nuremberg trials, were excluded from different reconciliation processes. They were left out of the reparation programs and marginalized in Holocaust memory. So I think that's quite important. Now, the academic debate on Holocaust, yeah, and I want to point out something that I said earlier here, yeah, that how we define Holocaust really matters, yeah. I show why. Back in time, I had the privilege to teach a course with a colleague of mine at that time at the Central European University, the head of the Jewish Studies program, and we taught a course, Jews and Roma in Comparative Perspective in Europe. And of course, part of the course was focusing on Holocaust and, you know, how we define it, who, and, you know, how different groups within the Jewish and Roma communities are related to that. So here it is just a short, you know, so there is an exclusivist position, yeah, that Holocaust is uniquely Jewish tragedy, cannot be compared to other genocides, and basically, I might dare to say that there is a dilution of the Holocaust meaning, yeah. Then there is an inclusivist approach, where Roma persecution is seen as based on similar grounds, racial. There are also other groups included among the victims. That doesn't mean that to diminish the suffering of the Jewish people, and we have to say it, you know, the overwhelming majority of the victims were Jewish people, yeah? But it doesn't mean that if we mention other groups, we diminish the suffering, yeah? And then, you know, in this way, we have basically a slogan that really reflects, you know, it's never again. It's not only never again for a specific group. And then what is at stake is basically the discussion. It's not only academic, yeah? It's whose narratives get, who receives recognition, yeah? Also who gets reparation, who gets to be taught in school, and which memories are legitimate Yeah? And we saw earlier, yeah, the discussion on oral history, if they are legitimate or not. Because in many cases, they are not necessarily backed by archival research. And there is some points about that, but I'll not insist on that. I'd rather move on. So, well, the current status, yeah, is the following. That when it comes to Roma Holocaust, yeah, basically there is some recognition, yeah, and we have the EU Parliament in 2015 declaring 2nd of August, yeah, and then we have the Council of Europe statements every year and the European Commission, and you know some member states do recognize officially, and then a handful of countries really commemorate, and the majority commemorate unofficially, yeah, that's also important. They don't have, you know, a political position, but they do unofficially commemorate. And, you know, there is a gap in the recognition, and especially that there are some transnational discourses regarding Roma Holocaust. The local implementation varies widely. And when I say the transnational discourse, I refer to what Eve mentioned in UK, yeah, in Newcastle, but there are also commemoration in Spain, yeah, for example. So there is such a narrative, but still the recognition of Roma Holocaust is seen as part of social justice for Roma. Yeah? So it's not, Holocaust is not something, oh, yeah, it's part of doing social justice for the Roma. So I'll move on now to transitional justice. And I do want to provide a definition, yeah, of what transitional justice is. I've been to certain places and there were misunderstandings among transitional justice because many scholars related to transition, and especially from communists to democracies. Transitional justice is based on UN definition of what transitional justice is. It's basically the process to address legacies of abuses and ensure accountability, justice, and reconciliation that goes beyond the legal processes. Yeah. So I can even provide the full definition, the full range of processes and mechanisms associated with the society attempt to come to terms with a legacy of large-scale past abuses in order to ensure accountability, serve justice, and achieve reconciliation. I am citing from the UN Secretary General definition of transitional justice. And there are, of course, some important elements, truth-seeking, criminal justice is part of it. There are reparations, guarantees of non-recurrence, and of course the need for institutional reform. Yeah, I think these are the points I wanted to say about transitional justice, and here are some principles that are quite important, yeah, when it comes to transitional justice. Well, why transitional justice for Roma? Yeah, and I think that's important. Yeah, because anyone familiar a bit with transitional justice, this appeared basically in the context of Latin America and what happened there. Yeah, especially after the Pinochet regime, and then in Argentina with the disappearance, and you know, it was built from the right to know what happened to the loved ones, yeah, the right to information and so on, and evolved to something how we deal with the past injustices. So it was mostly about human rights violations, but we did something, or rather, okay, I claim that I did something interesting in the Chachipe project. It was, there were different partners, but I was at that time with the Center for European Policy Studies, a Brussels-based think tank. And I made the point that, in fact, we can use transitional justice tools to combat racism against Roma in Europe. I'll just, not only the past injustices, but you have present flagrant violations of human rights that justify why transitional justice tools will provide recognition, repair, and prevention. Now, I move on, and I'll just give an overview of what happened with transitional justice tools, in Central and Eastern Europe. It was used here, and maybe just to make a point, transitional justice tools doesn't mean just what happened in South Africa, with truth and reconciliation commissions. That means also expert commissions that go and search for truth, produce knowledge about something that happened. And in our case, I think that's quite important to do. But there are also others, like community debates. And that doesn't exclude that those that really violated the law and were perpetrators can be identified. They shouldn't be punished. So in CE, in Central and Eastern Europe, transitional justice was used, for in different countries, basically to deal with communist era abuses, secret police collaborations, property confiscation, and political persecution. And I think I made here a reference to my friend, Professor Lavinia Stan, who is a leading scholar on transitional justice and how it was used, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. Thank you, Lavinia, for our cooperation and the possibility to learn so much from you. So what basically happens is that we can use these tools and see how it was applied to other processes in Central and Eastern Europe, and why it is relevant, how can be applied to Roma Holocaust. So one of them was lustration. That means that some officials were banned to, for example, run for offices in the new democratic systems. And that has been applied in Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, but selectively in other countries. The result was to build stronger democratic institutions, and how that can be applied to Roma Holocaust. So on the one hand, to really have to investigate post-war officials who denied Roma claims, or let's say denazification. To give you an example, in Germany, the guys who worked for Ritter Institute, the infamous institute in Berlin, all of them built quite significant careers after, and they even claimed to be experts on the gypsies in the post-war era, But also in other countries, you just, they reinvent themselves. So to identify those who blocked the reparations, And here, I think it's important to analyze the Constitutional Court of Germany decisions to deny the recognition of Roma Holocaust, in so many instances that it took them until '82 to recognize that. And to create accountability for historical denial, somebody has to say that, Who is responsible for that? Well, let's move to the secret police files access. This is particularly relevant for this country. Because of the whole scandal with even now police having files on every Roma living in Norway. That happened also in Sweden. At least in Sweden, following a court case, they received reparations. Here, bureaucrats and politicians became quite innovative, creative, on how to avoid responsibility for having these Nazi-like policies. So what we can notice is a cross-regime, a continuation across political regimes of anti-Gypsy practices. So what happened with the secret police files was opening the archives for publics, expose the persecutions and identify the perpetrators. And of course, this was a complicated process because then you risk reproducing the truth of the secret police, yeah, while you have to do a much more complex to decodify that language. And here is how it can be applied to Roma Holocaust, yeah? Open Nazi era files, document perpetrators and collaborators, reveal post-war denial and discrimination, and provide evidence for reparation claims. Property restitution. Now, when we get to that, yeah, that's quite significant, because this involved in Central and Eastern Europe the restitution of homes, land, and businesses, return of religious properties, compensation was when return was impossible, and that happened all over the region. But when Roma came into these discussions, they faced particular challenges. Why? Because this process of restitution of property had several challenges. One, set restrictive cut-off dates, which for many Roma, that was very challenging to meet. Then require formal documentation on, or in many cases, the houses of Roma that were confiscated didn't have full documentation on them, historically. So how you prove that? And then often excluded the nomadic or semi-nomadic population as they were framed. So there are few solutions to that, yeah, as well, to accept alternative evidence like oral testimony, community records. Community records, they still know. If you go there in those communities, they know, oh, you know, Gypsies live there, that family and that family. So it's not impossible, it's if you have the will. Here is how this can be applied to Roma. Accept alternative evidence, extend time limits, provide collective compensation, address loss of traditional livelihood. When it came, let me give an example, return agricultural reforms following the communist era. Yeah? In Romania, quite a good law, but Roma felt excluded from this land reform because they were basically received land as part of nationalization, some of them, but even those that received before, the set deadline was, for example, the agricultural reform was in 46, but they set the deadline before that. So many of them received in subsequent year, 48, 49, and for them that deadline was highly restrictive. Okay, so tool for compensations for violations. And here we have a very good example of forced sterilization of Romani women, which is an egregious form of racism against Roma, inspired by, you know, Nazis and, you know, how you control the population and so on. So you have the Czech compensation law. In Slovakia, you have apology and reparations, yeah? And there were some reparations. Here are some lessons from the forced sterilization. Worked under international pressure, activists and documentation, failed because of political will, which was non-existent, evidence, loans and funding, and there are the implementation, the lessons we could get, you know, was that this was really important for the Roma. How that can be applied to Roma Holocaust, that we need administrative compensation schemes. The international monitoring is essential, and basically to simplify evidence requirements and of course adequate funding. We cannot rely just on the work of NGOs and private initiatives, yeah, for that. And then how we can achieve justice for Roma Holocaust is through this, yeah, truth commission, memorialization, reparations, institutional reforms, and non-recurrence guarantees. Of course, these are generic terms because under them, when I say reforms, it includes police and judiciary reforms, but also educational reforms and so on. But I just, you know, don't want to spend too much time on this. And then, yeah, here are some important points. Barriers to recognition of Roma Holocaust, and we can reflect on those. I want to make this point that there is a fracture between the public memory, yeah, related to Holocaust, and the Romani memory. And, you know, many researchers, especially non-Roma researchers, fail to grasp, to get to that level with and to engage with their subjects, because this is a very intimate subject in Romani families. And many of them failed, and they came with the narrative that, oh, for Roma, past doesn't matter, you know. They don't know how to deal with trauma. They live just in the present, and this exoticization narrative about Roma. And they failed to grasp that. While, in fact, in Romani families, we did talk about that. Yeah. Then, how we define Holocaust matters. Yeah. And continuity of policies across regime, we could notice. There is a lack of understanding of how anti-Gypsyism works. If everybody compares the suffering of Roma to that of Jewish people, they might say, oh, but there was not such an elaborated ideology behind the Nazis' policies, Nazi and their allies' policies. And for that reason, that shows to me, and I'm saying that as a scholar that spent the last 15 years focusing on anti-Gypsyism and its manifestations, that you don't understand how anti-Gypsyism works. One of the points of anti-Gypsyism is its normalization. So you don't need an ideology to justify that you kill Gypsies, that you oppress them, that you exclude them, and so on. You just don't need, because it's so normal. And misunderstanding of Romani resistance and survival strategy. That was really a point, because some practices that happened, this was the last point, I'm done. I apologize in advance that I'll go a bit further. Sorry for rushing through it, and I look forward to your comments, criticism, and questions. Thank you very much.
Find some chairs, so if the three of you can sit here, we have some time to criticize and everything. Do we have
Oops.
Thanks, Julius. Oh, great presentations altogether.
No.
Okay.
Thanks.
Rush, and I realized that I didn't give the last format of my presentation.
Thank you very much. It was brilliant in 3 different ways. But perfect. Jeg sitter fast in it. Do we have any questions or comments? Here you go.
Thank you for 3 wonderful papers. My point, question, observation is addressed to Julius, and I wanted to bring 2 points you made into juxtaposition. You ended by talking about the failure of non-Romani scholars to acknowledge the nature of historical knowledge and the way it resides in families, and the way that the articulation of that is associated with trauma. Earlier, you talked about the necessity of opening the archives. And in my experience, and it's not only my experience, these 2 don't necessarily match up. And we've seen that most recently with the agreement between the Bundesarchiv and the Zentralrat about the management of the Ritter files. As historians, we go into those files innocently to find out about the lives of the people whose stories we're telling, but that's not innocent. And the question then always arises with these packages of data: who controls them, who has access, who has the right to use them, and then ultimately who has the right to tell the story. So thank you for raising those points. And I welcome your observations about that.
Should I answer?
Yeah, if you want.
Well, Eve, that's very challenging. And I just want to correct you. I said the overwhelming majority of non-Romani scholars didn't grasp that. Many of them went in Roma communities, spent, for example, 6 months, had fun, and they thought, oh, now we understood everything. Mostly they were anthropologists, and because Roma communities accepted them, they thought, now we became kind of Roma. And they realized that, no, you are never part of that. But what I want to be short, these challenges, in order to deal effectively with them, the co-production of knowledge would be the pathway to go forward. Because in this way, we combine knowledge, expertise from different sides, and then we get also the legitimacy to shape the public discourse on it. To me, and I'll stop here, I find hilarious the fact that IRA felt compelled to come with a working definition of what anti-Gypsyism is. I find hilarious that a bunch of gadgets are coming to tell me what is anti-Roma racism and what I should feel about. It's like me going to a Jewish community and telling them what is anti-Semitism. So they don't see this, that's not okay.
We have many questions. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, three of you, for a wonderful panel. It was absolutely, I have a lot of thoughts and was very excited to hear about all your work. And I just, in response to this, I think just to say, perpetrator archives, that's part of it. Like, how does one go into that? And I think that's one of the conundra that we're facing. I had a question for Hub about, and I think this spectacular security is terrific. So you did say that your book kind of outlines why specifically Roma. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. Like, why particularly do we see this hyper-racialization, hyper-visibilization, and kind of, a blurring of, I don't remember what you called it, but the blurring of kind of how we see Roma, which I think Julius just pointed to. Why specifically Roma?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I think that's the key issue. I mean, it's not suggesting that, so let me start there. I mean, my notion of spectacular security is meant more generally, so I think it could also be applicable to other communities. So if you compare, for instance, Robinson's main work with his later work, what is his name, on memory, where he's focusing on the imagination of black people, the black Americans in film, in cinema, I think even before the Second World War, there is this dynamic already. So I think we, in a more, say in racial capitalism, in those theories, we see a tendency to focus on the Marxist structural material dimension. So housing markets, labor markets, they tend to exclude particular people, supply populations, create them. But why specifically particular populations is unclear. So I think you need a aesthetic, in a philosophical sense, aesthetic cultural dimension. And then, of course, more research on those manifestations of spectacular security and how they manifest in actual practice is important to articulate why it is that the Roma then are involved in exploitation. So it's not necessarily suggesting that when you only focus on the aesthetic dimension, that you see the entire picture, but you need to bring it again in connection to the material dimension. So, for instance, Nick de Genova's argument about the border spectacle, I don't know whether you are familiar with it. So we focus on deportations, but there are only a few who are actually deported, but they affect the migrant exploitation of many. And I think it's the same with the Roma. You know, there are of course many evictions, but still most are not evicted. The same with the raiding on some Roma communities is a kind of disciplinary warning for the majority. So it's this kind of connection, and I think there you need the understanding of the aesthetic cultural dimension to see why specifically Roma are then targeted in both the visible and the invisible forms of what I call this political economy. Is that an answer to your question? Well, yeah, well, I think one more step, of course, would be to go back in history. So what I call in my book the figure of the stereotypical gypsy. I do not use the word gypsy any longer. I only use GPS, a generally problematic stereotype. So the figure of the GPS has been established as the figure, you know, related to nomadism, to criminality, and all. So I think that kind of orientalization, and how that orientalization with the emergence of the so-called GPS studies in the 18th, 19th century was foundational for establishing the epistemic dimension, and then we move on into, you know, further into history. So the role of anthropology, criminology, the role of photography in particular. The interesting thing is that if you move from visual art to photography, there is the suggestion that now we have the real gypsies targeted, you know. So I think that history is important to connect to why these manifestations of spectacular security are still prominent today. So I make that kind of historicization. That's probably more, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then it's Anton.
I have quite a few bones to pick with you, Luz Rostas. Well, first, in terms of from the kind of story of the Roma victimization not to be part of the Holocaust, discursively, of course, you are right. I mean, it has been the case. But in terms of evidence, we simply didn't have this historical evidence. I mean, the first panel, the first paper, as mentioned, Kenrick and Paxson, right? The book came out only in 1972. There's been a lot of scholarship done in the past, let's say, 20 years. And if you look at all the kind of synthesis of the Holocaust, basically there is none that would not incorporate mass murder of Roma. To give you just one example, about half a year ago, Cambridge History of the Holocaust, 4 volumes came out. And I wrote an article on the Roma. Of course, we can argue, isn't it enough for volume, just one article about the Roma? But it is kind of, basically now it's part of a historiography. Second, that you said that mass murder of Roma was not mentioned or not discussed during the Nuremberg trials. It's correct as far as the first major trial of the major Nazi war criminals is concerned, 45, 40, 46, right? But the subsequent 12 trials, and some of them, Roma genocide, as we call it now, has been treated very extensively. For example, Einsatzgruppe trial. Then the issue of numbers, which I feel very strongly. You're correct to say that no scholars really treated it, and I don't blame you for that. But the book that you can see there on the table, collection essays I edited, People Who Destroy, I have extensive chapter there. It's called The Number of Romani Deaths During the Nazi Era Revisited. There is no evidence whatsoever that the number of Roma murdered were 500,000. The numbers I went through for every country, whatever evidence we have for the past 30 years in various languages, the numbers about between 94,000 and 105,000, which is about 12% of Romani population. And that's a figure close to Michael Zimmermann's in his Opus Magnum from 1996. Yeah, and final point about oral history. Yeah, we all know that we have so much more when it comes to the Holocaust. I even did a calculation. We have probably in all the archives maybe 300,000 testimonies by the Jewish survivors. And for the whole entire world, entire Europe, we have less than 1,000 testimonies by the Roma. So basically, oral history simply, when it comes to Roma genocide, is non-existent. Thank you.
Julius, do you want to answer?
Yeah. let me answer this, and I'm not saying that I am agreeing with you at all. Do you know when, for example, the first evidence about Roma, part of Roma Holocaust came about? In October 1944. Yeah? There was, so Bogdan Kyriak, a Roma historian, went into the archives and found an article in the newspapers at the time talking about the deportation of Roma in Romania by our fascist government, yeah? And they were calling for justice, there were interviews with survivors and so on. So it was in 44. My challenge is, are we sure when we are saying there are no evidences that someone did a thorough research on those? This guy, he's a young guy, yeah, went to the archives and happened. So I challenge the kind of scholarship when we have categorical statements that, you know, there are no evidences. Rather, we go and we find them. Well, you said something, Roma genocide. Now, to me, that's funny because I would ask, which one? Because in our history, we had multiple genocides, yeah? So I'm get confused to which one you are referring. If we are referring to Roma Holocaust, then we know exactly the period and what it means. And even there, we might be imprecise. Why? Because everybody might get the impression that the Roma Holocaust ended with the end of Second World War in Europe, yeah? Or even the end of Second World War in general. Well, that was not the case. Recent research in France shows that Roma continued to be in camps, yeah, until July 1946. So how was that possible? So when we talk about terms, we have to say, yeah, which one? Numbers. Now, numbers are always controversial, and how we use archives. And I dare to take the case that I know the best, and that's Romania. So, Romanian, and one of the leading experts in that is Viorel Achim. So he gives two numbers, and usually there are two numbers. Over 25,000 Roma deported, and in the trials of General Antonescu in 46, the number was over 36,000. Guess what? Now that went down to being precisely 25,000. If you look at the narratives of the Elie Wiesel Institute in Bucharest, fixed 25,000. How the hell got to 25? But I dare to challenge that because not everything was documented, and a lot of it is missing. And I have a source that worked for the Romanian army, the one that was in charge with the deportations and the filing and so on. And that number, I didn't publish that anywhere, and I hope I'll get access. But the number is at least 100,000 Roma that were deported. So also, just to give another example how Achim was inconsistent, when it was about how many survived, initially he said 19,000 Roma died out of over 25 that were deported. Then he came back over years and said, no, 11,000 only died because, you know, they returned. But in the numbers, he was playing with the two archives, yeah? So on one time, he took one number, 25,000, but then when it came to 11,000, he used the other archive. I said, why in one instance, one is credible, and then when it comes to how many died, the same archive is not credible anymore, yeah? So there are inconsistencies when we go with the numbers. But I want to point out something. In some countries, the proportion of Roma is much higher. Yeah, you wrote on Estonia, yeah? But you know also in Lithuania that almost 90% of them were killed. Daniel is here. The proportion in Croatia, again, over 90% of Roma, yeah? So when we look at that, but when we meant victims of Holocaust, we have to consider, my grandparents were not deported. They were at the very border, yeah, on this. But they always live with the fear. borders were changing in those, it was a matter of weeks sometimes, that if fascists are coming, the Romanian fascists, I mean, then we will be also deported. So are they victims or not? Because they lived with all the fear over the years. So we have to reflect on those issues.
I think that we're going to stop now the discussion of numbers. You can continue forever, I know. We have 2 more questions. It's you, and then it's you, and then I think we end it there.
Well, I think that we will never stop talking about numbers. I have a lot of questions for you, but I will not ask, especially remarks regarding IRA and definition. This is your opinion. I was not then part of the IRA, but I was a part of IRA when my country adopted this terminology, and this was for me positive because this is one fight weapons against discrimination. But I will talk and I will ask Martin. Martin, history of anti-Gypsyism didn't start in 1970s, started much more earlier. And as an expert, not as historian, but as an expert, can we use anti-Gypsyism, as Julius talked, with these cases of multiple genocide against Roma, for example, in 15th century, 14th century? Can we talk about slavery as one part of the anti-Gypsyism and similar? I'm asking you purely as a historian.
Yeah, I'm not a historian, but I can have an opinion and I can respond to that. And yeah, so my point, and this was the small nuance that Julius focused on transitional justice. I use racial justice, and it's very tricky how we use race in Europe. Mm-hmm. But I think we still talk about the same issue, and we also use social justice. But as far as I know, and I'm not a historian of early time, all these racial categories developed also in the Iberian Peninsula, in the Reconquista procedure, and this is when all these racial and Orientalist conception of Roma developed as well. So I think they are absolutely relevant, and I think why I like the question that it links to the broader question also what Ethel asked, why Roma, or what was the position of Roma, but how the modern nation state and how modern nations developed. Norwegian, Croatian, Hungarian, all demonizing and picking on Roma and Jewish people. So this is, I think, the relation, how you can use this term. And with the students, we always discuss whether it's anti-Gypsyism, anti-Roma racism. You discuss that now in Croatia. The terminology is changing. We also use anti-Roma racism for different reasons. Julius wrote a long paper on why anti-Gypsyism, so it's another debate that I don't want to open here. But yeah, this is how I see that it could make sense in the longer-term history.
Thank you. And then it's you.
My question goes especially to Martin and Julius, but Hub, I need you to finish your book before I'm writing my bachelor's thesis this spring. It sounds really interesting. But I was wondering about kind of the rise of polarization in our world, and especially a racialized polarization, and how, because I work partly as a journalist, and I've found myself struggling with highlighting the Roma cause in fear of the collision course of kind of rising fascism, and also trying to highlight this and being scared of maybe a new kind of scapegoat situation with also rising anti-Gypsyism online. That's kind of my thought question.
Thank you.
Go, Julius.
I'd say that we don't need extreme right to have extreme forms of anti-Gypsyism. Yeah, we had the example here in Oslo a few years back when the authorities adopted legislation banning sleeping in public parks, for example. Yeah, and then the Lutheran bishop Kari mobilized her constituency, and she went out with 120 priests and slept in parks and basically forced the authorities to withdraw that regulation. Yeah. So you don't need police here, yeah, and in Sweden. You don't need fascists for that, yeah? It's just part of things. But when it comes to digital racism or digital anti-Gypsyism, that is really something that is developing. For example, we have the gamification. In Lithuania, a company developed a game where you could kill gypsies, yeah, as part of the game. Yeah, and you gain points and so on. And there was the prosecutor started an investigation, don't know what's the status of that. It takes quite a long time to play with it. But there are other forms. For example, the danger is, nowadays, there are companies that are doing recruiting using AI. Yeah? But AI is biased in its own algorithm. It's not neutral. Yeah? And therefore, becomes the justification for discrimination cases. You cannot sue anymore a company, oh, because you, yeah? They said, no, we are not doing the recruitment. And then it's an algorithm, yeah? And that becomes science. So basically, that's the risk of it, how we use that. It will become, and I dare to be a bit, look forward. It will come when the use of AI within the justice system will be used, like in the medical, now mostly in medical, but in the justice system. And we might end up in few years claiming a right to be judged by a human being, not by AI, because AI might produce these biases based on decisions, yeah? And I like the presentations of our two colleagues, yeah, that talked about the litigation and so on. We might end up having very biased judgments produced by AI that looks very neutral and professional. So,
You wanted a short comment?
Yeah, I was just thinking also, when Julius spoke about opening secret police files, related to the Second World War, I think it would also be very interesting with regard to the socialist past or the more recent past. So I was thinking about how actually non-digitalized archives, for instance, in the Dutch community, they found they had several folders, material folders with information about the local Roma community that arrived from the former Yugoslavia in the 1970s. And they used it for ethnic profiling day by day. And a journalist came in and he said, well, can we perhaps Xerox some of them? Oh, no problem, take the... So that was how it was discovered. So no digitalization. It was hidden because there were still these material folders informing the local communities, the local police, the local municipality about the Roma community over there. So that's also a tricky thing, how perhaps sometimes digitalization is avoided to maintain the particular forms of ethnic profiling. And I think this will also certainly happen in Central and Eastern Europe.
Yeah, maybe just one, because you also addressed the question to me, but polarization challenge as a journalist, and what is journalism? You speak to a broader audience, usually you have a few less time. Maybe you are on social media, and of course this is driving polarization. And maybe this is the opposite, when you can listen to someone for 20 minutes and then discuss. But yeah, I don't have an easy solution, but I think if you create places for discussion and listening, which is beyond the 5 seconds, maybe it's easy, but we have mostly students who try to do it on TikTok and other media as young journalists. And maybe it's feasible. I think I'm too old for that, but yeah, but I think it's driving polarization as well.
Okay, I want to thank the three of you. You can give them a big hand.
Sure.
We take 5 minutes break and then we're back, but 5 minutes.
Please find your seats. We have to start. Yeah. We have finally reached session 4. My name is Carl Emil Vogt. I'm an historian working here at the Institute. I'm having the pleasure to introduce the last 3 speakers. They have changed order, so first is Stefan Müller, who is a political scientist, and his presentation here today is entitled "To Break the Circle of Violence and Exclusion, Lessons for Roma in Ukraine from the Wars in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo." Isn't that right? Yes, and you're an advisor on international affairs, isn't that correct, at the Western Balkans for the Central Council of the German Sinti and Roma.
That's also correct.
Thank you, please.
Thank you. So I'm not only working on Western Balkans, I also work on Ukraine a lot. So thank you very much first for the invitation, for the opportunity to talk here. Among all these distinguished scholars, I think I'm the only who is more a practitioner. So it might be a little bit of a different presentation now. First, setting the frame, what I will talk about is, on the one hand, we had it already today about oral history. It's a little bit also about oral history, because I work now on Roma in Ukraine. I worked after the war in Bosnia, and I worked after the war in Kosovo. And when I worked in Kosovo, I worked a lot with minorities, in particular Roma, Ashkenazi, Egyptians. And then I had the honor to meet Natasha. Then back in Kosovo. The other background is that we currently at the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma, we do a project on transitional justice in Kosovo. And we heard a lot today about transitional justice. I will come back to this later. Briefly, introduction. Ukraine is not Kosovo, it's not Bosnia-Herzegovina. Yeah, we have to keep this in mind. The Roma communities in all 3 countries are very different. The wars are and were different. The country setup is totally different. But nevertheless, there are a lot of lessons we can learn from the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, and in particular from the post-war settings in both countries, for the Roma in Ukraine, but also for the authorities in Ukraine and for the international community. I could also add that the wars in post-war societies in Syria, Iraq, or even Afghanistan could provide us lessons. When we look there at the situation of Roma-related communities like Dom, Abdal, or the Luli. What I will do now, I give first a brief overview, a very brief, of the situation of Roma in Ukraine, and then I will even more briefly describe the position of Roma, and in case of Kosovo, of Ashkali and Egyptians, during the war and in the immediate post-war period. When it comes to the post-war period, there will be a focus on Kosovo. While referring to what happened to Roma in Kosovo and in Bosnia, I will already point at the potential lessons learned for Roma in Ukraine. These are avoidance of violence, inclusion in the reconstruction, consideration in laws and policies, inclusion in national narrative. We talked a lot about narrative today, and in transitional justice. Briefly to Roma in Ukraine. There are approximately 400,000 Roma in Ukraine. Nobody really can say exactly. It's a very diverse community. They live dispersed all over Ukraine. The largest community is in the Oblast Transcarpathia, so the border region to Hungary and Slovakia, with roughly 70,000 people. You can find Roma across all strata of society, many different professions, etc., but the vast majority is marginalized and without or with hardly any education. Roma communities in Ukraine had to endure violent attacks and pogroms by right-wing extremists, in particular in the years 2017 and 2018. Some Roma were killed also. Discrimination in daily life is still common. We still have segregated schools, but in particular in Transcarpathia in the Hungarian language schools, not so much in Ukrainian language schools. Since the full-scale invasion started, there were a few violent attacks against Roma. Roma experienced discrimination, for example, when it came to the distribution of humanitarian aid, or when women and children were trying to flee the war and then they had problems crossing the border. What is very often forgotten is that thousands of Roma have been expelled by the Russian aggressor already in 2014 from eastern Ukraine, and they live since then as internally displaced persons in central or in western Ukraine. What we also know, but we have only very limited information, is that since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, also in the Russian-occupied territories, Roma were subjected to violence and killings. But as I said, we have only very, very few information about this. Interesting is that many Roma joined the Ukraine armed forces, and many Roma were killed during fighting in the army while defending the Ukraine. And we should not forget, Roma are also defending us when they're fighting in Ukraine. And we should never forget, they're doing this despite all this anti-Gypsyism and violence they experienced prior to the war, and partly even during the war. The European Union estimates that roughly 100,000 Roma fled Ukraine in the meantime, so it means roughly a quarter of the population is probably in the meantime in Western Europe. The government of Ukraine adopted a program, it's called Unity in Diversity, which would promote the inclusion and participation of national communities, including the Roma, also in kind of an award for the contribution of these communities to defending Ukraine. Ukraine has a strategy for Roma inclusion. There's an action plan. There will be now a new one developed. The European Commission highlights in their reports that the Roma have to be considered in all activities. But beyond words, we see relatively few actual activities facilitating the inclusion as an integral part of Ukraine. Or even in the recovery process. I will come to this later. The recovery process, the planning started already now, and it's important to include them already now. Currently, there are other issues which are more important on the agenda of the international community. Now, briefly to the Roma in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the war. This will be very brief. Roma were subjected to shellings and to killings as all other inhabitants in towns. Many Roma were killed there. We know of discrimination of Roma during the war, during distribution of humanitarian aid. We know, as I know this of Sarajevo and of Tuzla, but this happened for sure in many other places too. But we should not forget, Roma were also victims of massacres committed against the Bosniaks. A few hundred among the 8,000 persons killed in Srebrenica were Roma. But nobody hardly talks about it. The Srebrenica Memorial Center is one of the few, or more or less the only organization which really admits, yes, many of the victims were Roma. Roma were also explicitly targeted during the war. The most infamous war crime is the massacre and the sexual violence committed against Roma by Serb paramilitaries in the village of Skocic. This is in the municipality of Zvornik in northeastern Bosnia. And 27 Roma were killed. And according to Serbs, to the court in Serbia, none of the perpetrators were sentenced for killing the Roma. They were sentenced for the sexual violence they committed and for forced prostitution. We know of other targeted killings of Roma in eastern Bosnia. There's currently a Roma organization, Kali Sara. They started with a research program trying to identify more places of mass violence against Roma during the war. Many Roma were fighting in the army as volunteers, as conscripts in the Bosnian army. According to the statements which are available, there was no discrimination during the service. Out of service, yes. That is a fact which is also hardly acknowledged in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kosovo during the war, Roma were also targeted or became victims by attacks of the Serb forces in 1998 and in 1999. As one example, there was a massacre in 1998 on the Green Market in Mitrovica, where also a Roma girl was a victim. I will come back to this later. 10,000 of Roma Ashkelin Egyptians were expelled together with the Albanians and fled the country, and some Roma were killed by NATO bombings. not, because then they were not recognized as an ethnicity. We had also Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians fighting in the Kosovo Liberation Army. Bosnia-Herzegovina after the war, directly after the war, there was discrimination while accessing humanitarian assistance and reconstruction assistance, including from the international community. I can give you an example. When the European Union gave out tenders for reconstruction of houses in the 2000 years for Bosnia-Herzegovina, there was a clause in it. This project money is only available for the reconstruction of minority houses. There was a second clause. Minorities means Serbs in the Federation and Croats and Bosniaks in the Republika Srpska. So Roma were actually factually excluded from receiving reconstruction assistance from the European Union in these days. Roma who were expelled during the war or fled during the war had serious problems claiming the property. In very few cases, they got the property back. And all over Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have a situation that most of the Roma could not return to the pre-war homes. So when they were returned, they returned to other places. Today, still, we have a lot of discrimination in all sectors of society. Kosovo after the war. This will a bit more in detail now, what I will present. Then it provides really many lessons learned. I don't know how much you are familiar to what happened with Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians in Kosovo. Prior to the war, it is estimated that roughly 150,000 Roma lived in Kosovo, Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians. Out of this 150,000, at least 100,000 were expelled by force or fled, in particular after the war. Around 90 settlements were destroyed or burned down. Other settlements or houses were illegally occupied, in many cases until today. Many Roma were killed, and around 200 are still missing. This was a tremendous scope of violence. It affected more or less every single town and village in Kosovo where Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians were living. The violence was justified by Kosovo Albanians with this pretext that members of the three communities were collaborating with the Serb regime. It is true that there were individual members of the three communities who were collaborating with the Serb regime, but this is true for all ethnic communities, including the Albanians. And we have sufficient examples demonstrating that this is really just a pretext. I give you as an example the town of Vuštri. It's a small town between Pristina and Mitrovica. Prior to the war, there were roughly 3,000 Roma and Ashkali living, 1,500 Roma, 1,500 Ashkali. In 98, 99, when the Serb attacked the town several times, the Ashkali and the Roma, the vast majority of them left together with the Albanians, the town. In particular, it was in spring 99. In June 99, they returned together with the Albanians. In July, August 99, 90% of them have been expelled by the Albanians with whom they fled. So there was nothing about collaboration. This was pure racism. And to finish the story about Vuštri, this was in 2002, several families, a few dozen families returned. It was a tremendous effort made by the international community to demonstrate that Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians can live in Kosovo and they can return. So they returned them in 2002, only that they were all expelled again in 2004 when there was the next mob violence. Then in these days, 2004, 69 houses have been again destroyed. So in fact, this was really primarily racism, anti-Gypsyism, and to a certain extent also criminal intentions which fueled the violence. Many of the Romani settlements were in the center of town, so it was an extremely valuable property. And criminal structures wanted to get hold of this property. I was working in these days in Kosovo. Everybody knew who are these guys who want to have this property. But they were so powerful, nobody dared to do anything against them. So what was the case? Roma, Ashkali, and Egyptians, they were not considered being a part of the new Kosovo nation, and they should leave Kosovo. Kosovo now belonged to the Albanians. And the mentioned pretext of an alleged collaboration served exactly this purpose. It justified the crimes against them by making them collaborators. And by being made collaborators, they were also made being responsible for crimes committed by the Serb forces. And being responsible for the crimes meant They have lost the right to live in Kosovo, they have lost the right to life, they have lost the right to physical integrity, and they have lost the right to property. And all this violence occurred after the war and under the eyes of the international military, police, and civilian presence. As I said, I was a part of that. Only in selected places, Roma Ashkenazi Egyptians could stay. This was one part of the violence. The second part of the violence, it was accompanied by or followed up by administrative measures or legal provisions bringing in justice, implemented by both international community and the Kosovo Albanian authorities. This referred obstructing the reconstruction of the destroyed property, obstructing the return, obstructing access to employment, obstructing the formalization of informal settlements, which would have made them a more legal citizen. Probably also one example, access to employment. The European Union, as a part of the international community, set up in 2001, I think, a system to re-employ people who worked in publicly owned enterprises or in public enterprises. So and the idea was, okay, we take the ethnic composition from the times before the war, and according to this, we re-employ people. The fact was, at the end, there were only Albanians and Serbs employed. There was one big factory in Čilan, is a town in eastern Kosovo, where the majority of the workers before the war were Roma. After the war, not a single Roma was employed. The point was the internationals, they only went to Albanians and Serbs to ask them, whom should we employ? And then nobody else was employed. So there we could intervene a little bit, but that was the overall approach. Another important issue is the law on the victims of the war in Kosovo. The law on the victims of the war is limited to, or has a deadline in it. Only persons who were victims of violence prior to the 20th of June 1999 are eligible to be recognized as victims of the war and receive compensation, pension, or whatever. 99% of the crimes committed against Roma Ashkenazi Egyptians were committed after the 20th June of 1999. So they're not eligible for compensation. This means, for example, women who were victims of sexual violence during the war in Kosovo or after the war are not eligible to receive compensation. And this is the majority of the Roma Ashkenazi Egyptian women who were raped are still not getting any compensation. Today, all these crimes are not present in the public and aren't being remembered, while the public perception in Kosovo is still dominated, and the narrative in Kosovo is still dominated by the collaboration, the alleged collaboration with the Serbs. In addition, the contribution, I give then one example is what I mentioned already when it comes to moralization. I mentioned this massacre on the green market in Mitrovica. A couple of years ago, after the war, the municipal authorities of Mitrovica set up a monument to remember the victims of the green market massacre. And they put all the names of the victims of the massacre on the monument, except the name of the 5-year-old Romani girl, Elisabetta Hassani. Her name was not included. It was an Albanian journalist who discovered this and made a scandal out of this, and they had to do it. In the course of this investigation, it came out it's not only the city of municipality of Mitrovica was doing it. The Albanian Academy of Sciences of Kosovo, in the list of people who were killed in this massacre, excluded Elisabetta Hassani. She was not mentioned there. So then I have to run up now a little bit. The last thing, before I come to kind of lessons learned, is really the situation of refugees and of returnees, an issue which we'll also have to face when it comes to Ukraine. Western Europe deported, repatriated 10,000 of Roma Ashkenazi Egyptians from Kosovo back to Kosovo without having no chance for them really to reintegrate. There was no workplace, there were no houses, nothing. The majority of the Roma who were forced to return to Kosovo left Kosovo again. So when we look now, lessons learned. Nobody knows how the war in Kosovo and in Ukraine will end. Yeah? So a dictated peace in Ukraine, for Ukraine, in which Ukraine will lose large parts of the territory, will have severe consequences on the Ukrainian society and on the relationship between the majority population and communities like Roma. We don't know, if at all, and in which kind of international presence will be there to probably protect communities who are in danger. In general, in post-war situations, the position of vulnerable communities such as Roma will even further deteriorate. So this we can already take for granted. There's a very scarce resources. There will be a fight about these resources. We will have at local level some kind of, call it now mafia structures, which could control issues. So it will be very, very difficult for Roma to get to support and to assistance. When I come, and I will be very, very fast. Lessons learned. First, Roma should be part in the talks about the future of Ukraine. When we look to Bosnia, Roma were not included at all. In Kosovo, they were included on paper. In reality, not. There was one Roma representative at the negotiations on the independence of Kosovo, but he was not allowed to talk. But he was there. With all means, we have to avoid post-war violence against Roma, and the mass expulsion have to be avoided, the two things. And this only works if there will be strong messages to the Ukrainian authorities from the international community. And this is also included with a kind of a better recognition of the existence of anti-Gypsyism in Ukraine and the fight against it. And there's not only the authorities in Kosovo, it's also the international community, in particularly the European Union has to do much more on that. Laws and administrative measures have to be scrutinized, that Roma can really profit from them. This is a process which normally doesn't happen. For me, a very important thing is the inclusion of Roma into the recovery process, the planning, and it starts already now. We have since 2022, we have every year, we have annual Ukraine recovery conferences. We were pushing hard through the German Foreign Ministry that Roma will be allowed to participate. They were participating. They sometimes were even allowed to say a few words, but they were not really a topic on the panels. But this is one thing which really has to happen. There is a recovery plan for Ukraine. Roma are mentioned in some parts, but not at this scope as it has to be or it should be. Very important is also that Roma have to be a part of the national narrative. We talked a lot about narratives today. Yeah? And that's why so many Roma from Ukraine and Roma organizations in Europe trying to emphasize a lot the participation of Roma in the Ukraine armed forces. Because this could be one of the tools to demonstrate that Roma themselves see them as a part of Ukraine, and this has to be recognized. Because otherwise, if they will not be a part of the national narrative, I'm very much afraid that similar things might happen like they happened in Kosovo. Participation in the army is not enough. There has to be more. The overall contributions of Roma communities to Ukraine in the past, but also in the current days. A better empowerment of the Roma civil society in Ukraine, than compared to what happened in Kosovo and in Bosnia and Herzegovina after the war. In the meantime, we have in Kosovo an extremely vibrant and extremely good civil society. But this is something which has to happen, that the Roma civil society is really strengthened. We can anticipate the repatriation of refugees. It will be enforced at some point, and as I said, it will be 100,000 people. So if these people will be returned in the same way like in Kosovo, it will be only a call that they will leave the country again. So it has to be done a lot, and we have to work already now. So it means we should work now with the refugees in Western Europe to prepare them for return. This means there are so many unskilled persons. Skill them, train them, make them better, that they can better access the labor market when they're back. Yeah, but hardly anything happens in this regard, so we are trying hard to achieve this. It would be also good to build stronger alliances for the Roma civil society with other minorities in Ukraine. We are working on that. There is a progress, but it's still a lot should be necessary, and a strong advocacy would be necessary. As a final kind of conclusion, I think I have it even written there. There's no need for the international community, for the authorities in Ukraine to repeat the mistakes made in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo. The lessons learned summarized in one sentence: just do in Ukraine the opposite of what international community and national governments did in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo, respectively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are now approaching the next, but here you are. Very good. Ethel is a professor and chair of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Rutgers University. And today she is going to speak on divinations, Romani gendered world making, and feminist intimacy. So please, the floor is yours. Do you have a presentation?
I have my voice and my...
Ah, that's the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure it is to be in this space today. Thank you, Anton, for bringing us all together. And Devon Bachtale. I come to you. I come before you as a Romani woman belonging to a Romani community. For us, Roma and Sinti, home is family, our ancestors and our descendants, our network of mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, cousins, and children who make up our sense of who we are. Home is the stories we tell, and the belonging is the community that we build. Even as we have been denied homes, citizenship, belonging, we come together to make home wherever we are, through our memories, our language, our Romani Pay, our cultural foundations, through our ancestors, our foremothers, and through each other. Home is in our names given to us by our communities, and home is in the ways that we see each other, recognize each other, and share with each other. Home is intimacy. So how is it that nearly a century, not quite a century, but we'll say 80 years, after the end of the Holocaust, the kind of recognition that I've just talked about, and the ways in which the destruction affected the entirety of our transnational community, how is it that public memory does not and cannot account for that loss? So my paper is entitled Divinations because I haven't quite figured out, and I know I'm in a room where scholars are grappling with this. But for me to sort of think through what that then means, the enormity of the loss, I can only kind of turn to some forms of speculation, right? What Saidiya Hartman has called speculative fiction or speculative kind of biographies. So I'm going to begin with a letter written to Amelie Baumann-Bloch. Dearest Amelie, in our language, your name can mean friend. I want to call you by your name, in all of its syllables and in all of its richness, in its beauty and in its truth. Amelie Baumann-Bloch, Amari Amelie, our ancestor, our sister, aunt, cousin, grandmother, our beloved. Amelie, mother of Agatha, of Anna, of Ernst, of Frida. Amelie, partner of Matthias Krems. Amelie, daughter of, granddaughter of. So much was lost when they took your life. The future, certainly, but also history, family lines, so important for the grounding of ourselves. We who have been allowed no land in so many cases. We who are known by our families, our histories, our relations. You are Amari, ours, and you are mine. And I write this letter to you today, more than 100 years after your birth and nearly 90 years after, well, 80 years after your death. I write to remember you, to write you into history, into story, and into family, outside of the archives of the perpetrators and the murderers. I write to you to claim you as my own, as my everyday, as my treasure, and as my person. The next time someone asks me about my people, you, your family, and your children will become my own, as my everyday. Your partner will be claimed by name. You and your children will be claimed by name. I will say your name so that your memories remain. I will bring you flowers with each utterance. This is my act of remembrance, of bringing together, of gathering that which has been lost, an act of family and familiarity, of love. In this love, I will say your name, and I will tell stories of Vienna, and yes, of Max Glan, of Salzburg, and of Auschwitz-Birkenau. To my own children, Charlotte and Sada, to my cousins, to my grandchildren, and to the world. Your memory will be present in the singing of the birds and in the flow of the rivers, the lakes and the seas. It is with me today as we stand here in Oslo, and I will bring it to my family. I will bring it to our cemetery in Somerset, to everywhere I go and to everything I do. With all of my love, always, your Ethel. This is resistance, this is love. And it's interesting that I'm beginning with this and thinking through Eve's presentation, because of course, Amelie is, I've claimed her as family, but is she my family? And part of what I'm thinking about and what I want to have us all think about are the ways in which the Romani survival and Romani resistance exceeds the boundaries of the nation state. And that's one of the reasons why, when we think about family, right, the capacious kind of notion of family and the intimacy of memory, it's really important to move through and work through what it means to be Romani across history, to be part of a community that has survived multiple genocides, and that is so often, because of racism, because of anti-Gypsyism, erased from any kind of public memory, or as Hub pointed out earlier, hyper-visible in the regimes of security that are mapped out by the state. And also to say, the ways in which we understand intimacy and we understand memory, we understand claiming, it also allows us to account for the kinds of genocide, right? So when we talk about Stefan's point about Kosovo, right, and what is lost, right? By saying people's names, by claiming people, what we're doing is we're messing with the perpetrator archives. So today, in opening with Amelie and with claiming her, I then want to talk to you a little bit about Ella Davis. I've sat with her work, I've sat with her testimony, not her work, my work has sat with her testimony for years now. And in the USC Shoah Foundation, where her testimony is found, when I interviewed the researchers there, everybody told me, oh no, don't look at that testimony, it's a bad one. And I was curious to think about what a bad testimony looked like. And going through the testimony, there are a few things that really we can point out, right? Ella Davis was a stroke survivor when she gave her testimony. So she was articulating things in very particular ways. But I think in a lot of ways, right, and she came to the United States at some point and married an African-American soldier. And in her testimony, she ends up really kind of taking what I would argue are racist questions that the interviewer is asking her and turning them on their head and making them into a kind of politics of contestation and resistance. So Amelie Baumann-Bloch, to come back, was born in 1910 in Vienna. She was imprisoned in Maxglan and Salzburg. She's the partner of Matthias Krems, who died at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Her children are Agatha, Anna, Ernst, and Frieda, died at Auschwitz-Birkenau. She was deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau on April 3rd, 1943. Her number, I won't repeat, but I have her number. That's one of the only bits of information I have. And she died on June 26, 1944. Ella Wittich Davis, born September 10th, 1934 in Stuttgart. Survivor of 8 concentration camps, including Auschwitz-Birkenau, Ravensbrück, Mauthausen, Hamburg, and Bergen-Belsen. Daughter of Alvin Wittich and Sophie Wittich, sister of Horst Wittich and others. Partner of Curtis Davis Sr., mother of Belinda Margita Gilmore, Curtis Augusta Davis Jr., Diana Barabee Rosario, Donald Ingo Samuel Wittich, Yolanda Spraggins Linda Pamela Denise Maggie Carmen Swan. Grandmother, great-grandmother. I have her number, I won't repeat it. She died on November 12, 2004 in Columbia, South Carolina. So I want to take up, that's all I know about Amelie. What we do have is Ella Davis's testimony. And her testimony was given in 1994. And it was given and is part of one of four Romani survivor testimonies recorded in the Visual History Archive of the USC Shoah Foundation. And the other three are all women. They're all Sintetsa. And at least one other besides Davis is married to an African-American man. The digital archive of Ella Davis's oral history begins with her name, her age, those kinds of basics. And the interview is begun by asking her about her childhood. So the interviewer, Sheila Roden-Novak, asks, "Tell me what kind of child you were." Davis responds, "I was a little girl. I started going to school, and then they stopped me." Roden-Novak responds, "What are some of your best memories as a child?" Davis, "Well, I was with my mother and my father in Karlsruhe. My father was in the army, and all of my brothers and sisters were with me. Father's name, Alvin Bitish. Mother's name, Sophie Bergenfelder. Do you know how your parents met? No, I do not. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I have 9, but I've only got one brother now." So in the very beginning, from the very beginning, Ella Davis is trying to tell a story. She's trying to tell a story of her family. She talks about her father in the army. She talks about various things. She talks a little bit about her favorite toys. And at every moment, the interviewer kind of comes back and cuts her off and says, "No, I need the facts," right? And it's part of why I wanted to mention that I have people's numbers. I have their tattoo numbers. But that part is always recorded. And yet, again, the kind of relations of intimacy that go into what it means to survive, but also the loss of what it means to be murdered, then are kind of elided. So when she's talking about this, right, she was born in Davis was born in Germany under Nazi rule. And that's partly why, for her, right, her testimony is marked by an awareness of what's to come, even as she's recounting her childhood. But also, the other side of the awareness and the other side of her being asked to give her testimony, right, is that she's already been marked and seen as a Holocaust survivor. She's recounting her life to the VHA because of her survival. Agamben would say she's at once a superstes and a terstes, right? She's at once a witness and also a person who has lived through something. And the position of superstes is not one that Davis can escape or leave behind. As a survivor, she's witness to her own survival, and she's witness to her family's and her community's murders. She's lived out the entire course of her 64 years and beyond as a survivor. Even as Roden-Novak attempts to move back to just the facts, please, which to me, of course, feels almost like a police interview, right? But sorry, that sounds maybe a bit harsh. She wants to kind of give us a fuller version of her childhood. So Roden-Novak asks Davis about her childhood, about her favorite toy growing up. She talks about, Davis says she has a bear she liked to play with, and she liked to play with the other kids as a little girl. She didn't have many friends, but she grew up in a normal neighborhood that had gypsies in it. Roden-Novak goes on to ask Davis, was there like a tribe? Davis, when you are gypsy, you've got trailers and everybody has children. We had a bunch of children, and we children met and we stayed together until they got us. This is the same. When they get you, you can't play no more. It's finished. You can't even go to school. And they didn't do nothing. The Nazis just took us from the school, and you can never go back. They just took you and put you away. And at that moment, Davis starts to cry. And again, I want to sort of just be critical of kind of the process, right? The extraction of the oral history, which is so important for us as a part of knowledge, and particularly as a non-perpetrator form of knowledge. And yet, Davis starts to cry. And Novak says, okay, but before we talk any more about that, I want to know how you grew up. Cutting it off and not acknowledging the actual kind of intimacy and the emotion that's happening throughout this process. And this exchange shows the kind of dominant understandings of the Holocaust, right? Its trajectory, its chronology, the ways it's overshadowed much of the history of the 20th century, particularly in Europe. And she kind of points through, they just took you away, and she wants to stop and really think about that, but she doesn't have time. So it's useful for us to know what everyday life looked like. It's useful for us to know kind of what it was that people were experiencing. But again, I want to move back to this question of intimacy, right? And really think about kind of what that means. And I also want us to move back into kind of the assumptions that go into interviewing Romani survivors and engaging with Romani communities. And again, this is an extreme version of this, right? This is the bad interview. But I just want us to kind of mull some of these questions over. When Rodin Novak asked Davis the tribe question, with what seems to be some hesitation, was there like a tribe? She's looking again for an authentic Romani other, right? A kind of an object subject of persecution. And Davis doesn't answer the tribe question because we assume it's unintelligible to her. It doesn't fit in with her own narrative of her childhood, right? Or her understanding of Romani culture. Instead, Davis picks up a thread that is intelligibly 5 minutes. Oi, okay. Romani, right? She talks about growing up in a gypsy neighborhood with children and, playing until she was taken away. So there are other parts of this interview where Davis is, she's talking, right? And Rodin Novak kind of asks, okay, so were there tribe leaders? Was there a king, let's say? And what I love about that part, I'm just going to go off of this and not read because, what I love about that part is then, Davis responds, oh yes, there was a leader, and he betrayed us. He told the Nazis where we were, and we were rounded up. And Rodin Novak said, oh no, then what happened? And she said, well, my mother went to him and hit him over the head with a loaf of bread. Right? There's a moment, what I want to say is that this kind of unexpected politics in the face of certain assumptions about what leaders look like, what tribes are, or what a kind of racist notion of what Romani people do and could be, Davis responds to with a politics. He was a collaborator and my mother hit him over the head. They were rounded up anyway, of course. Or not, but they were rounded up anyway, but that was there. There are other moments when Davis talks about her grandmother and the work that she did, and they were circus people, and so her grandmother had snakes around her neck, and she talks about her grandmother's kind of work as a snake trailer. But what I want to go to is toward the end, when she talks about leaving Germany. And the thing that made her want to leave Germany was after the war, she went in to a greengrocer. And again, here's politics. And when the greengrocer sees the tattoo on her arm, he said, too bad the gas chambers didn't get you. And she responds, and she's older by now, she has kids, she responds, too bad they didn't get you. And she said, at that moment, she kind of ends up marrying and leaving and going to the US. And again, a politics, a kind of pushback in the face of what the assumptions around Roma are. Now, I wanted to read a little bit of this work that I had done with Ella Davis to point out that how important intimacy becomes in also understanding and in knowledge production, and how a feminist attention to intimacy and a claiming, at least for me, as a Romani woman and as a feminist, a claiming of the everyday and of gendered knowledge production and of family become the key to really understanding both the price and the cost of persecution and the price and the cost of genocide, but also what it means to actually think about repair. So I think in Julius's presentation, when we talk about transitional justice, right, we talk about, I think this question of transitional justice is so important, but it also has to account for the kind of intimacies that have been lost and the histories that have been stolen because of not just the Holocaust, but the multiple genocides that Roma have been faced with and have been subject to. So that's why it becomes important for me as a political act to claim the Romnia that came before and the Sintesa that came before as my own, whether I know them or not, but they are my own, and they are our own, and I want to bring them into the room and into every room that I go to, because I feel like that becomes a practice, and a practice of intimacy that works as a resistance to the larger genocidal project. And just to say, I think this is a possibility when we look at what's happened, in Kosovo, in Bosnia, in Gaza. How do we actually really account for the loss that people are experiencing when they experience genocide? And one of the ways is to say people's names, to claim an intimacy, and to create a feminist politics that refuses the logic of the nation state and refuses the logic of the perpetrator archive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are reaching our final presentation, actually, and it's going to be given by you, Angela Kotsi. You are a chair of the Romani Studies program and the academic director of the Roma graduate preparation program at Central European University in Budapest. Yes. And the title of your presentation is The Recursion of Eugenic Logic, Problematizing the Gendered Racialization of Roma in Central and Eastern Europe. So please, Angela, I'm looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really a privilege to be here. Thank you, Anton, for inviting me and inviting us and bringing together this very diverse group of scholars. And actually, first, when I saw the agenda, I was thinking about what's the logic behind that and how we have been selected and what is it. And now, being as the last person, so it's very gratifying, actually, after this very intensive day. I think it's representing a kind of oeuvre of the Romani Studies program, a kind of epistemological oeuvre, right? And where we are today and what we went through, and this kind of struggle inside academia, as well as the development in a scholarship, the challenges, the frictions, and the disagreement, and so on. It's really hard to talk after Ethel, because I really feel the atmosphere, and which is very necessary to create, not just here, but everywhere. And particularly when we are talking about belonging, homemaking, and where we are, how can we belong to this society, right? There were 3 decades of speech of inclusion, integration of Roma. So where we are, do we really integrate it? Or does it really always depend on Roma? Are we really welcomed in this kind of societies? If you're gonna read, I'm kind of sad and very, how can I say, not so much optimistic. It doesn't mean that, I'm not depressed, but I'm really pessimistic regarding the future. So if you're going to check out my latest article in the Verfassen blog, how do I pronounce it, Hub, on codifying belonging. So it's very much about the belonging and how European governments are basically producing seemingly natural law, or using legal regulation, even changing the constitution as well in order to exclude Roma. So it's a kind of alarming, situation. And so what I would like to talk about, it's really about what is this logic behind that. And how did we ended up in such a situation? Of course, we didn't ended up. We've been always like, struggling with that. And I would like to talk about the forced and coerced sterilization of Romani women and bring a case from the European Court of Human Rights, VC versus Slovakia. Like, I'm not following HL, I'm just using the legal, definition as a case. And this was a very landmark decision regarding the sterilization of Romani women in 2011. And although the court recognized the violation of the European Convention of Human Rights, particularly the prohibition of torture and inhuman or degrading treatment in Article 3, Article 8, and the right to private and family life, and it remains reluctant to apply Article 14. And I think today it's already came up, this whole Article 14, right? In recognition of the intersectional discriminatory aspects of gendered racial violence. So by relying on important analysis, interpretation, and these developments by critical legal scholars, in this paper I underscored the paradoxical nature of law that can be seen an ally due to the visibility it generates regarding the issue of sterilization, yet still preserves its historical role as a benevolent enemy by not applying the anti-discrimination clause. So consequently, the law legitimizes gendered racial violence and subordination as an unchallenged social norm. As some critical scholarship explains, law is an institution that serves and legitimizes the existing social structure, particularly class, racial, and gender relations that are entangled within the legal system. So I built my argument upon this interpretation and juxtaposed the sterilization related as a case law, VC versus Slovakia, and the AS versus Hungary. I think I'm not going to go back to the Hungarian case, just going to remain at the Slovakian case. And we sparked a discussion on how the dismissal and trivialization by gender, class, and racial violence strengthen structural racism by solidifying a social norm that underpins legal decision. So furthermore, I argue that the lack of judicial engagement with gendered racial violence can be interpreted as tacit approval of the benevolent eugenic approach when practiced as a social norm, prevents a reproduction of those deemed unworthy or unfit for the betterment of society. And now thinking about that, I'm really glad actually that we have some Norwegian colleagues in the room, and some of them are working like as a social workers, community workers, and sometimes we do not even reflect on that. What is these things? What are the norms? What is the ideology behind that, what we are really doing? And I hope that this will give you some, time for reflection, maybe. So, eugenics. So the healthcare institutions have had a long history of targeting racialized and marginalized populations, including Roma. Throughout this history, forced and coerced sterilization regulated the reproduction of those who were not desired or permitted to procreate, while voluntary sterilization functions as a contraception. Forced or coerced sterilization has been used as a system of social and population control performed mainly upon people living with mental illnesses, disabilities, are members of racialized, stigmatized, and marginalized groups, poor, underprivileged, criminals, deviant, or part of the trans and intersex population. Worldwide, the targeted group of these practices, and in some cases, policies have usually been women. So forced sterilization removes a person's capacity to reproduce through irreversible surgical procedures that are conducted without consent or full comprehension of the process. Based on research, women are coerced when they are threatened or offered financial incentives to undergo sterilization. Usually consent is obtained under dubious conditions, such as during labor or while on the operating table. So from the early 2000s, some of these practices have been documented and some even litigated by human rights organizations, particularly in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, with the help of European Roma rights centers and Poradna. And here I would like to underline and mention again that that these NGOs, these organizations, made a tremendous work. So when we are talking about that, how this course has changed, I think they hugely contributed to that. And just as a warning sign, these kinds of organizations right now is on the verge. And probably they're going to die out without a financial support. And so the practice of forced and coerced sterilization of Romani women is deeply embedded in the theory of eugenics that advocated for the improvement of the human species. Originating in the United States in the early 20th century, eugenics became integrated into a European medicine and social policies, with Nazi Germany providing the most obvious example. Author of the volume on transnational eugenic movement, Marius Turdat stated in the late 19th and early centuries, quoting him, eugenics was seen as a biological theory of human improvement, grounded almost exclusively in ideas of race and class. So by the early 20th centuries, West European countries such as Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland began to practice eugenic sterilization, not only to regulate the social selection of worthy individuals, but also to legalize those procedures meant to purify society of its unwanted, unfit members. So Turda extensively discusses how advocates for eugenics establish the biological definition of the nation, whereby the logic of eugenics and biopolitical nationalism become the social norm rather than the exception in the pre-World War II. Particularly, after a series of anti-Semitic racial laws were introduced, for example, in Hungary, Romania, between 1938 and 1942. After World War II, eugenics remained influential in Central and Eastern Europe in the medical field and become integrated into social policies and internalized as an ideology, benevolent eugenic practice, right? We want to create a great society with a great few people, with the fittest one, to eliminate those who were classified as inferior, to improve the quality of the population. And I think that's how it connected with racialization. And I would say, in fact, it turned out that eugenics is not just, as a biological term, but very much social and political term as well, and concept. And in my new project, I'm going to think about that, how this has been converted into neoliberal policies, like creating the best people, the worthy one, who are deserved to live and thrive and have a good life. Sorry to be ironic. So, how many times do I have? Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I'm gonna skip parts. So the European Court of Human Rights in 2011, which was the first coerced sterilization case, figured among the cases discovered by the Slovak organization, what I mentioned, Poradna. We see the applicant, who is a Romani woman and resided in Jarovnice, which is one of the most terrible settlements in Slovakia, was sterilized in August 2000 at Prešov Hospital during the cesarean delivery of her second child. While in the advanced stages of labor, Visi was told by medical staff that if she had one more child, either she or the baby would die. She was then asked to sign a form indicating that she had requested sterilization. So you can imagine this situation, right? Apparently, Visi did not understand the word of sterilization and signed the form, fearing that if she did not, the consequences would be fatal. As a result of the sterilization, Visi has had a serious medical health problem and continued to suffer psychologically from the knowledge that she can no longer have children. She has also been ostracized in the community, while her fertility has negatively impacted her family relationships. In a long-awaited decision, the European Court of Human Rights ruled in 2011 that forced sterilization is a violation of the European Convention on Human Rights, and specifically, as I told, Article 3 and Article 8, but leaving out Article 14. So in the judgment, the court wrote the way in which the hospital staff acted was paternalistic, since in practice the applicant was not offered any option but to agree to the procedure which the doctors considered appropriate in view of her situation. It also recognized that sterilization procedure grossly interfered with the applicant's physical integrity. So even this progressive judgment by the Strasbourg court does not address the state's discriminatory conduct as an act of intersectional violence. Christina Zampas explains that, quoting her, while the court alluded the complicity of the state in grave human rights violations against Roma, it disappointingly did not address whether such conduct was a violation of the right to non-discrimination. By not doing so, the judgment falls short of addressing the crux of the problem. And I think here is the point, what I would like to underline today as well, when we are talking about, Holocaust, recognition, and who has the say or the validity of oral history, okay, and and the validity of the Roma testimony, right, which could be very much questioned and challenged by our scholars, which is great. But, but still, I mean, that's the crux of the problem, the structural discrimination. So the interpretation echoes a dissenting opinion. And I would like to read out this because I think it's very important. There was someone in the court who was able to articulate, Liliana Mijovic, who challenged the court for not following its case law, wherein the criteria of discrimination was established as treating someone differently without objective and reasonable justification, persons in relevantly similar situation. In connection with the court lack of engagement with the Article 14, so the judge Mijovic importantly asserts, and here is the important thing, quoting her, finding violations of Article 3 and 8 alone, in my opinion, reduces this case to the individual level, which is very much, illustrated by Emma's presentation, that usually always, just like referring to an individual level and individual cases. Whereas it is obvious that there was a general state policy of sterilization of Romani women under the communist regime governed by the 1972 sterilization regulation, the effects of which continued to be felt upon to the time of the facts, giving rise to the present case. Mijovic calls the court's attention to the fact that by not recognizing the violation of Article 14 and its prohibition of discrimination on any grounds, including race, as what we discussed, the court repudiates the structural nature of racism against Roma. In this case, particularly against Romani women. I don't want to go into the details because you can read that, but the point what I would like to emphasize that the logic of eugenic is there, right? Something which is behind the people who are sitting in the courtroom, behind the judges, even, you know, I mean, we scholars, we are not like neutral as well. We've been socialized and we've been raised in warrior society and we are not in the vacuum, right? So somehow we are influenced by many things, which certainly make an impact on our interpretation of certain social situation. So what I would like to emphasize that this decision neglect to recognize the systemic gender, racial, and class discrimination, which basically sustains and reproduces the violent structural constraints, conditions as a social norms. So in this case of racialized women, forced and coerced sterilization must be identified not as a medical procedural error, but as a paradigmatic case of how legal and healthcare system converge to obscure structural gender, class, and racial violence at the expense, at the skin of Roma. Thank you.
Thank you very much for 3 very good and thought-provoking presentations. I invite you, all 3 of you, to the front, and we'll have the time for a few questions. Yeah. So please come forward, and we will pass around the microphones. Yes, one question already there. Next one over there.
I have a question to Stefan, also a short comment. The question is about kind of composition of Ukrainian Romani community. Well, first you said that the majority of like 70,000 live in Transcarpathia, right? And that's obviously Austro-Hungarian legacy, as Daniel showed in the map of Bosnia, right? Compact settlement next to Hungary, the same as Burgenland in Austria, right? Formerly was part of Hungary. But what about the rest of the Roma? Do they kind of follow the same kind of division in Ukraine, that this will be one part will be in the east more like Russian-speaking, another Ukrainian-speaking, or it doesn't apply at all? And in the short comment in terms of compensation scheme in Kosovo, it's amazing that almost they kind of take cues from former West German legislation, right, where the Roma were not recognized as victims of racial persecution until basically deportation to Auschwitz started. So majority was excluded, and as was mentioned earlier, it only changed, I think, was it 1963? So it looks like a Kosovo authority kind of running the same way, basically, to frame legislation in a way to exclude majority of Roma victims.
Yes, we can at least have yours as well, yes.
Okay, I have a question to Angela, which is that when I've read the Body and Soul report, which is this report that discovered the sterilization cases in Slovakia, I recall that, or maybe it was in the judgments, that the doctor in Prešov hospital kind of said that, oh, I was trying to help someone in a very bad economic situation, and kind of portrayed it as a benevolent act of, basically doing something good for the community. And I'm wondering on the one hand that do you think that this is what people involved in these practices actually believe, or is this sort of a cover-up? But then more importantly, at what point or what level, in what context do you think this can and should be changed? Who needs to hear that this is not something good, but this is actually the eugenic practice that should not be?
Okay. Would you answer first, Angela? Yes, and then Stefan.
I think you pointed out really much, the cracks of the problem, because I believe that, many people who are doing that, even this doctor, so he deserved the benefits of the doubt, right? So I can imagine that he really thought that he can help for these women who already have several guys, and anyway, they are living in a very poor circumstances, so it's going to be better for them. So, but this coming from somewhere, this kind of redemptive, benevolent, in a quotation mark, altruism. Maybe it's an exaggeration in this case, but somehow, I'm doing good. I am the one who knows better. But it's definitely coming from a kind of superior position, which is like, academia as well is very hierarchical, our society as well. So doctors are really fulfilling a very, high position in our society. So he knows what these women deserve, and I'm doing a good thing, but without, thinking about the implications. And of course, even if he's going to think about the implication is going to be that they will have less children, and anyway, they don't have money, and they are living on a social welfare, so it's going to be good for them. So the point is, again, and that's how we go back to the, to the ideological nature of inferiorization and treating them as a subhuman, as an inhuman who has no rights to decide what is good for them or not. And of course, if we want to address the situation, is much more complex, right? So what can we do? Do we want to keep them in such a position, like stay... you told, that in the 40s there was this colonial, what is that, like technology to keep them together, isolated, very far away from us. Somehow they should not, be seen by us in our everyday relationship. That's why it's important, the belonging and where we are. And sorry for being bit but like, where do we want to keep them? Do we want to keep them on the edge of the society? Because we believe that even if we're not going to declare it, but we really believe it's what they deserve, right? And treating them as an inhuman, as an inferior, people who are not at the same position as we are. And certainly, this kind of logic is very much embedded in eugenics and racialized logic and creating hierarchies. And of course, we understand that, social hierarchies exist. So we cannot be equal, everybody, right? Although I would love it. But no, we can't be. But at least, do we want to make it a bit better or not? And that's why it's so horrible to think about what happened in the last 3 decades, right? In the early 90s, Europeanization, Roma minority, social integration, social inclusion, lots of money, integration, all kinds of declarations, and discursive manifestation, discursive empowerment, and emancipation, and meanwhile, really insidious structural violence, right? And which goes against that. And But where did we start, Emma? The doctor, right? Who thinks that this is okay and keeping them. Actually, I mean, to come over on that, we would need a really honest reflection that what we are doing and how does it impact and affect those people who are behind these texts and words.
Okay, Stefan, you now have the chance.
First to Kosovo. It was not so much the responsibility at the beginning or the first years after the war of the Kosovo authorities. It was the international community. Yeah? So until Kosovo gained independence, and even at the beginning of the independence, everything was determined more or less by internationals. And there was a limited German influence, I can tell you. Much more negative was the French influence, because they couldn't understand why not everybody is a Kosovar. Why didn't they, once Mr. Kouchner told me, why didn't they assimilate yet? They live here since hundreds of years, why are they not Kosovo Albanians? Yeah? So they really didn't get this, that it's different communities who have different situations. Another thing, for example, is transitional justice. They have no strategy in Kosovo since last year, I think. It was a long, long fight that the period the transitional justice strategy should cover was extended till December 31st, 2020. Because the Kosovo Albanians first only wanted to have it until the 20th of June, 1999. And it was a heavy international pressure from a couple of embassies that we stop financing and supporting you in this field if you do not have a deadline till the end of December 2020, because this was the time, the period where all the crimes were committed against Serbs and Roma Ashkelin Egyptians. Yeah? And saying this, if we would have had in the past a stronger international pressure on Kosovo, we would have had a different situation. It was partly, as you mentioned with the doctor now, as an individual who refused to recognize it is necessary. And it's unfortunately very often individuals who were in high-level positions who could decide. And this makes the bridge to Ukraine. It will be the same. If we do not have an understanding of the situation of the Roma in Ukraine, we will probably run again into a situation like this where they will be ignored. So this diversity, what you mentioned, and we have in Transcarpathia, 60%, according to a study, 60% of the Roma speak only Hungarian, or primarily Hungarian. They do not speak Romani anymore, they do not speak Ukrainian, Russian, or whatever. We have Romanian-speaking, Slovak-speaking, Polish-speaking. We have Roma on the Crimean Peninsula who are Muslims who were speaking a different kind of language. With the Russian-speaking, many of them in the eastern part were speaking primarily Russian. This is what we know. Probably it's more on an anecdotal basis. A good friend of mine, from Ukraine, he met recently with a musician from Ukraine, a Roma musician from Ukraine. And I asked him, which language did you talk? That now we started a little bit with Romanes, then we switched to Ukrainian, but at the end we talked only Russian because this is the lingua franca we really have. Yeah? But what you have in Ukraine, many Roma, like Ukrainians also, there were many Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Yeah? They try now to skip the language because this language is more or less poisoned after what they went through. Yeah. So many Roma also now, they try to really, I know Roma who learn Ukrainian or who learned Ukrainian.
Yes, please.
Yeah, too many things to reflect upon. So many interesting things that you brought up together. Start with Angela's very, very interesting talk. I think what you call the kind of socio-political dimension of the eugenetics of the past is something you connect to the present. That's very clear. I also remember I was so much impressed by Vera Sokolova's book on Czechoslovakia and how actually in 1972, with the introduction of the sterilization law, actually Czechoslovak society was already prepared for several decades, several legal regulations to represent Roma as inferior, unhealthy parts of the population. So that, you know, when the sterilization laws were finally introduced, nobody was really surprised because of all the legal regulations introduced since the 1950s. So I'm just wondering also, because you just published this very very good paper on the new law in Hungary on local identities on the Verfassungsblock. So do you see a kind of, do you relate this kind of socio-political dimension of eugenetics to these kind of legal regulations as a kind of preparation? Are you afraid that this is a kind of preparation for even worst case scenarios? And that's perhaps also connected to what Ita, what you brought up. So how do we do justice to testimonies of violence that happen today? You know, police violence against Roma. You know, what I discovered in Slovakia, you know, talking to Roma who were raided, they have so many stories. But where do we start to, you know, to credit what is going on there? Do you have any perspective on how that should be incorporated and how we can do justice to injustices today?
Okay. Thank you, Hub. I mean, both of those questions are really, really productive. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. The invisible microphone. You know, I think that point about there are so many stories. And when we think about kind of the accumulation, you know, and I think, God, you know, there's Benjamin's, you know, angel of history looking at everything kind of coming at him and, you know, at the feet. What you know, what do you do with that? And in some ways, I think that's why it's important, on the one hand, to have as many people listen as carefully to each story as possible. I don't think that as scholars, it's at all possible to kind of come up with a kind of large N accounting, you know, of the stories and kind of, except as stories of loss and as, you know, really taking them seriously. So I'm thinking about kind of the work that you're doing, the work that Angela's doing in terms of thinking about you know, dehumanization and you know, the work of sort of what it looks like to kind of constantly see the violence that comes. And I think the only counter to that and the only possibility of moving forward is to really take each of those stories seriously, which is, you know, even, you know, thinking about Stefan pointing out, what was her, Milica, what was her name? Elizabeth, I'm sorry, Elizabeth the Hassani? Yeah, Elizabeth the Hassani, as, you know, one 5-year-old who was lost. But when we contemplate the kind of enormity of just that one, it seems to me that it moves toward, because, and again, I could keep talking, but I'm thinking about the large, and it moves toward a kind of, if not a rehumanization, at least a kind of engagement with this is a loss and this is a deep violence, right? Or, you know, thinking about kind of the Czech and Slovak testimonies and the women who were forcibly sterilized. And when you, Angela, said, this is for life, this is irreversible. So when we start to think about kind of the ways in which that enormity and listening to testimonies with intimacy, it for me at least, it pushes back against the epistemic violence of the archive. And maybe it's because I was trained as a political scientist and I've thrown it all out the window, you know, for better or for worse, right? But I think like that kind of the epistemic violence of the large N and the epistemic violence of the kind of aggregation and the attempt to move toward an expertise, right? And my advisor was Timothy Mitchell, who, you know, was a real sort of critique of experts, right? And so I think, right, that kind of moving away from expertise and really listening thoughtfully and thinking about what knowledge production means. I mean, and the final thing I'll say is, you know, I think about kind of, I'm sorry, I'm going on a bit, but I'm thinking about my family, right? So when I was, and you know, we had David Crow here, when I was in college as, you know, first generation college, you know, first person to graduate from high school, all of those things. I brought all of the books from my university library home, and I shared them with my family. But what I said was, as a terrible 18-year-old, which some of you know this story, we're doing it all wrong. And my aunt, you know, all the women in my family are like, we're doing what wrong? And I'm like, we're not proper Romnia. We don't do it right. Look at these books. And you know, and it's all these white men talking about what it means to be a Romani woman, which is, you know, as per Julius's point. And then my aunt just looked at me and said, if I don't know how to be a gypsy, nobody does. And you know, and like, so that kind of point about like, whose knowledge are we valuing and whose experiences are we actually holding as valid becomes a huge part of that. So I'll stop there by just saying, I do feel like listening drop by drop, bit by bit, piece by piece in an intimate way is really the only way we can move forward into a different kind of understanding of whose knowledge and whose subjectivity counts.
Yeah, I think it was really helpful for me because I'm going to pick up here and connect what Hub asked from me. So basically, I mean, what you are telling to us, that do I see any, you know, parallel, like in this preparation, and after that, we see the legislation and politics and how these are connected. And I think the preparation is very much like the dehumanizing discourse, the criminalization, criminality, but also like they are not trustworthy and they are not worthy for life, they are misfit, and they are not deserved to get that kind of social welfare because they're gonna cheat, they're gonna misuse, and so on. We know all this crap. And this is a kind of preparation because we are like completely absorbing this kind of messages. We are sitting in a society where, you know, we can hear it from anywhere. In the school, in the hospital, in the local council, and so on. So when it's come to the point that it's going to be solidified into legislation, we can't even recognize it. And that's why I wrote this article, which was published yesterday, because I was completely shocked. So I'm not a lawyer, but I tried to do this kind of analysis because, like in Hungary, there is I'm not going to go into that, read it, but we had not just a local regulation, which basically excluded Roma, not even spelling out that we're going to exclude Roma, but creating such a criteria which never ever going to be fulfilled by Roma, whom we don't want, right? We are able to make that, and that's it. And not just local regulation, which has been introduced and enacted, but also they changed the constitution. And in the constitution, there were 3 things which were very critical. So one of them was around the gender issue, you know, man, women, that's it, family, with kids. That's how we're gonna envision the world. And the second one is that the assembly, right, assembling in, and child protection, I don't know, it was used in a very tricky way. And basically, that was about the pride, right? So like stopping the pride. And the third was, which was the most invisible, but very pernicious, and this was about the local identity, like the kind of sovereignty, local sovereignty, which ultimately excluding Roma. And anyway, so I'm bringing some cases as well as analyzing the legislation. But the point what I wanted to make, and I think here is important in the academia, so I think the epistemic violence, what we are experiencing as Roma, actually, it's very much embedded in academia and discourses as well. Like, as Miranda Fickers talking about epistemic violence, you know, there is a testimonial, epistemic injustice, when we do not trust in those people. I mean, we can analyze 100 cases, like in front, right, Emma? I'm sure that you went through all those stuffs, but somehow we just don't treat them as a credible source of knowledge. And that's it. in that way, we are immediately excluding them from this kind of circle when we can create knowledge. And the second one, what Miranda Ficker is talking about, the hermeneutic injustice. So basically, you know, academia has their own conceptual frameworks, methodology, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But somehow, if you are not able to talk about your issues by using that kind of, you know, conceptual framework, and that's why I think it was really important that the group of Romani intellectuals, and Julius actually, who was the previous chair of the Romani Studies program, I think we made some kind of change, like using the language of racialization and dehumanization. I hope, Hub, that you're going to integrate in your book that, because I think we played a very important role and we changed the discourse. So that's like, you know, rectifying some kind of hermeneutical injustice. And certainly, epistemic injustice very much goes hand in hand with, you know, structural violence. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much. I think it's getting late, so we have to end, actually.
Sorry.
So on behalf of the arranger, the Holocaust Center, thank you to everybody for coming. Thanks to all the presenters for a brilliant program, and also thank you for the ones who's been watching us online.
Oh, really?
You'll all be enlightened. So thank you all, and I'll give the word to Peder for some practical information.
Just very, very briefly, and this is only for the presenters. So those of you who want to go back to the hotel now, the taxis leave.